Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. Olive Garden's a pretty popular restaurant. I imagine most of you watching this are familiar with it. But have you ever been sitting down enjoying a mediocre meal at Olive Garden and you think to yourself, geez, you know what would really brighten up these flavors and bring out the umami of my soup? A severed rat's foot. My guess would be probably not. I can't imagine that's a thought that's popped into many people's mind while eating at Olive Garden, but it did at least for one person, allegedly. There is an ongoing lawsuit that just got filed recently where a customer is claiming that Olive Garden served him a severed rat's foot in his soup and he dropped a picture of it. So it does appear to be a severed rat's foot. This may have come straight from Splinter himself, and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are going to be really upset about that. Obviously, the customer was also upset because he really didn't want to be biting on Stuart Little while he was eating his soup. So he filed a lawsuit. He's claimed that this was a huge health risk. It cut the inside of his mouth, and more than anything, it just became an emotionally traumatizing experience. Which, that sounds about par for the course. Nobody enjoys chewing on a rat's foot that they didn't order. So this seemed like a big old mistake here from Olive Garden, a big boo-boo. But it's not so cut and dry, actually. There's a lot of layers to this onion. There's potential that this rat's foot was planted here as a way of getting money out of a lawsuit from Olive Garden, because this kind of lawsuit has actually happened in the past in a very similar way. So Olive Garden's not going quietly into the night. They're fighting back here. They're not just going belly up, letting Hulkmania run wild on them. They're not looking to settle with some undisclosed financial amount to try and bury this or anything. They are pushing back against this lawsuit and all of the claims. And it's pretty interesting. If it turns out he did travel with his own rat's foot to plant here in order to try and scam Olive Garden, it wouldn't be the first of its kind. Something very similar actually happened to Wendy's a while ago with a severed human finger, which turned out to be part of a scam, and the culprits faced real hard consequences for it. We'll get to that story here in a minute too. I want to talk about this whole scope of food-related body parts, both human and animal. So I've been thinking about it a little bit. To serve someone a severed rat's foot would be extremely hard to do on accident, because you'd have to get a rat and then knowingly cut its foot off and then put that in the soup. Like, that wouldn't be something that would just be a whoops-a-daisy moment, didn't mean for that to happen. That would be a planned, calculated event if that were true. There have been those cases that are legitimate where like a small rodent or like a cockroach or something falls into a deep fat fryer and someone ends up getting served a fucking fried rat. There have been real cases of that. That wasn't like some kind of malicious, I'm gonna fuck this person in the face with a fried rat type event. That was a, whoop, this rat just fell in the deep fat fryer and people weren't paying enough attention to recognize it and get it out of there, so it ended up getting served to a customer. Those have been reported in the past as real. But in this case, it wasn't the whole rat. It was just his severed leg. Like, you couldn't accidentally serve a severed rat's leg unless one of the chefs brought it from home because they were making a witch's potion in the back of the Olive Garden and it called for a rat's foot as one of the ingredients. Just like practicing alchemy back there. Like, there's no way you could accidentally have a rat's foot in that kitchen because someone would have had to cut the rat's foot off and then knowingly put it in a soup. And beyond that, there are some sketchy things that the customer and his legal team are doing that don't make a whole lot of sense if this is all authentic and legitimate, if he actually did get served a rat's foot at the Olive Garden. Like, they're being very shady with how they're going about this. So I personally lean more on the side that I think this is likely, potentially, a case of a customer bringing this in order to try and get money out of a lawsuit from the restaurant. But they chose Olive Garden. And while Olive Garden doesn't have the best reputation, it doesn't have an overwhelmingly negative one either, where they're just gonna like go tits up on it and say, oh god, okay, here, just take the money and don't say anything. Like, if they had done this at a Burger King, like, Burger King served me this rat's foot, no one would have batted an eye. And Burger King would have been like, We probably did. Here's your money. We don't need to investigate. But at Olive Garden, there is some level of quality control, so these claims were taken very seriously, and a real thorough investigation has taken place by them in order to confirm if this is real or a scam. You hear about the rat foot found in a man's soup at Olive Garden. Was he upset about it? That sounds like a pretty high quality menu on Olive Garden. They gave him a treat. I actually don't hate Olive Garden, to be honest with you. Madison Heights man is suing Olive Garden for allegedly serving him a severed rat's foot in a bowl of minestrone soup. Thomas Howie, 54, seeking damages of more than $25,000 for physical injury, mental anguish, and emotional distress. Let me take a peek. That could be anything. That might not even be a rat's foot. That's pretty big. That's like a whole goddamn werewolf paw. It's good luck. It's good for you. Howie said he was talking with two dinner companions and not really looking at the soup he ate when he felt something sharp stab his cheek. Ooh. He quickly spat the object out into his napkin. When he looked inside the napkin, he saw what appeared to be the fur-covered foot of a rat, complete with claws. Oh, God. Scrumptious. That's like something you'd find at Burger King. This would be something Burger King would serve you with a smile on their face, and this would probably be better than half their menu. Howie informed Olive Garden management, who says they did not take the matter seriously. One employee even joked about it, implying that Howie had placed the rat foot in the soup himself. This man must have brought a rat foot in here to frame us. I'm sure it's happened at some point, but I feel like it's not that common. The lack of concern displayed by Olive Garden employees led Howie to call the police. Warren police interviewed Howie, his friends, and several employees, and the police report described the object as a rat foot that appeared to have been chewed. Ooh. That's a crucial piece of evidence. Bite marks. The rat foot allegedly cut the inside of Howie's cheek, causing him to bleed and later seek medical treatment at an urgent care in Warner. He received a tetanus shot and was prescribed antibiotics. Health department visited the restaurant and determined there was no evidence of rodents in the facility. MCHD also noted that Olive Garden's pest control provider conducted a regularly scheduled service at the restaurant on March 11th, the same date as the alleged incident, and there were no pests observed in the report. We have no reason to believe there is any validity to this claim. He totally did it himself. It's possible. It is certainly possible. The photo of the foot shows no signs that it underwent a cooking process, nor does it show any signs of taking on any red color consistent with the red base of the minestrone. The foot is significantly larger than our soup spoons and would be difficult for someone to unknowingly insert in their mouth. The guest and his attorney have refused our repeated requests to provide us with the foot so we can have it forensically examined to determine what species it is. Since the incident, Howie has suffered a loss of appetite and an aversion to meat, fear of eating at restaurants, nausea, trouble sleeping, and increased depression. Well, this was all fake. This was absolutely a scam. Planted. Case closed. They won't even turn over the foot. They still have the foot and won't give it to them to forensically examine. Liar. That's case closed. That is crazy, though, if he started biting on the foot himself, though. He's like, all right, I'm doing it. I'm gonna get 50 grand out of this. I swear to God. I'll eat a rat's foot. It happened decades ago at Wendy's. The lady put a severed human thumb in her chili for a payday. What? Police identified severed finger in a Wendy's chili case. Wendy's chili finger lady comes clean. She could only keep quiet for so long, the scam drew international headlines and made millions of people think twice about ordering a cup of chili from Wendy's. Now the woman at the center of the chili finger case is talking about the infamous finger food crime. So this one is a confirmed hoax. In 2005, Anna Ayala was dining at a San Jose Wendy's restaurant when she claimed she chomped down on a partially cooked segment of a human finger. The fast food chain suffered an estimated $21 million in lost business. How do you calculate that? Do you do like an exit survey to your regulars? Like, hey guys, why aren't you ordering the chili anymore? Seems like such a hard thing to quantify. Her husband, Jamie Placencia, got the severed finger from a coworker who lost it in an industrial accident. At least it was ethically sourced. He didn't cut the finger off himself. He went to someone who had already lost it and kept it as a souvenir, I guess on like a keychain or something. Both Ayala and Placencia pleaded guilty. A was sentenced to 9 years in prison but was released after 4 years on good behavior. There's one condition to her release. She's not allowed to step foot back in the place that made her famous. A life without Wendy's, is that even a life worth living? She'd been out of prison for about a year and living in San Jose, but until now she's kept quiet. Placencia is still serving time for his role in the scam. A is coming clean now. In an exclusive interview with CBS 5 this week, she apologized and revealed a deep secret. I cooked it. So hype. As if that was even up for debate. Obviously, Wendy's didn't fucking cook it. During the interview, she said she prepared the piece of ring finger at her Las Vegas home, then drove it to San Jose where she dropped it in the chili. A told reporters, other prisoners, and even guards ridiculed her and called her names because of the scam that landed her behind bars. I learned my lesson. I just want to move on with my life. Don't let anyone tell you a little ridicule doesn't work. I imagine the jail time also certainly helped her learn that lesson, but, you know, let's not discount the efficacy of calling her mean names. Calling her stupid. Yeah, I know I look a little disheveled. So what? Big whoop. You want to fight about it, huh, tough guy? Is that what you want? You want to tussle with the muscle? Get down and dirty in the pig pen? Well, that's too damn bad. I'm way too tired for that. I just, legitimately can't sleep anymore. For, the last 2 weeks, I've been going through this cycle where I'll have 2 days, a full 48-hour period, where I get maybe 2 to 3 hours total of sleep, and then the third day I'll hibernate for, 10 or so hours, and then that cycle just keeps repeating itself like I'm a goddamn meth addict. It's like a powerlifter's workout split, but instead of growing my muscles, it's growing my frustration, because it is so upsetting that I just can't sleep, despite wanting to. I've tried every trick in the book, but we're not here to just focus on my sleep tactics. One thing I've been doing while I've been engaged in this battle against insomnia, this raid boss that I've encountered, I've just been perusing the deep underbelly of the internet, just scouring around looking for wacky shit, and I found something really interesting last night, and then decided I was going to try and sleep, and I actually did manage to get a little shut-eye, and I woke up this morning and I found out that it blew up in popularity on Twitter, so just like a hipster, I was here before it was cool. What you just witnessed was a celebration for a character appearing on screen in a movie. This is how I imagine Pixar envisioned Claude's appearance in Elementals would go over when they tried that viral marketing campaign for Claude. This is what I imagine they pictured in their head. People fucking firing off fireworks, going ballistic. Wow! You know, that kind of thing. And it actually happened here. So, this was for the screening of a movie called Tiger 3, which has a very famous actor in it named Salman Khan. And when he made his grand appearance on screen, a few audience members set up a pyrotechnics display, like a fucking WWE entrance, and just blasted the roof off of this bitch here. Just shit going crazy. I understand being excited to see a beloved character return. I imagine if I did actually reprise my role as the District 8 hospital helper in the new Hunger Games movie, we might have seen a couple sparklers be lit up in the auditorium for people celebrating my appearance on screen, but never like this. I don't think I have ever been this excited about anything in my life, and I'm jealous. Without exaggeration, this might be one of the stupidest things I've ever seen in my life. This is, no joke, extraordinarily dangerous. I could list you tons and tons of examples of fireworks being done inside causing a fire that kills people. I'll give you two of the biggest ones off the top of my head. One of them was a month ago at a wedding in Iraq where a pyrotechnics display ended up setting the entire venue on fire and killing over 100 people. And then of course there is one of the most famous examples, the Station nightclub fire disaster of 2003, where once again, a pyrotechnics display caught the venue on fire. It was done inside. It lit some of the acoustic paneling on fire, again, killing over 100 people. That could have easily happened here. And even if they didn't burn this entire motherfucker down with the fireworks, the trampling and the stampede-like
catastrophe that unfolded could have easily killed people too, with people just getting trampled to death. It is a miracle nobody died. Another wild component of this story is it's not the first time this has happened, and also not the first time the actor has had to address this. In 2021, Khan was similarly compelled to put out a statement on Instagram following several viral videos of fans igniting firecrackers in cinema screenings of his film, Antim: The Final Truth. Enjoy the film by all means, but please avoid taking firecrackers inside the auditorium, he wrote in the post. This is my request to all my fans. Thank you. Unfortunately, they did not listen to that. They came back and set off even more fireworks this time around. I can't believe it's a common occurrence. It blows my mind that this hasn't led to deaths. Maybe they're just on a real lucky streak, or maybe these movie theaters are just like super well built to handle any and all kinds of curveballs you might throw at them, including fireworks being set off inside, which I don't think many buildings consider. This is like a mortar attack raining down on the theater here. It's like the artillery squad just started fucking blasting them. It is falling on top of people and exploding in their face, so everyone's scrambling to get out. It is baffling. And it's also like the dumbest idea ever, even just conceptually. Let's just say you're stupid enough to not recognize the danger of setting off fireworks inside and how it could easily kill people. What the fuck do you expect to happen? You can't hear the movie anymore, you can't see the movie anymore because of all the smoke, so this character you're really excited for in the film, you won't even get to see or hear from for the rest of the production because the entire fucking auditorium's been covered in smoke and you're not gonna be able to hear shit. Like, I don't understand, like, it doesn't make any level of sense at all. This is like being so excited that your favorite character's back in the movie that you decide to break the projector. It just never ends, by the way. This is longer than, like, the Disney World fireworks show they do every night. They went wacky with this. They didn't just get 1 or 2 fireworks. No, they got the whole kit and caboodle. I don't know how much money they spent on it, but they went fucking hog wild here. It just keeps going. I saw quite a few articles reference them as firecrackers, and that is such an understatement. That is not accurate at all. Granted, I'm not a fireworks connoisseur, but I know firecrackers from when I was a kid, and this is like at least 5 or 6 levels above that. This shit is firing into the air and exploding in everyone's faces in a big way. It's spreading sparks all over the place. This is a little more than firecrackers here. When you read a headline that says, some theater goers set off firecrackers inside, this is not what you picture. This looks like something you'd find out of, like, you know, Saving Private Ryan or something during like a big war scene. This is not just like a couple of firecrackers that got set off. It goes on for another like 30 or 45 seconds or so, but you get the point. A lot of fireworks were set off inside a movie theater. Now, they're reporting that no damage was done. I find that claim very hard to believe, but I'll take them at their word. Somehow, maybe this auditorium's made out of fucking adamantium. I have no idea. But somehow, you know, no one dies. I don't think there's any reported injuries either, so I guess that's the best possible outcome, but the movie was absolutely ruined for the audience. I don't see where you go from here, because again, the auditorium's just going to smell like, you know, gunpowder, going to be covered in smoke so you can't really see the screen, and your ears are probably going to be ringing. Fucking tinnitus has just been given to the entire, you know, auditorium, so I don't think the movie got to be enjoyed past this point. But yeah, I just had to talk about this because, man, the enthusiasm and the passion for this character is almost inspiring. Like, I wish there was something I was this excited for. But yeah, I just had to talk about it a little bit. That's it. So yeah. Today there were a handful of moments that went viral on Twitter from the Young Thug trial that's ongoing. And I really want to talk about them. I need to make it clear right away, I know next to nothing about the Young Thug trial. I don't know what the particulars of the case are, what he's being accused of, what he's potentially facing. I don't really have a clue, but you don't need to know the lore behind why the trial is happening to understand why these moments are so wacky. I'm going to go ahead and start by showing you what I believe is potentially one of the biggest head-scratcher moments the American justice system has ever heard.
Regardless is less than 1% of this whole indictment. This reminds me of this anime named Bleach, where it's 16 seasons. Every episode is about 18, 20 episodes. Sorry, every season is 18 to 20 episodes. And they have season 4 and 5. They have these bouts. They're villains of the whole thing in season 4 and season 5. The main characters are trying to get them out of soul society.
Pardon the interruption. I'm not trying to jump scare you here, nor am I trying to intrude on this passionate speech about the Bount arc from Bleach, but I think it's important because I imagine most of you haven't seen what she's referring to, and God bless you, keep it that way. The Bount arc in Bleach is regarded by many, myself included, as one of the worst arcs in all of anime. It's basically about vampires that get introduced out of nowhere and then leave out of nowhere, never to be addressed again. It is a garbage filler arc that serves only to waste your time and insult your intelligence. It is truly trash. And I'm one of those poor souls that endured the torture of watching it. I didn't know the Bount arc was filler. So I subjected myself to that almost never-ending nightmare. So when she brought up the Bount arc here, it was like an old wound reopening and then having salt poured in it. I had a repressed memory come forefront and then like post-traumatic stress disorder as a result because she brought up the Bount arc in this fucking trial for some reason. Now, she is representing someone else who is involved in this case. His name is Rodalius Ryan, and the way she's trying to weave in the anime reference with the point she's trying to make is interesting.
You go to season 6, you don't hear about the bounce. You go to season 7, you don't hear about the bounce. Why don't you hear about these important characters? Because they're filler characters. It's a filler season. Me and Rodalius, we're fillers. We're not integral to the story. They just drag him out of prison to jail to make this bigger than it has to be. We're basically distractions. So, as a juror, what can you do to tell the state, we're not going to be distracted. We don't need to listen to filler. You come back at the end of this with a not guilty for Rodalius Ryan. You tell them we do not want to waste our time on fillers. We just want to get to substance. So I guess, sit back, enjoy the show, get some popcorn, because this is not justice, this is a circus. Thank you.
I find that closing remark, this isn't justice, this is a circus, hits even harder since it follows an entire speech about anime in a legal setting. Like, she isn't wrong. This is set the dial from serious all the way to silly. We have cranked that shit up now. We're talking anime. Like, what the fuck? Like, this is how I imagine a Discord trial might go. You have Judge Wumpus presiding over a case, slamming the gavel. Order! Order! Huh. Interesting. Tipping a fedora. This reminds me of that time in Naruto when Rock Lee took off those training weights against Gaara. Am I right? Isn't that right, jury? Like, it's just... It is taken anime and put it in a setting where it shouldn't be. This is a very professional spot that deals with people's lives. Like, you're there to represent your client, and you're using anime in your opening statements here, I think is probably the wrong move here on the chessboard. Not the strongest opening. Based on how she sums up her opening statements, it seems like the point she's trying to get across is that her client is not important in the overall case, thus their presence is only there to serve as a distraction or inflating everything. Thus, it's filler, like Bleach Bount arc. Now, for the next clip I'd like to show you, you're going to have to really open up your ears here because the audio on it is some dog ass. It's pretty bad. For some reason, quite a few times throughout the trial, the audio would just get really fucked up.
But to Jeffrey, thug had a different meaning. Now, some of you read books about Tupac and what it meant to be thug life. Thug life, the hate you give little infants, F's, everyone. Meaning discrimination and racism hurts all of us. We teach that to our kids.
Now, this is Young Thug's lawyer, and right now he is trying to get into the kitchen with a ton of ingredients and start cooking. And the recipe that he's following, well, it's got some interesting flavor to it, to say the least, with the direction that this dish ends up going.
That was not what thug meant to Jeffrey. Thug meant and means to Jeffrey something very personal. It was his pact that if he could ever make it as a musical artist and help his family, himself, and his many others out of this endless cycle of hopelessness, he would be truly humble under God. That's what thug means.
I tried my best to edit out the long pauses he takes. I don't know if he's like a classically trained actor or something, or he's auditioning for a thespian troupe. I don't really know. But he takes these like long, really dramatic pauses mid-sentence, and it just dragged everything so long. My theory is that the reason he keeps pausing and stopping for a little bit is because he's stalling for time so he can continue to come up with something in his noodle up here, and he eventually comes up with a banger. He ties it into... This is not what thug actually means to Jeffrey, Jeffrey being Young Thug's real name. He then says the thug stands for truly humbled under God. And when I heard him say that, I did one of these. I actually just shot back. I was like, wow, he fucking did it. He pulled off a miracle. Like, I could imagine, like, the jury standing up and clapping like, man, that was so moving, wiping tears from their eyes. Truly humbled under God. Now it all makes sense. Like, it's such an incredible Hail Mary play from the lawyer here. Obviously, this is a bunch of fish paste. That is... The thug in Young Thug doesn't stand for anything. It's not an abbreviation. That wouldn't make any sense. Let's just play ball with this idea here, this fantasy that it stands for truly humbled under God. That would mean his name would be Young, Truly Humbled Under God. That would be his artist name. That is nonsensical. But it was a really interesting tactic here, a very odd strategy that I couldn't help but appreciate. Like, I found it impressive. To go to this level of, like, on-the-spot thinking to try and just pull something out of your ass is admirable. I unironically love that strategy. I think it's just a banger. It makes me want to give it a try. Like, the moist on my shirt, it stands for mopey outlook is super terrible. And it's all about having a mopey attitude is a bad thing, and we gotta turn that frown upside down. It's all about a positive outlook, baby. And actually, that's a perfect segue into another thing Young Thug's lawyer tried to pull off in the trial today. It's another very incredible strategy.
And the indictment that the prosecution had the grand jury return says he's holding up a blood sign, and that furthers this conspiracy. There's nothing wrong with holding up a blood sign, but that's not a blood sign. A blood sign's like this. It looks like a B. That is a P. Jeffrey's fingers are down. And what you'll learn is that Jeffrey just released with Sergio Kitchens, performed on Gunna, a song that is wildly popular. It's around the globe. It's called Pushing P. And it's positivity. It means any circumstance you're in, if you think positively about something, you can make it through. You're pushing positivity. You're pushing P. Jeffrey is showing the P.
If ever there was a time for a standing ovation in court, it would be right then. This guy, in front of all of humanity and God, went out there and said, actually, what you're looking at is a P with his hands, and it references pushing P, which stands for pushing positivity. That is so good. That is so fun. What a fucking W. Like, I'm sure most of you remember Pushing P from like a year or so ago. I never fully understood exactly what it meant. I believe, like, the main usage was Pushing P references, like, pursuing success while still maintaining integrity, like being loyal to the people that you care about, that you're close with, like your friends, like never forgetting where you came from while pursuing success. Which, I guess in a way, you could argue that Pushing P is pushing positivity, I suppose, though I don't think the P ever stood for positivity, ever. But from this point forward, if I ever see Pushing P again, that's immediately where my head's going. From now on, if I see Pushing P, I'll be like, oh, pushing positivity, I get it. All because of this lawyer. I don't know how these interesting strategies will pan out in court for Young Thug and everyone else on trial. I don't know anything about the case. All I know is that these clips from today's trial are really interesting, to say the least. I just had to share them. I had to talk about them a little bit. I guess we'll see how it all plays out. That's really about it. See ya. At the start of 2023, there was a very interesting trend that just blew up online. And it's not like it was a trend done by YouTubers or TikTokers or influencers or whatever. It was actually from news agencies. It was the police chase era, where every single day it felt like there was a wild chase going on in LA. LA is pretty much where police chases were invented. For a couple of months, chases were more common than the cold. It wasn't a matter of if there was a police chase on any given day, it was a matter of if you got home in time to watch the live stream of one of the 3 or 4 police chases that happened on that day. It was just a guarantee, pretty much. You bet your sweet bippy there was going to be at least 1 or 2 high-profile, full-throttle chases, just a matter of when they were going to happen. And all of them, for the most part, were live streamed online, bringing in thousands upon thousands of viewers all tuned in to be glued to it. For a few months, it was a sport more popular than baseball, watching these police chases. And I started to hatch a little bit of a tinfoil hat conspiracy theory that perhaps there was foul play afoot. I was only half joking with my theory that perhaps these news organizations like ABC and Fox were leaving cars out in LA with the doors open and keys in the ignition, just begging people to go in there and steal it, so that way they could immediately start a stream and then maybe pump some ads to the thousands of viewers that were tuning in. Basically just a little infinite money glitch. Just because I couldn't fathom how common it was. But anyway, enough reflecting on the past, because that did fizzle out a bit. Obviously, police chases are still happening all the time in LA. It really is extraordinarily common there. But the streams aren't as common anymore. However, there was one that happened a couple nights ago, and while I was streaming, chat made me aware of it, so I decided to tune in to the end of it to see how it all wrapped itself up. And it was a pretty wacky set of circumstances that this one concluded with, and I just thought it'd be fun to share with you. Have you seen the LA police chase today where a truck rammed into the suspect to stop him? I imagine there was probably like 6 or 7 police chases today, so I gotta find the one you're referring to. Peaceful but not graceful, stolen vehicle suspect pants get stuck while trying to surrender after an LA chase. Yeah, I think it's this one. It looks like a truck, like a civilian truck has boxed him in. And it does look like his trousers have been caught while trying to get out. So I think this is the one.
And kind of creep forward a little bit.
Oh, he's about to take off. I feel it. This is all a ruse.
See if it comes to an end here. He's got some traffic, or some room, I should say, ahead of him. The lanes have cleared, and he's starting to roll forward towards Crenshaw. So,
well, he didn't go very fast.
Get back on the 10, head down to
West
Adams District. Exit, which I was just on, and I'm always fearful that something like this is going to happen. Okay, and now that's not the way.
Yeah, it sounds about right with LA.
Made that decision at the last
I take that road, and I always just think in the back of my head, is today the day where there's a huge fucking police chase here? Never mind, this guy's making some interesting maneuvers.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he's going to go onto the sidewalk.
Oh, shit!
You can't see him, but he went up on the sidewalk, down that driveway. Oh, man.
Yeah, wacky car chases are pretty common in LA.
We saw somebody get out of their car on the freeway to take a video or a picture.
Even though they're not as crazy as they were a few months ago, they're still happening every day, I'm
Of your
sure.
car to take a picture of the
This is the home of
pursuit.
police chases.
But we know that the longer these things go on, but police obviously warn for like these drivers right here that like that.
Oh, it's a
guy
standoff!
To box him in to help out. Oh my goodness, that is.
He said, "Not on my watch, Buster."
You never know if the driver has a gun or not. Oh wow, so this guy's trying to be a hero.
Right up against. Pedal turn right. Pedal turn right.
I often wonder if this guy's trying to be a hero or if you're just, well, now you see the police car. But
Yeah, wait, what happened? Oh,
or if
thanks.
you're just a frustrated driver getting mad at somebody blocking you in.
It was very polite of him not to ram this car.
You have to
He could have fucked his whole day up with that.
Wow. Oh, let's hope he doesn't lose his pants in the process.
No, I won't go in too tight on this in case that happens, but
Oh wait, yeah, actually, hold on. Is this tossed? Does his whole ass fall out? I also love the way he's wiggling out there. It's like we're watching the miracle of childbirth here. Hold on. Let me make sure there's no
halfway out,
ass.
halfway in.
Give me 2 seconds. This will be for me to enjoy. Yeah, we're fine. His ass stays in the undergarments, so we're good. This is like a full 4 minutes worth of him struggling to like crawl his way out of this window. Like the police chase was only a couple of minutes, and the rest is just spent on like the ending segment here of him trying to get out of this window.
This is going to cause a huge traffic nightmare. So
this is like half of the police activity, just watching him struggle to get out of the window.
As it is this time of day.
No, exactly. It looks like LAPD wants to move up with that.
It looks like they just want to embarrass him.
On the right-hand side, they might move up. They might get a
do it one-handed
to pull him out, and that's likely what they're about.
Why'd you stop wiggling?
They have some less lethal weapons there in case there's a problem. But so far, this guy.
Like, dude, just arrest me. I'm stuck.
Coming out the door, though. Not sure why he didn't just pop the door and come out. But he's caught up on something there with his pants.
Oh yeah, it looks like his jeans have fallen down, and that might be his boxer.
That is a great point. Why didn't he just open the door?
I feel like
come out with your hands up. All right,
yes.
I'll plop out the sign.
Yeah, that
he puked? No, he didn't puke. That was like a necklace.
Also, LAPD, not just the driver.
It looks like he's about to do like that upside down twerking that was viral a few years ago.
That could be
about to bust that shit out.
Holding back from going in. There's.
You guys gonna arrest me with these kind of cheeks?
There's no canine unit here on the pursuit, so they can't use a dog. They probably wouldn't at this point. They're likely going to put it.
Why would they use a dog here? He is stuck.
The car secure. But clearly the
we don't need that.
Is caught up on something.
Yeah, maybe he unhooked his pocket or something.
Oh, he opened the sunroof.
Possibly. Here he goes. I think he's.
Oh, there we are. There we go.
And
excellent dismount.
I'll flip over, back on the ground. That's exactly what they want him to do. And now they can
textbook
move in and take him into custody.
Incredible work.
All right,
slide cancel.
Not graceful. Jill, we're happy. So far,
yeah, you hit an IRL slide cancel
in the process of this pursuit. Thank goodness.
So what was he on the run for? What was it? Stolen vehicle. I've never seen a maneuver quite like this. Doing a somersault out of the window of a vehicle is something that would have never even crossed my mind. This isn't even a technique Dale Brown would teach you at Detroit survival training courses. Like, this is a very elite maneuver here. And to see it, you know, pulled off in this capacity was shocking. I was half expecting him to do like a front handspring or something getting out of that position. It took him a while, a lot of struggling, but when he actually did pull off the somersault, it was remarkably graceful. Like, the elegance there was impressive. Unfortunately, his pants suffered a great deal, paid a big price with that, with the pants getting caught on like the steering wheel or something. I'm not even sure what they got caught on, but you can't argue with the results. It looked pretty cool. It makes for a very interesting conclusion to this chase. Also, I've got to call attention to this being one of the most polite stoppages here, with the civilian parking his truck and blocking the guy in the stolen vehicle. Like, it was all very, like, polite, well-mannered. He drove very slowly there, blocking him very slowly. They touched noses, they gave a little kiss, and that was it. No damage to the truck, no damage to the stolen vehicle, and just called it quits right then and there. Like, that could have got ugly, but it didn't. It ended right then and there. So, I guess, all in all, about the best outcome you could expect from a police chase. That's really about it. See ya. You heard about the new Tinder Select membership? Is that the $1,000 Tinder membership? Or $500 per month membership. Yeah, we talked about this a while ago when it was still an idea. Are they actually doing it?
Month.
Why?
The company says
what does it do again?
Apply to be part of this group, and it's only going to allow about 1% of its users to gain access. The membership comes with a variety of features, like the ability to direct message people without matching with them first.
Who would ever want that? Brother, if you're not getting matched, the last thing they're going to want is a message from you begging. Paying $500 a month to cold call like a telemarketer to the women you see on Twitter is the most shameful thing imaginable. Oh my god. I remember when this was an idea a while ago. I can't believe they actually did it. That is baffling. Oh, wow. Yucky. Yeah, those poor souls. It's just Instagram. At that point, yeah, kinda. But it's an even more pathetic Instagram because the women that you're reaching out to are going to know you're paying $500 a month because they swiped left on you but still got a message. So they would connect dots. They'd have neuron activation, piece together that you are a lonely, desperate loser who just spent $500 a month in order to send that desperate message. So you're fucked.
You're also promised to be seen by more users. Tinder Select is an alternative to the regular subscription that starts at $24.99 a month.
The regular subscription at $24.99? What's that do? Wait, what? I don't remember that. Also, being seen by more people doesn't help you if you're still not getting matches. Oh, I remember this. Inspiration for this members-only club with Tinder comes from Match's July 2022 acquisition of another high-end dating app, The League, which costs users up to $1,000 per week. Fuck me, I forgot about that. Hold on, I need to pull that up again. Launched in 2015. She conceived the app after growing frustrated with her own online dating experience. Okay. So they connect LinkedIn and Facebook, select preferences, and each user is assigned a rep who can answer app-related questions. They swipe right to indicate interest in a potential match or left to pass, and the league shows users only 5 potential matches per day. In 2016, they released a second version with members now able to organize events and create groups. They also added a feature for women interested in freezing their eggs. What the fuck? Each member receives 1 ticket to bring a friend, allowing that friend to bypass the application process. Without a ticket, a potential user can sign up for the waiting list. The league scans an applicant's Facebook and LinkedIn profiles to analyze alma maters, degrees, professions, industries, social influence, neighborhood, and age. Diversity of applicants is also considered. Currently, there are 420,000 profiles waiting to be selected for inclusion. Paying to become a member allows the user to jump the line. In May 2016, the app began allowing people older than 40 to sign up, and as of August 2016, the median age is 28. 95% straight, 99 have a college degree, and as of 2017, the league claimed it was accepting approximately 10 to 20% of users who sign up. Third-party data estimates the league has a few 100,000 users, and users pay nearly $1,000 per week for its top features. What the fuck are the features? It's just an exclusive dating app, which is going to do nothing for you if you're already striking out on like the basics. This isn't going to do anything except make you more poor. That's fair enough. There's nothing wrong with using dating apps, but I really think real-world socialization is going to be the most effective thing, not only for your own mental health, but in finding a partner with common interests. Because I imagine the places you would go are places that you're interested in, thus the people you meet there have some similar interest off rip. I feel like the more isolated people become into these pockets where even dating and even having these personal connections with people is only through a computer or through a phone is just going to leave you even more socially confused. But there's nothing wrong with using them. But I highly recommend going to places. So upgrade your dating life. Members double your matches and support our mission to foster equal relationships across the globe. So you get to skip the wait list. You get 5 daily prospects or 150 potential matches each month. You see if a match has read your message. And you can see your past likes. And that is at minimum $100 per week. And then there's this. You get 1 extra prospect per day, a free power move. What does that mean? Like it's going to spit game for you? It summons the holy wizard to go in there and try and woo the women for you? What is a free power move? You get a free rematch and a free undo for $200 per week. It's pay to win dating. Holy shit. But I mean, pay to lose, really. This one is you get another extra daily prospects, so 7. You can see everyone who likes you. You can be paired first at League Live, which I guess is a speed dating service that happens every Sunday, like a fucking game show. And this one's $400 per week. And then here's the VIP, where it says get matches guaranteed. So VIPs get 8 daily matches. Wait, so these aren't even prospects anymore? Are they just lying to you? They can't force women to match with you. How does that work? They went from prospects to slam dunks? Instant match your batch. So skip the waiting to be... They must have just bot accounts on there for their VIPs in order to fulfill this. Like just completely fake accounts. Hot girls near you. Pretty much, yeah. You can match anyone from your past, and you can be paired with all-stars at League Live, which is eligible for 8 speed dates on each Sunday for $1,000 per week. This is so sad. This is so fucking sad. Oh my god. I don't think we looked this up last time. I've heard of the league before because when Tinder was kicking this around, they name dropped it, but I don't think we ever looked this up. I feel like I would have remembered all this. This sounds like EA's dating site. It actually does. Like, it really does. Oh, it actually goes deeper. Beyond the exclusivity, the feature set is fairly paltry. Select members can direct message another member without matching, but only up to 2 times per week, and they can't send a super like at the same time. Plus, some recipients can opt out of receiving DMs. So you could just... Everyone's gonna opt out of that. No one's gonna want to be getting fucking messages from goobers that they've already swiped left on. You are actually just going to be sending messages into the void. You're better off just writing your pickup lines on a note, rolling it up and putting it in a bottle and sending it out at sea and hoping a woman likes it. This is such a dumb feature to pay $500 per month on. In addition, select members' profiles will be shown unblurred in the Like You grid in the app for up to 7 days. That is rough. Seems more like an escort service. No, at least there you're guaranteed an interaction. Here you're paying $500 a month for a pipe dream of an interaction that will likely never happen. Ladies and gentlemen, must apologize for the absence of MWL in your life over the last 2 months. We recognized an internal issue that we've worked our best to rectify. Illiteracy. A pariah that's plagued most of society, but most of all, our wrestlers. We've been trying to combat this menace, and we developed our own special program, Wrestlers for Reading.
Absolutely, Charles. Nothing like education under the guise of violence. If there's one thing this program's taught me, it's the importance of the 3 Bs. Beers, babes, and books.
And bitches. I tell you what, if the Genie Maker gave me one wish, it would be the ability to read. Because you know what? I'm at a loss for words, but not at a loss for words. Because all these goddamn books around us. Let's take it live to Commissioner Phillips just so you can see how many we got and how our wrestlers here are doing.
Illiteracy, you bastard. Here at the MWL, we take the education of our wrestlers really, really seriously. So we started the WFW, Wrestlers for Reading. Because we believe that the only thing more powerful than a well-placed Frankensteiner is a sharp, strong mind. Hey,
thank you.
What are you guys doing back here?
Trying to read.
No,
he's
helping him out.
Don't you fuck around with him in here.
Hey, give me it.
All right,
Come on. What? What are you talking?
Oh,
telling
classic
me
Dow
right
Jones.
That we cannot
There's always got to be
battle
something
here in
going
this
on with him.
library?
You're allowed to fight in the library. You just can't upset the librarian. He never shushes anybody more than 3 times, and you don't want to know what the hell he does on time number 3. Okay. So keep it down. Shh.
Okay.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my Lord.
This is a holy sanctuary of
And the
education.
library. Oh my goodness.
Gosh.
He was just reading The Catcher in the Rye, and now he's the fighter of this guy.
Oh, Dow Jones must have recently checked out a book on how to beat ass.
Oh.
Oh, someone get me a drink. I'm thirsty.
He's thirsty for high gains and low volumes.
No!
That's how the stock market operates.
He's lucky that vending machine didn't fall on him. You'd be surprised how many people died of that a year.
Hey, God rest their souls.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, not the DVDs.
Oh.
Oh, my gosh.
There goes the Criterion collection.
Oh, he's trying to escape.
Oh. No, he couldn't make it out the portcullis. Oh.
Yes. Oh, my wishes are coming true.
I mean, this is what happens when you try to interrupt a man's education.
Oh.
He'll never
Good
get
Lord.
me. Why? Because I'm the genie maker. Follow me. Hey, what are you reading?
Oh, come on. He's
just
man,
trying
he's
to
just trying to study in the rotunda. Let him be.
This isn't study hall anymore. This is study brawl.
He's coming. No, he'll never stop me. He'll never stop me.
Scooby-Doo shit now.
He's damn near gone, girl. Oh, and he's right back.
There. Easy. Oh, get up there. Yes, I shall make a sacrifice.
Oh, he's gonna sacrifice him?
To the
library?
What? To the reading gods?
Here we go.
Oh my goodness.
Oh! That's gonna break his spine, and I'm not talking about his books.
Thankfully, Dow Jones has a hard back.
The library wasn't built for this kind of abuse.
You ain't never had a friend like me. Woo!
Oh my gosh.
He's done for. He's done for.
Oh, have mercy. The pepperonis at this time of day?
Those are his education nodes.
Yes. Now.
Wait, pant back.
Where?
What's he looking for?
Well, here they are.
Not the library issued nipple clamps?
Oh my Lord.
He's got to check those out first.
That's public property.
Oh!
Who knows how many other nipples those are clamped?
Shh. They really got to watch out for this librarian. 2 more strikes and Dow Jones is out.
Yeah, the librarian did not like that.
Point for me. Back to reading, because honestly, that's the only reason I came here for. To learn how to properly read. Oh, this is interesting. You don't know how to read.
Oh! He got him with the Agent 47. He read that in the Art of War.
No, calm
Second
down,
coming of Sun Tzu. If you really like the market.
Looks like we're about to enter a bull market.
Another bull market? Jesus.
That's the 3rd time this week.
That stock, it's on the rebound.
No doubt, no more.
Oh!
Does that happen in the stock market?
I don't know. Oh my God, he's looking for Shark Tale. He says this is the car wash, 'cause you're washed, buddy.
Oh no. Down, no.
Oh, he's...
Oh!
No.
Oh my God.
Nah, Genie Maker's upset the librarian now, too.
Oh!
Oh. He looks out cold.
Yeah, he's done for.
He's asleep at the wheel, and the stock just hit the rock bottom.
He was at about a 2nd grade reading level before that, and now he's down to pre-K.
What year is it? Oh my goodness, where's my...
Botticelli. What did he ever know about good investments?
Well, that book's iconic.
Yeah, that's a picture book. He's cheating, man.
Oh, he tried to get back up.
That book's even heavier because it's got thousands of years of knowledge in it.
Done. Oh, now our nuts are even, mate. Sorry, Dow. You'll never be Aladdin.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh, gee.
Oh my
the
goodness.
Entire book.
The entire shelf. Dow Jones is like the giver right now, but the only thing he's giving is an ass whooping.
Oh. Sticks and stones may break my bones,
But that wall will fucking hurt.
and words hurt even worse.
Oh yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Oh my God. It's the magic treehouse. Welcome to the night of the ass beating.
It just. Oh no way.
Oh.
Oh, right on the nap time mat.
You know what? Now you're gonna learn.
Is that Commissioner Phillips?
That is. I think he's trying to get his education on too. I thought he knew how to read, but I guess all those contracts were moot.
Oh, now we're getting a lesson.
Take notes, folks.
Hey! Oh,
Toro.
You want to interrupt my lesson? I'm gonna teach you another one. This is the 401.
Oh,
KO.
My lord,
boy.
no.
not with the whiteboard.
I guess this class is dismissed.
Have mercy.
Gosh. This is a holy site of learning.
Every time I do this, oh man, it usually costs so much, and today it's free.
Oh, this took us
Right on this rumpus.
It's bare bottom. Well, almost bare bottom.
Oh, those pants are thin. It might as well be.
He's lived 1,000 years just for this humiliation.
Now, I'm gonna erase you from history. No.
Oh, I'm sure the ancient tomes didn't tell him about this.
And just like in real life, his stock crashes and hits the bottom, and it's time to cash him out.
He's sending him to heaven?
He's cashing him out.
Oh, he's almost as well read as his body is read. Oh, he's going for a pin.
Does that work here? It's an unsanctioned match. That's a good point.
Great call from Commissioner.
He's not getting the librarian involved with him.
No, Dow. No. Please. Yes.
They clearly hate each other.
But you didn't.
Oh.
Get down. Get down.
Oh! That must have been an angry student, upset that his education was interrupted.
Yeah, you don't want to piss these kids off.
Oh, wait. Enough with the bodies.
Oh?
Let's fight it with our hands.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Oh, the gentleman's game.
There we go.
Are you ready?
This is much better. A sophisticated match for a sophisticated time.
A man's game.
God, they're like lightning. We're seeing their after image.
That's a checkmate.
Well, we always knew Dow Jones had mastered the Sicilian defense, and now we've seen it. Oh, the librarian is pissed.
Not happy about those chess pieces on the ground.
It's close. That's 2 strikes. Who knows where the third will come from?
Give me your finger. Yes. Perfect.
No! Oh, he's all
desecrating the...
Oh! Genie Maker with his own implementation of Lang Chi or death by 1,000 cuts.
Not the hand sanitizer! No. That's gonna sting!
Oh my goodness.
Forget Sun Tzu's Art of War. I thought we were here for LeVar Burton's Art of Reading.
It's the reading pain bow.
That's it. You're getting booked.
Oh no.
Now the librarian's
librarian stepping in.
He's had enough. You only get one chance in the library.
This is gonna be a real page turn.
Dow had one too many chances.
Oh!
Ooh.
Oh, wow!
Oh. Good lord.
That bookshelf must be made out of cast iron. It somehow withstood a full impact of Dow Jones.
Good lord.
Yeah, he's out for the count, folks.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Yeah,
the
Dow.
pain is clear.
Looks like your stocks just dropped. Remember, silence is the key to success.
I've always heard that, especially before a movie plays at a movie theater.
Yes. What? Shut up.
Oh.
You don't disrespect the librarian.
Good lord.
No.
Oh, God.
He asked for the...
Yep.
He said, get your head in a book.
You just been booked.
Classic librarian.
Yep. He'll do that to you.
Exactly.
You don't disrespect him in there. As you folks can all clearly see, the Wrestlers for Reading program is producing some fantastic results, a resounding success. And how are you boys feeling? Do you think Dow Jones and Genie Maker learned a thing or two today about illiteracy and how to stop being illiterate?
They may have beat each other's ass, but you know whose ass got beat way harder? Illiteracy. Those bad boys are in there. You should have seen them fight with words. It was much scarier.
Absolutely. We wanted our wrestlers to hit the books. This isn't exactly what we meant, but we'll take it. If you want to see our wrestlers grow and learn and watch their reading levels increase as they go through their fights, then you can tune in next time to the next episode of MWL.
It's now been over a month since I primarily switched from streaming on Twitch to streaming on YouTube. I spent about 5 or 6 years exclusively in the trenches of Twitch streaming, and now I've recently done a cannonball into the deep end of the pool of the YouTube ecosystem for streams. And I just wanted to debrief on the whole thing because I've been getting asked a lot, not only by chat, but by friends of mine, what the big differences are, what makes one better than the other, which I prefer. And I thought this would be an interesting topic because for a lot of people, Twitch versus YouTube for streaming is a lot like Coke versus Pepsi. They're very similar, but there are subtle differences that make people prefer one over the other. And for streaming, it's obviously Twitch that's the preference. And I just kind of want to go over this whole situation here, let you all take a bite from an apple of my tree of knowledge, and just bestow upon you the sage wisdom that I've been gathering since being on YouTube. Because I am the one that walks between worlds. I'm like fucking John Constantine. So let's just start out with the obvious differences that you'll hear everybody mention. YouTube streaming has no culture to it. It is very bland. It's very vanilla. There's no real identity to YouTube streaming chat culture. And that's not something that you can really teach or artificially integrate into a platform. It's like basketball. You can't teach height. There's certain things you can teach about basketball, but ultimately there are certain things you can't that'll make you a better basketball player. And for YouTube streaming, that is its chat culture. And let me break down exactly what that means here, because if you don't watch Twitch streams, then what I'm saying right now is a giant nothing burger of mumbo jumbo. Like, what the fuck is chat culture? Well, on Twitch, since it's been around for so long now, the community that watches Twitch streams has grown together and created a very unique identity for itself, where it has this DNA that's shared across every streamer's chat on the platform, with inside jokes or certain emotes that'll be spammed at certain times during the stream. And it doesn't matter who the streamer is, the chat itself is always in on the same general jokes or emotes, and just, it's hard to like actually explain, but if you've ever been on Twitch or streamed on Twitch, you'll know what I mean. There are just certain things in there where instead of just spamming like full conversational texts in a Twitch chat, they'll sum it up with like one line and an emote, you know? There's just so many ways that Twitch chat expresses itself in a way that other platforms don't, and frankly, other platforms just can't. That's not something that you can bring to your platform. It has to happen organically over a long period of time. Twitch has been around for so long, and despite being absolutely massive, the community itself still feels very tight-knit, which makes the streaming and chat experience on Twitch just overall more engaging. On YouTube, it's like Sasquatch. That doesn't exist. And another thing, Twitch does a really good job of making the chats readable. This is a huge thing, actually. Even in the biggest Twitch streams on that platform, you can read the chat because they're smart in that they hold messages for a very small period of time, so that way they come in chunks, which makes it legible. And on YouTube, they don't do that. Ludwig compared it to a sink faucet being turned on, which I think is a beautiful description of it, because it's just this endless flood of gobbledygook. Like, you can't read anything on a YouTube streamer's chat that's popping off because they don't hold anything. It's just real-time blasting you with information, and if you try to read it, your brain is going to blue screen. It's incomprehensible because they don't hold it, which makes it detrimental to the health of a stream and a stream's community, because if you can't engage with your community, they're often not going to stick around. This one actually has a super simple solution I am shocked they haven't implemented yet. Just put the rectangle in the rectangle-shaped hole here. Just hold the messages for a second. Just let them marinate for a second before sending them out, so that way it's not just this endless Star Wars scrolling text of things that nobody can read. Now, I know Ludwig also has an extension called Truffle, which aims to make the chat experience on YouTube more in line with the chat experience on Twitch, and it works pretty well. It is a band-aid to a bit of a boo-boo that YouTube still hasn't, cleaned out properly and fixed, but it does help. So I know there are tools, there are options here, but I feel like YouTube could definitely work on the simple things like the messages. The only thing that it can't really do here is create a chat culture. That's something that's just going to have to happen organically. YouTube can just provide tools and provide a better chat experience from a functionality standpoint. Now, there's two other big differences. The one that everyone's going to mention is discoverability, and I do think that's still correct. Now that I've been on YouTube for a month, I can say with confidence, nobody is finding your stream unless they are already on your channel. There's no way to find streams on YouTube effectively. If you browse the godforsaken wasteland that is the YouTube streaming tab, looking for any kind of interesting stream will be a daunting task. Like, you'd have an easier time having a threesome within the next 10 minutes than you would finding a single interesting stream that you might enjoy. The only way you find streams on YouTube is if you already watch the person that's streaming it. It is extremely difficult to find anything that's of interest to you. And trust me, I've done a lot of exploring here. That needs to be improved. On Twitch, I do think discoverability has suffered over the last few years, but that's just because of the oversaturation of streams in general. But on Twitch, it's far easier to find what you want. You go to the category of the game that sounds appealing, you'll look at the titles, you know, like, oh, this one sounds interesting, fingering butthole for $20. I'll take a peek, you know, is he actually going into the chocolate starfish here for donations? I mean, what's going on here? So then you click on it, and it's a channel you've never seen before, and you maybe give them a chance, and maybe you end up liking the stream. On YouTube, that's not going to happen. You just don't have that happen. It currently just feels like streaming is a bit of an afterthought here. There are some problems that I think could be addressed and could be fixed pretty quickly, and this is one of them. It's been in a pretty bad state for discoverability since its inception. It really feels like it's a secret. Like YouTube is keeping streaming a hush-hush whisper, like just a secret functionality. I think there's a large number of people that don't even know YouTube streams exist. I really think that. Because again, the only way new faces can even find a stream is if it somehow gets recommended to them. And in that case, it's just a gamble. You just have to hope that for some reason you made it into their algorithm and then they saw that you were streaming and maybe wanted to give it a try. But other than that, you're not really going to be seen by people that don't already know of your existence. So as a new streamer just starting out, YouTube is absolutely not the platform for you, I don't think. You'd be streaming to a fucking graveyard. Now there's one other thing I think Twitch does significantly better than YouTube, and then I want to get into what I think YouTube does better than Twitch. But on Twitch, subscribers is done much better. When you subscribe on Twitch, you all know what it means. It means you're giving money to a streamer. Twitch has something called Prime, where you can get a free sub to a streamer a month and they get $5, and it costs you nothing. It's an unbeatable service, and something YouTube legitimately can't match unless it wants to start offering an equivalent for YouTube Premium members. So like, if you have YouTube Premium, then you get one free membership to a YouTube streamer per month, so it'd be the same thing as Twitch Prime, but on YouTube. I don't see them doing that because it is such a massive net loss of money for the company. Twitch continues to offer Primes, but they're not doing it with a smile on their face. They're doing that with a big old frown. Like the fucking fattest frown of all time. They're praying that you don't remember to use it, because when you use it, it just costs them money, and they get nothing in return for it, other than just offering a legitimately unbeatable service, and it's good for the streamers, and it keeps a lot of streamers sticking around, because the Primes, I mean, that's a tough thing to beat. So YouTube doesn't have that, but another thing YouTube doesn't have is an identity to its memberships. When you hear subscribe on Twitch, you immediately know what it is. When you hear membership on YouTube, you're left scratching your head going, what are you talking about? Because even when you're looking at the stream, there's no membership button. But then when you're actually watching the stream, you'll notice there's no such thing as the membership button. It's a goddamn lie. What you need to locate is the join button, which in and of itself is kind of in a suboptimal location. It's right next to the subscribe button there, and on mobile, good luck finding that. It's a game of Where's Waldo. But then you click the join button, and then you become a member. But why call it join? That's very confusing. That's super convoluted. Like, if I didn't know what that button did, I would never touch it. I'd avoid it like the plague. Because what are you joining? You joining a Discord channel? You joining the anime club? Like, what are you joining? Joining a newsletter? Joining a community tab for the channel? Like, it doesn't tell you what it actually is. It should just be called membership or something. Like, it should show you exactly what it is. Because right now, it's a mystery game of what join does, and nobody plays the game. No one's clicking that button. Now, those are like the major differences that I think Twitch does better than YouTube, but I want to talk about some of the things I think YouTube does better than Twitch, because there are a few. The biggest one for me, and I think it is an incredible quality of life change to streaming that I think is a great thing for viewers, it's the ability to rewind a stream. So, on any YouTube stream you go to, you can go back. You can go back and see what you've missed and catch up that way, or just watch like parts of something if you missed a little component of it. You can go back in a stream, which is fantastic. And it's also good for streamers because then new viewers that come in while you're streaming won't inundate you with questions you've already answered, or won't inundate you with questions about something that you've already done earlier in the stream if they can just rewind it and check before they ask. I am a big fan of the ability to rewind streams, and another thing I'm a huge fan of on YouTube, as opposed to Twitch, is the bitrate. YouTube allows you to stream at a much, much, much higher bitrate than Twitch. I can't believe Twitch is still currently limited to the bitrate that it's at. YouTube doesn't have that problem, so streams generally are looking better on YouTube. That one's super simple. It's just on the technical side of things, YouTube streams look better. I also do think that it runs better on mobile. Twitch mobile to me has been an absolute fucking joke of a service for a long time. YouTube mobile works really well, and that includes watching streams. At least from the few times I've watched streams on my phone over the last month or so, it has been a very smooth experience. I haven't had any problems, whereas on Twitch, anytime I fire up the app to watch on mobile, I had an issue with something. So YouTube is definitely a little better on that front than Twitch. And another thing that I think is really much better on YouTube than Twitch is VODs. VODs, they exist on Twitch, yeah, but no one really checks VODs. In fact, most people that watch a streamer on Twitch will end up watching their VOD or clips from it on YouTube. So YouTube is just a place to go for on-demand content, and that extends to streams as well, because once you're done streaming, it goes to your channel in the live tab. And it's also monetized a lot better than on Twitch when it comes to the VOD content. So if you do ads during your stream, there's more value. You get more out of that than you do on Twitch. And that extends to the VODs, where your VODs are automatically monetized with ads and certain breaks during it. So you get a lot more revenue-wise from your on-demand content on YouTube versus Twitch. But again, that only applies if you've already established yourself on YouTube, or like TikTok and push to YouTube. You've already got an audience on YouTube. That only applies in that case. If you're just starting, this means nothing. Like, because this is just a bunch of fish paste. You won't be found easily as a YouTube streamer. Thus, your VOD monetization isn't going to matter at all. Also, one more thing. This one's not a big deal, but it is kind of cool and a little silly. You get to choose your own thumbnail for your YouTube streams, whereas on Twitch, it's just random moments from the stream. In fact, I had one time when playing through Cyberpunk that my cock slider, like when I was playing around with his penis to change the size of it, was my thumbnail for a while. And it's not like you have any say in that, it's just Twitch generating those thumbnails for your stream. YouTube, you have full control over it. I haven't really been utilizing it to its full potential. I've just been getting like really up close to the camera and making like a face or just staring blankly at it, which kind of is like a jump scare when the notifications go out. But yeah, the ability to make your own thumbnail for YouTube streams I think is actually a pretty good thing. I think it's cool. But it also brings me to another problem. I just mentioned notifications when my stream goes live. That's not commonplace. Notifications aren't exactly the norm for YouTube streams. Very few people get them. I was actually talking to Danny about it like 2 weeks ago. Danny has no idea when I go live, and he's subscribed with the bell and all of that shit, but still, that notification doesn't really get sent out. Whereas on Twitch, you know what you're there for. You're there for streams. So you'll get notification for streams. YouTube, you're not really there for streams. Nobody's really there for streams. They're there for the VODs, their video content. So when a stream notification is supposed to go out, a lot of people either won't get it, A, or B, don't really know like what the fuck is going on because it's a kind of long notification. It's the red icon, channel name, stream now, and then title, and then thumbnail. So it's kind of a lot, and a lot of people will immediately disregard it. So it's hard to let people know, even if you already have an audience on YouTube, when you're actually live. It makes it difficult to find the live streams for a lot of people, which is a complaint I've heard not only from Danny in real life, but from quite a few people who do tune into the streams from time to time because they just genuinely don't know when they go live. Whereas on Twitch, that's never really a problem because everyone knows when you're live when the notification goes out. So another thing I just wanted to briefly mention here at the end. But anyway, let's get to the conclusion now. If you're someone that's just starting streaming and wants to grow as a streamer, Twitch is 100% the platform for you, no doubt. But if you are someone that already has an established YouTube audience that wants to just dabble in streaming occasionally, it's certainly a viable option, for sure. I will say that I think Ludwig was also right about something else where he said YouTube as a streaming platform is one that's best served with intermittent streams as opposed to daily. Whereas on Twitch, the most important thing you can do is just be alive. As a Twitch streamer, you find the most success through consistency. Just being there is enough to, over time, grow or maintain an audience because a lot of people go to Twitch just for comfort, background noise or something. So as long as you're there for that, you'll find success through just consistency. YouTube is kind of the opposite. no one's going to YouTube streams for the comfort or anything. They're going there for the novelty of it right now because, again, it's not why you go to YouTube. So if you see a stream and you're like, oh, this sounds interesting, then you check it out for a little bit, and you need to capture those viewers' attention. And usually if you're just doing daily streams, you're not coming up with innovative new creative ideas for every stream, so there's a good chance someone tunes in and they're not interested in the game or whatever you're doing, so they just leave. So Twitch is really good for daily streams. YouTube, you'll probably find more success if every stream is a unique one. A big thing to think about when streaming on YouTube is, does this stream work well as a VOD? And if the answer to that is yes, then YouTube is a really good streaming platform because you can stream it live, you can engage with the community live, and then it lives on as a VOD, which is very monetized effectively, and can enter the YouTube video algorithm, so you can get new eyes on the video content itself, assuming, of course, it gets picked up and it's like a good VOD. Twitch, that doesn't happen. Once the stream is done, very few people are going to look for the VOD on Twitch. They'll look for it on YouTube first. So all in all, my impression on the big picture thing is, anything that works really well as a live stream is going to perform better on Twitch than YouTube, most likely, because more people outside of just your core audience can find that content on Twitch while it's live. But once that live stream is over, that VOD content will work much better on YouTube than it will on Twitch because, again, no one's really watching VODs on Twitch that often. Most of the time, it's getting eyes on YouTube, and YouTube itself can pick it up, and they do monetize it in a much better way than Twitch does. So that's kind of the overall impression of everything I've had so far on both streaming platforms. Again, I've only been streaming on YouTube consistently for the last month and a half, whereas I spent 5 years on Twitch. So maybe my impression of YouTube will change over the next few months or the next year or so. We'll see. But I just wanted to report on all of this. I will say that I think YouTube streaming right now is a lot better than it was when I streamed on here 6 years ago or whatever it was. They have made a lot of improvements, that's for damn sure. But there's still a lot of wiggle room here for more improvements. There's still a lot of room to grow for them. So yeah, just wanted to put all this out there. That's really about it. So yeah. Contrary to popular belief, I wasn't created in a lab. I am not the product of science. I am the product of nature. I was created in a sack, much like many of you watching this. And over the years, I've introduced you to my father, the person responsible for me being alive. God bless. And I wanted to give you a little update on my dad because recently the two of us have embarked on a new journey here. It's one of my father's dreams. It's something he's talked about for as long as I can remember, when I was still just an infant, soiling my diapers and huffing glue, when I didn't even have the ability to process cringe and couldn't even play video games because my stupid little cringe-ass baby fingers couldn't grab a controller. From the time I was born, basically, my father bestowed upon me an overarching quest, like something out of an MMO, like a long-term quest. And now, the two of us are finally going to try and complete it. My father's dream, that he's had for so many decades now, is to build a 32 Ford. That's a car, for those of you that don't know vehicles, which is typically me, but I'm very familiar with this car because my father's talked about it so much for so long. It's a car that holds extreme sentimental value to him for two big reasons. One, it's part of his favorite movie, American Graffiti. And two, he and his father actually built a 32 Ford back in the 70s because of American Graffiti. And I'll let him tell the story of what the 32 Ford and the building of it means to him, also what happened to it, and then I want to tell you what we're doing.
You ready?
Ready.
All right. So, Charlie wanted me to do this video. We got a new project started with Senior moistcritikal here. So...
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I know, right? How stupid is that? So, way back when in the 70s, when I was a teenager, the movie American Graffiti came out. I think it was 1973. Okay, so we went and saw American Graffiti in 1973. All of us who were car guys growing up, as teenagers, we loved that yellow 32 Ford, as most of America did. It was one of those movies that it was a low-budget movie, never expected to do anything, became a cult, kind of like Napoleon Dynamite, I guess, So I set out on a quest to find a 1932 Ford Coupe. And I was looking, at that time you looked through the newspaper and looked at the classified ads, and I found one and I went and bought it for like $300. So I brought it home and to my mom and dad's house, and this is what it looked like. It was a piece of crap. Okay. So my dad said, what the hell are you going to do with that? And I said, we're going to build this yellow 32 Ford Coupe. So we were not car builders at that time. We just decided that we were going to do it. So I'd go to the junkyard, I'd get parts, we'd make them work, we'd fabricate, we'd do all this stuff. There's your grandfather with the chassis and everything. There's the chassis when we put the motor in it. There's the A-frame we built to put the motor in it. Now, this was way before the internet. This is the chassis with the motor in it, body. This is the first time I drove it. There's me when I was like a teenager. We built it from pictures. This is the car when I was at a car show in mid-70s. So I was in quite a few car shows around Florida. What happened was, of course, I was a young teenager with no money, right? Mowing yards to try to buy anything I could buy, right? With making money. And a guy came up to me at the car show and wanted my home phone number. So, of course, back then, you didn't think nothing of it. You just gave it to him. Oh, yeah, here's my phone number. Well, can I call you? Well, yeah, you can call me. So a few days later, this guy calls me, and he wants to come look at the car at my house. He says, is it for sale? At my parents' house. And I said, no, it's not for sale. So this guy comes. He's a fireman, and he's got $5,000 cash.
They said it was $7,000.
Well, $7,000 cash. I think it was 5 or 7. I can't remember. I think it was 7. No, he had $7,000 cash. That's what it was. So all of a sudden, he whips out this stack of $100 bills, and I'm like, are you serious? That's the most money I've ever seen in my life. And he says, I want to buy your car. And I said, you just bought it. So he pays me the $7,000. He takes the car and he leaves. Now, my mom and dad are gone shopping, doing something. And they come home, and my dad's like, where's the 32 Ford? And I said, walk in the kitchen and look on the table. And I had taken the $7,000 cash and spread it out all over our kitchen table.
Yeah, you did the money spread.
And they walked in and saw it and said, holy shit. I don't think they'd ever seen that much money either. So that's what happened to the 32 Ford. And of course, it was gone. I recently found another 32 Ford all-steel coupe in Georgia and went and bought it, and we're gonna build the American Graffiti coupe once again. It's a bucket list thing, but that's my project for this year.
Fuck yeah.
And that's it.
And it's gonna look great.
Yeah, that's it. So, we'll see ya.
Beautiful story. Just in time for the holiday season, too. So that's the lore breakdown of the 32 Ford and its importance to my father. Thus, its importance to me. I've always encouraged my dad to really try and find, a way of working on a 32 Ford again, because I know how much it means to him. And he's just never really been able to find it. It's not exactly an easy thing to come across, especially like an authentic 32 Ford. And also, he doesn't have like a facility to build cars in or anything anymore. He'd have to do it like out of his garage. So it's just been really difficult. But he found just a unicorn with this 32 Ford, which I'm going to show you videos of. And he said, fuck it, we'll do it live. He pulled the trigger on it, got the 32, and contacted a friend of his named Joe, who does have a facility to work on cars. He has a place called Joe's Paint and Body. And he said, hey, listen here, brother, you can come work on the car here as long as I get to help as well. So the two spit on their hands, shook on it, and now he's got a place to work on the car. He's also got someone to help him, and I will also be pitching in when appropriate. I don't want to ruin the build or anything, but I know for my dad, him building the 32 Ford with his dad was really special to him. So I want to make sure that I can do the same for him on this 32.
All right, hey everybody, here I am at the world famous Joe's Paint and Body, Ocoee, Florida. This is Joe. Say hi, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
So here's the project that we're taking on, this 32 5-window coupe, and it's going to be a yellow American Graffiti 32 Ford. So the car is 100% real steel body. It's uncut, Never been touched. Car's in fantastic shape. We're gonna really do a number on this thing. So, all right. So we're just standing here, Joe and I, trying to decide how we're gonna approach this project and what we've decided. Joe, why don't you tell them what you just told me about this car?
Well, somebody's cut the front frame horns off. They're supposed to be hanging out. So I say we find those and put it on, and we got to put the spread bar in it. And then we got a 4-deuce setup carburetor and intake's going to go on it. We are going to paint the car yellow. We're going to do a frame off on it. We're going to change the headers. So we're going to take off. It's got a Melodon racing oil pan that don't belong there. We're going to take that off and put a regular 327 pan. The motor is a 66 327, 275 horse, and originally was a 4-barrel motor with a Powerglide transmission is what it coded out as. They got a turbo 350 transmission in it with a 3-speed manual valve body. We're not so sure if we like that.
Joe's speech about the engine there felt like something out of the first Fast and Furious movie. I half expected him to talk about granny shifting, not double clutching like you should, nearly blew the welds off the intake. Like, he is clearly a savant. They were going over all of the alterations they're going to make as well as what they're going to keep. The big thing is they don't want to chop on the body because it would be quite sinful to do that. The car's like 90 fucking years old, and that would be a bit of a waste. So basically, they've gone over a game plan on how they want to approach this build.
We've built a dozen cars together or more. So in the past, and so we're back together again, and we're going to build this one. This is going to be next year's project, and we'll get her done.
Yep, and we'll keep making these videos and sending them in and putting them in the can, and then we'll just show you the progress as we're going. Thanks.
Such an unbelievably wholesome sign-off from my dad right there. It almost seems like it was a hostage situation with the way he, like, ended the video. Just like a wide-eyed 1,000-yard stare. Thanks. Like he was being held at gunpoint for it. I promise you I'm not forcing them to film or document it. It's my dad thought it would be fun to do that together with me and Joe because this is such a meaningful project to him. Plus, a lot of people always ask what my dad's up to because he lives a very interesting life. So I thought it'd be fun to also do this and film it with them so that way I could give you updates on it. I think it's a really fun project. I am always excited when my dad takes on something big like this. I haven't seen him build a car in probably close to 15 years now. He just hasn't had the time nor the facility to do it, so it's going to be really cool to see him dust the cobwebs off, shake it off, lubricate the gears again, and get out there and make cars, which is something he's always loved to do. So I just wanted to share this with all of you. I thought maybe some of you would think it was cool, especially those of you that like seeing the updates to my dad's wacky adventures. And I'll give you a little bonus Easter egg here. I talk about this on stream, but my dad also got really big into building models. So he is huge into making miniatures now, so I'll just show you like some of the collection of things he's made. He makes pretty much all of them from scratch, literally eyeballing it, and it's so fucking cool.
Look.
Oh yeah. The dueling top fuel dragsters, eh?
Built from scratch.
Built from pictures, right?
Built from pictures, yeah.
No directions, that's for pussies. You build based on Google Images. Like a real man. This is a topic I've covered a few times over the last year, but I really feel like it's a super important one, so I don't mind continuing to stir the spaghetti a few extra times. It's about the rise of AI scams. They come in all shapes and sizes, and there's a wide variety of them, and even if you strike one down just like a hydra, 2 more AI scams will take its place. It is a growing problem that doesn't really have a good solution at the moment, and there is so many AI scams. There's more AI scams than there are scams in RuneScape, which I never thought would be possible. You remember getting your armor trimmed and losing everything? Well, imagine that happening in real life, but it's Mr. Beast telling you he's gonna trim your armor. And that's only the very tip of the iceberg. It goes so much deeper than that and gets a lot more evil. I don't know if I ever talked about this one in a video, but I have talked about it on stream. There is a scam that's quite popular right now, where people will make an AI voice model out of someone's child, and then they will call the parent with that child's voice in a panic saying, like, help, I've been kidnapped, or help, I'm in a really tough spot and I really need you to send me some money. They'll then give them some kind of address to send the money to, and the parents, being older and not knowing this technology exists, don't even give it a second thought. They're just afraid and trying to help their kid, and, it's just diabolical. And I've said this 1,000 times, and I'll say it 1,000 more while shaking your shoulder until you get it through your thick fucking skull, you ignorant moron. But AI technology is currently the worst it will ever be right now. It's only going to get better, more sophisticated, to the point where it's almost indistinguishable from legitimate human-created stuff. Or legitimate human videos, with people in them. The reason I mention that is because Mr. Beast just made a post about this with a Mr. Beast AI scam that's going around.
Watching this video, you're one of the 10,000 lucky people who'll get an iPhone 15 Pro for just $2. I'm Mr. Beast, and I'm doing the world's largest iPhone 15 giveaway. Click the link below to claim yours now.
Now, for most people, this video sounds all the sirens, tons of red flags that most people immediately pick up on and write this off as being fake. It doesn't sound super fluid or convincing. It doesn't sound real. And the video component is just like a step above annoying orange. Like, his mouth isn't really moving the way you would expect it to. Like, the whole thing is just very wonky. But it is probably good enough to trick children and older people. In fact, I can tell you it is, because there have been reports of people being scammed by this that are either really young or really old. Because when you see these things and you're in a desperate situation, you can sometimes justify away the obvious flaws. Like, even when the audio cuts out there for a second where it's like a fucking record scratch, like it's a Linkin Park song about to go to the chorus, where Mr. Beast's voice cuts out for a second, they just chalk that up to like an editing error as opposed to like an AI voice error. So then they click on the link, they go to where they're told to go, hoping that they get, entered into the giveaway, only to, of course, get scammed, get a virus. Plenty of bad, less than savory things happen. And this isn't new. This is not new, it's only increasing in popularity. I believe the first one that popped off was a AI Joe Rogan, who was preaching about some kind of man substance. Here's a man pill that's gonna give you a fuller beard and make women throw their pussy on your face. Like, it's gonna make you a big man, super strong, huge bulging muscles with 3,000 veins on each of your biceps or something, right? But it wasn't actually Joe Rogan. It was a company that had used Joe Rogan from a video and put an AI voiceover on it, promoting their product, and then they ran that ad throughout TikTok. And even with Mr. Beast, this isn't some new phenomenon here. There have been other fake Mr. Beast advertisements that have ran on platforms before in order to promote fraudulent things and scam people. And it's only getting more and more popular, and as AI becomes more and more accessible and more convincing, this is only going to get worse. And I don't think we as a species are ready for it. We've been deeply ingrained in the belief if you can see it, if you can hear it, then it's real. But now AI throws a wrench into that whole equation there, and now you have to go through everything with a fine-tuned comb. Wow, that's not the expression at all. A fine-tuned comb? What does that mean? Fumbled that one a bit. I had a big old flub. A fine-tooth comb in order to verify if what you're seeing, what you're hearing is real. And that's not an easy checklist, and even if some of those things do check out, there is still a chance that the AI was just really convincing and beat the current protocol for deducing whether or not something's real or fake. Let me give you another example of just how far AI's come. I talked about a year ago about AI voice covers people were making of me singing things like Rap God. Well, just 1 month ago, someone made a voice cover of me singing Big Iron, and when I first heard it, I shit you not, I thought this was me, like at maximum full potential, me belting this out. I couldn't believe that what I was hearing, I didn't sing myself, because there's no real obvious flaws with it, other than it sounds far better than my actual singing. It is super impressive, and in the right circumstances, super convincing. Now, AI is a technology that, of course, affects everything in the world. Actually, every single job in some way, shape, or form, for the most part, except for a few exceptions, is going to be impacted by the rise of AI. And there is legislation both being proposed and being passed in parts of the world, all in regards to this technology and how it's being utilized and certain restrictions on it, this and that. It's a whole big old Pandora's box of problems, as well as some really good things that can come of it too. But I just want to keep putting this on your radar that now with AI being prevalent and in a state where it's good enough to convince people sometimes, that you need to be aware that online you can now no longer just rely on video evidence to confirm whether or not something's real. Which is going to give people that are actually guilty a super easy excuse just to say, no, that's AI, that clearly couldn't have been me catching a golden shower behind the Walmart dumpster. Like, that's impossible, this is all an AI fabrication. But it is legitimately an important thing to just keep in the back of your head that there are going to be times where AI is going to be used for bad things like scams. And also, there will come a time in the not too distant future here where it's going to be really hard to know if what you're watching is actual organic flesh or AI. Right now, Kwebbelkop is just getting clowned on. He's kind of just a joke for what he's trying to do, which is have an AI replace him, the Kwebbelkop AI, to replace him and just do all the videos through AI. But that eventually will be the reality for a lot of content online, I feel. His is very primitive right now, and everyone hates it, as they should. But in a few years, as it gets more widely adopted by companies and individuals that are just looking to cash in and flood the space with as much AI-generated content as possible, just out the wazoo, because it's extremely easy to do and significantly faster than having a human do it all, then things are going to get really messy, and it's going to be hard to tell if what you're watching is an AI-generated piece of content or a human being's piece of content. Right now, it's very obvious, but in a few years' time, it's going to start to get a little muddier. So I just wanted to once again talk about this because now we're seeing more scams like the AI Mr. Beast, as well as the telephone calls from people impersonating others' children in order to scam money out of them, and it's only going to continue. It's just fucking scary. I just want to talk about it. That's really about it. So yeah. This is a topic that I've talked about on the podcast occasionally and sometimes on stream, but overall I feel the entire lore and situation around Boogie2988 over the last 5 or 6 years has just been incredibly sad. But there was a documentary just released about him, which had Boogie's stamp of approval, his blessing. A documentary filmmaker by the name of Mike Klum spent the better part of 9 months filming Boogie and going over cataloging his life. I've watched a lot of documentaries throughout my 29 years on this space rock, and I feel like until the moon falls out of orbit crashing into the Earth just as Roland Emmerich predicted in the classic Moonfall movie, I feel like this will remain one of the most perplexing documentaries I've ever watched. Because I don't know why Boogie would agree to it. It makes him look so bad.
I took women on vacations, and I took them out to fancy dinners, and I took them to Disneyland and shit.
I'm not going to show you all the main components of the documentary, I just want to focus on 2 core ones here. If you're at all interested in the story of Boogie2988, I highly encourage you watch the whole documentary here. It's probably one of the most honest looks at anyone I've ever seen. Boogie is just an open and honest book here that's a little bit hard to read from because it is pretty eye-opening stuff. But anyway, his fall from grace on the internet is an extremely well-cataloged downfall. From the repulsive, awful things he said in the past to his manipulative tendencies and his behavior, all of it has led to Boogie going from a well-respected content creator to basically a joke, or someone that's looked at in disgust for his behavior. So, for those that don't know, Boogie is an OG YouTuber who was absolutely at the top of the game for a long time. He won a fucking award for being a nice guy in the gaming community, basically. They used to call him the Mr. Rogers of the internet. But then, Twitter and Reddit happened, and Boogie had this inability to shut up. He would constantly publicize the most foul opinions that he had about situations. He would always talk about the saddest and most depressing aspects of his life because It felt like he was addicted to being viewed as a victim. It felt like he loved the feeling of people viewing him as pathetic. And it's something I know he's touched on in the past that even has a level of self-awareness where he also recognizes how detrimental it's all been to his career and just downright self-destructive. But he just can't stop himself from just posting on Twitter every single private thing that should never be publicized to strangers, because he seems to just be enamored with that attention that he gets when he is viewed as like someone to feel sympathy for at all times. And it's just a really weird and sad set of circumstances. However, after watching the documentary, I'm starting to believe he is just not a good person. I was always under the impression that very deep down is a caring individual who had a good heart and good intentions and just got a little lost and confused along the way. But after seeing this and all of the worst aspects of his life that he just proudly highlights here, I just really am starting to think he's just not a good guy. So the first thing I want to show you is his addiction to sex workers. He has spent a pretty penny on paying for sex, as well as paying for like vacations and stuff for the sex workers to accompany him, this and that. And it also gives an insight into the way he views women, which I think is a pretty repulsive perspective he has on a lot of it, at least from what he describes here. And one thing that becomes instantly recognizable is his sense of entitlement, which becomes a prevalent point throughout this entire documentary, where he believes that because he was a successful YouTuber, anything he wants, he deserves, he should get, he is entitled to it.
It's not a revelation. I like beautiful women. I like to hang out with beautiful women, fuck beautiful women. We all do. I never got to do that. The women I dated were pretty, sure, but they were like Arkansas 8s, not LA 10s. With sugaring, I got to fuck some LA 10s, and I think that's cool. So I deserve to go to Disneyland with a beautiful girl, right? I deserve to go to New York and explore Times Square with a beautiful girl, right? Like, I deserve that, and I want that, and I've never had it.
Why do you deserve that? Because you filmed your 20th Francis chugging Mountain Dew while pooping his pants and putting popcorn in a microwave video? Like, what? It's such a deranged mindset that he believes he is entitled to all of these women wanting to slobber on his meat because he is a famous YouTuber. He shouldn't be settling for an Arkansas 8. No, he deserves the LA 10s. So he pays for sex workers because Boogie deserves that top shelf pussy with the pinky out. And to me, this audacity is alarming. To me, this screams that he only views women as objects to be conquered sexually. He shouldn't be settling for something that's an Arkansas 8. That's beneath him. Have they looked at his subscriber count? No. What he deserves is the LA 10s. So he gets into the sugar baby community.
She's definitely a little thicker than I necessarily would always go for, but there's nothing wrong with that. I'm a 48-year-old man. I never got to fuck a model. This let me fuck a couple of models. Is that wrong?
A very important lesson to learn is nobody is entitled to anything other than a knuckle sandwich if you start calling me short. I'm kidding. You'd probably still beat my ass. But the point is, you don't deserve anything. To speak here like you deserve these women, you are entitled to these women because of your online success, is so delusional. And speaking of delusion, him criticizing the lady for being thicker than he would normally go for is just downright ridiculous and absurd. It just really seems like with the way he speaks about women throughout the documentary, he just views them as sexual props for his own pleasure. Really, that's the most important thing when it comes to women for him. He doesn't want to be caught dead with an Arkansas 8. Instead, it's all about the LA 10s, so that way he can fuck them. And that's what he cares about most when it comes to women. That's the impression I get listening to him talk about it. Now, this portion of the video isn't necessarily just focusing on his sex worker spending. It's talking about his reckless spending in general. At the height of Boogie's career, he was making so much money. Tons and tons, oodles of doubloons. And now, fast forward to today, he is fundamentally broke. He doesn't have any money to his name left. So it's going over where all of it went, and a large chunk went to paying for sex workers, as well as like gift cards that he would give them, which is crazy. When they broke down the financial spending, $500 was allocated for gift cards, which is a weird gift to give someone, and like $1,000 for a purse. So I guess he'd give them like a purse with like a GameStop gift card in there, like, hey, go get yourself something nice, toots. Maybe a couple Pokemon card packs, huh? Yeah, maybe a new video game or two. Like the whole thing is just all about his spending habits, which has left him in a financial crisis. All of which is his own fault, which he also recognizes. His entire career's spiral into the shitter is entirely his own fault. From not being able to stop saying the most awful things you can imagine during streams, to not being able to stop himself from posting the most private things about his life online, to not being able to stop himself from spending money on collectibles, a bunch of luxury items, terrible investments in like crypto, which he lost like $600,000 in. All of it is his own fucking fault. And when he talks about himself and like his health struggles and a lot of the other things that are personal to his like day-to-day life, he speaks as though it's already kaput. Andrew really summed it up best. When Boogie talks about himself, he talks about himself as if he's been dead for 30 years. When he speaks, he's speaking as if he's already 6 feet under in the grave and he's like communicating as a force ghost like, man, I wish I took better care of my body. That's something he speaks about in the documentary with his girlfriend, who's 29 years younger than him, and he starts to recognize that in 10 years she's only going to be 30 and he might just be dead because of all the health problems he has from not taking care of himself. And he just speaks as though there's nothing he can do to fix it. He's just like, damn, I should have put more time into fixing my body a long time ago. You know, it's already over. When he can start now. He can still start doing that now. He can still fix his career now, work towards improving his career. But he just doesn't. He refuses to. He just speaks as though he's completely given up, which is another thing that becomes very clear in this documentary, where even though he feels this sense of entitlement, he feels as though he doesn't have to work towards anything. He just deserves all of these women. He deserves all of this money, all because at one point he was a very successful YouTuber. It's a fucking baffling and infuriating mentality to witness in this film. Now, the next thing I want to showcase here, and the last thing that I'm going to focus on in the video, is him getting another job, because YouTube has been collapsing on him, and the documentary filmmaker suggested maybe getting another job. It's also something everyone else in the world has suggested to him, getting a real job. And so he finally decides to go through with it and do like a mock interview to see if maybe he can find a position somewhere in the working world.
It's Dawn.
Dawn, I'm Boogie, or Steve.
Okay, what do you prefer to be called?
Honestly, probably Steve. Let's go with Steve.
Okay, Steve. No problem. Whatever you prefer. And so you are here today because you are seeking employment.
Yeah. I did work at a small gaming store back in 2006, 2007. I am disabled, recognized by the state of Arkansas, but also the United States government. There's that. Now, the downside to that is I am extremely depressed. So there's some mental health issues that we bring to the table. And then physically, I am morbidly obese. I have no references, no work history, and no education. And when you Google my name, you might see rumors that I beat my ex-wife and I'm also a pedophile. Should mention I'm also a felon.
When I first saw this clip, it wasn't in the documentary, it was floated around on Twitter. I thought it was just part of a skit. I was blown away. I was like, damn, Boogie's got some real acting chops now. He's really been hitting the thespian troupe out there training. I was like, damn, kind of a fire, comedy sketch. No. This is real. This is authentic. This is more real than my 3-point jump shot. This is actually how he conducted himself during this interview. Now, of course, this isn't a job interview per se. It's to try and help find him work. But he goes in here and just intentionally sabotages it. This is not as though he's really taking it seriously. He's taking the piss here, if you ask me. And that becomes extremely clear because after the fact, he says that he can't just get a real job or anything. He has 4 million YouTube subscribers. A job is beneath him. So I feel as though he went in here and just intentionally wasted her time and his time. It's in the time of the documentary filmmakers. Because this is just, no one would do this. To go in there and say shit like this, talking about if you Googled his name, you'd find out that he has rumors that he beat his wife or that he's a pedophile. Like, what the fuck?
Okay. What's the nature of your felony?
Aggravated assault.
How old is it?
About 2 years.
Okay. So I think there are some avenues you could explore. I definitely don't think it's impossible, but you have some challenges.
Yeah.
Lots of things in life are about your mindset, and you're using weight and disability. I can't. If that is the attitude that you're going to have when you approach everything, then you can't, and you won't.
I did work in the porn industry for the better part of 7 years, so I mean...
Be real with me. Do you really think it would be a good idea to go to a real interview and reference porn?
It depended on the job, I would think.
I love that she immediately picked up on what everyone else on the internet has also picked up on over the years. She nails it immediately. His mentality is, I can't, just giving up on everything. That is how he's approached everything online, yet still feels a sense of entitlement where he shouldn't need to put a whole lot of effort into YouTube or anything. People should just be giving him money for existing. She picks up on that mindset right away. That's how clearly he wears this on his sleeve. It's his whole personality of just feel sorry for me, and here's the reasons why you should feel sorry for me. And it's super upsetting because it doesn't have to be that way. Again, he's still alive. He can fix things, work towards things, improve things if he wanted to, but he fucking refuses to. And when the lady does say, like, hey, look, it's not impossible, you do have some challenges, he decides to go even harder to make it even more difficult by saying, oh, I also worked in the porn industry. To which she's dumbfounded, like, would you really say that during a real interview? Because he's clearly just trying to ruin this. He doesn't want a real working job outside of YouTube or anything. And he makes that super clear with this phone call with this message he leaves the documentary filmmaker.
Violent crimes or sexual crimes have to be...
Hey, Mike. Listen, dude. I know we're making this documentary and everything, and I know you think I need to get a real job, but I just want to let you know I'm not going to. I'm not going to walk into some job when I have 4 million subscribers on YouTube. I'm one of the original YouTubers. What I'm going to do instead is go back to making content.
Go lay down. Go lay down. Go lay down. Good job. Yeah, so I mean, things aren't great. People are still mad at me on YouTube.
That fucking ego is infuriating. One of the OG YouTubers, I can't just get a fucking job, this is ridiculous. 4 million subscribers on YouTube. That's for plebeians, not for Boogie. At one point in this documentary, he mentions that he must have, like, covert narcissism or something, and he absolutely is a narcissist. 100%. Like, I'm not a medical professional or anything, like, I can't actually diagnose it, but everything that is showcased in this documentary feels like it's narcissistic personality disorder. What's crazy is I haven't even touched on the saddest parts of the documentary. The bits and pieces I've loosely touched on in this video here don't even make up what I believe is the hardest to stomach portions of the documentary. Mike Klum and the team really did an incredible job with this piece. So again, if you're at all interested, check it out. No part of him that seems to actually want to change for the better. He just views it as he's already defeated. So he's just going to continue being self-destructive, I guess. When I don't understand it. There is still so much opportunity and time for him to actually improve his life. And over the last 5 or 6 years, he's talked about that a lot, about how he's going to do this, that, and get better at this and that. And he just doesn't. He just refuses to. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because I just finished the documentary. We also talked about it on the podcast. That'll be up on the official YouTube channel sometime in the next couple days. It's just sad. It's just fucking unbelievably sad. Like many others, I was a fan of Boogie2988 years ago. And to see the mask fully come off and you get to actually see who he is as a person is shocking. But anyway, yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Billy Mitchell has become one of the internet's favorite punching bags as most people continue to cheer for his continued downfall and root for his unending failure. He finds new ways of embarrassing himself. Billy Mitchell's a name you've probably heard a couple of times. He's the self-proclaimed video game player of the century because of his high score in Donkey Kong, featured prominently in the King of Kong documentary as well as in movies like Pixel, or, most entertainingly, The Regular Show, where he was so upset with his portrayal in The Regular Show that he tried to sue them, and he got absolutely catastrophically cum-dumpstered by the judge, who just did not take any of what he was saying seriously. And that's kind of Billy Mitchell's whole legacy now. He's no longer known for any of his achievements in gaming. He's known for these frivolous, pathetic lawsuits and temper tantrums he throws. Over the years, his achievements in gaming have been heavily scrutinized, and it is pretty much confirmed that he cheated on all of it. And Over the years, he's made a habit out of suing anybody who even so much as mentions him and cheating in the same sentence. Meanwhile, for the last few years, I have directly called him a cheater, and I've received nothing. Billy, where is my present from Santa Claus? Where is your little fresh fucking pitiful lawsuit? I don't know why he refuses to engage in a legal battle with me when he is so happy to do it with everybody else. Carl has been documenting all of Billy Mitchell's legal struggles that he brings upon himself. So Billy Mitchell is engaged in lawsuits pretty much 24/7 and has been for years, but now he's in some very high profile ones where he is getting his ass cheeks held to the fire, and it's not looking good. It is extremely entertaining to watch all of the updates Carl provides on the Billy Mitchell case, so I highly recommend checking these out. But what I want to talk about today is how desperate he seems to be becoming because of probably the financial burden all of this is causing him. He has turned to making a cameo to try and get an influx of cash. And man, does his cameo fucking stink. You see Billy Mitchell made a cameo? Yeah. He's really getting desperate for a little lawsuit compensation, it seems. So you can get Billy Mitchell to say something for a cool $60, I think it was, right? Oh no, $5. Book a personal video for $48, okay. So this is just like a text message that no shot he actually sends.
Mitchell, video game player of the century. I've met many of you at conventions, both national and international. Give the gift of gaming. Never surrender. Never.
What? That's not his slogan, right? I don't remember him ever saying that. Give the gift of gaming, never surrender. Surrender what? They're not coming to take our games, brother. Who are we surrendering to? The Chads? Like, I don't understand. What kind of war is he fighting? Must have to do with his court case. Oh, true. Never surrender in the face of overwhelming, insurmountable legal evidence against your case. Never give up. Keep pushing. I see. That makes sense. What the fuck could this video possibly be at 2 minutes and 30 seconds long? Is this the hard sell on why you should buy a cameo from Billy Mitchell?
Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century. And I can't believe I'm here.
Damn, he's energetic in this one.
And I have to explain to Jedi the problems we have with Neil. And I says, you want to know the last time something wasn't Neil's fault? He says, when? I go,
what is this?
I want to know the last time it wasn't his fault.
Is this like a monologue he wrote for his thespian troupe? I don't understand what the fuck I'm looking at. Or listening to, rather. And looking at, actually. I'm assuming he's trying to portray this as like a video message someone booked from him? But who the fuck would have him just read out Star Wars fanfic? Why would you have Billy Mitchell do that when you could actually just go to a real Star Wars cast member on Cameo?
Okay, we are here at the annual Arcade Olympics. This is Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century.
I actually thought there was going to be a video that goes by without him saying Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century. I thought for 1 second he wasn't going to mention that.
We're here.
That's probably the longest he's gone without mentioning it. 8 seconds.
Helmet.
They can even share the cameo? Doesn't that ruin it? It's no longer personalized.
Dill. Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century. Sir, you remember that. That was 24 years ago on stage in Japan. That you got a special message. You're a talented video game speedrunner.
Oh, speedrunner.
My day, for the respect they show you and the way they've reached out, I'll be watching. Believe me.
Why are you taking so many fucking pauses?
But I'm always watching.
It's verbalizing comma splices, Billy, please. This is not dramatic, it's infuriating. That could have been a 35-second video. But he keeps fucking pausing. Like a malfunctioning text-to-speech. He's got an American axe behind him. That's actually so hard. What the fuck? What is that for? What does that have to do with Donkey Kong? He has 2 axes behind him.
Richard, Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century. Speaking to your good friend Joel, brought up a few questions. Can you put up a score?
Is that the Twin Towers on his tie? Oh my god, wait, where are we? In the American HQ? What is happening here?
You ever for today. Happy birthday, my friend. From Billy Mitchell at World Record Headquarters.
Oh, we're in world record headquarters. I see. That now it makes sense. Okay, I see. Well, he's looked pretty good. $60, huh? I'm glad everyone seems to be so happy. Nothing but 5 stars. Every single one of them, 5 stars, huh? Interesting. Very interesting. If you give him anything under a 5 stars, you're faced with a lawsuit at your door the next day. Why does he keep claiming to be the ultimate gamer ever? Brother, that's not what he's claiming. Are you not listening? He's the video game player of the century. Not the ultimate gamer. That's a totally different title, which you could have easily gotten if he wanted to. But he was too busy fucking your mom and every other goddamn groupie that was on his meat after he got the Donkey Kong record. So now he settles for just being the video game player of the century. And thank heavens for that, because if he went for the ultimate gamer too, there'd be no women left for the rest of us. So God bless that he held himself back. I'm surprised he stopped at the century. He gave himself the title. Yeah, he could have gone for video game player of the forever. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely other ways he could have done that. The eternal Lord Emperor of gaming. Yeah, you're right. I don't know why he stopped at century. Kind of lame, actually. Like you said, in 76 years, there's going to be a new video game player of the century that'll be crowned, and it won't be him. Well, it actually might be him. He'll be huffing his own fucking fart fumes to keep himself alive for the next 300 years. What advice would you give to a 19-year-old dude who wants to find love, but not with dating apps? I don't really have good advice for that, man. I think, first and foremost, you don't need to, like, live your whole life around that goal. You're still extremely young. You don't need to, like, rush it. You can just naturally find someone that you really connect with over time. You're 19. You don't need to fall in love right now and find your soulmate at 19. So I'd say just let things naturally play out organically. Just don't obsess over it. Let it play out, and when you're single and 36, you can accept you're a loser. Oh, that got way too personal. Hey, I'll tell you something really uplifting. Billy Mitchell, I think we can all agree that this man is legitimately he is L incarnate. Like, and I don't mean L from Death Note. I mean, like, legitimately just like a fucking turbo loser. He's married. A man has laid pipe. If Billy Mitchell can do it, you have no excuse. None. I think he's married. Hold on. Oh, or maybe no woman's worthy enough to lock him down like that. I'm really not sure. Yes, he is married. And he has 3 children, so if he can do it, anyone can do it. I wonder if anyone did a roast from Billy Mitchell. God, now I'm too fucking invested in this Billy Mitchell rabbit hole. So this one was apparently a huge hit with the entire team and got them to get the motivation for a project to go live, I guess. Inspire me.
Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century. We are here on the cusp of UHIT going live. That makes the on-base team the absolute best. From one champion who can easily recognize other champions, UHIT go live.
Alright, I see why that inspired the team so much. From one champion that can recognize other champions. He does have a keen eye for that. That team went right to their computers and fucking flames were coming off of the keyboard. They were going so crazy getting that project ready to go live. Now that Billy Mitchell Senpai acknowledged them. Please buy a cameo from Billy Mitchell for a friend's birthday. Like, conceptually as a joke, it's a silly haha idea, but I'm not spending $48 for Billy Mitchell to say, Billy Mitchell here, video game player of the century. I hear a special boy's got a special day coming up. I too had a special day. It was 1998. Donkey Kong. And in front of a sold-out Wembley Stadium. I set a world record. What are you doing to celebrate your day? From one champion who can recognize other champions, I hope you have a blessed day. Like, I don't need $48 fucking dollars for that. Don't fall for the Billy charm. It's hard not to sometimes, especially when he's giving you the eyes like this. Yeah, I don't know how you say no to a face like that. But I'll try and stand strong. I'll do my best. Who would be your pick for the real video game player of the century and why? Like if I had to pick an actual video game player of the century? Right away my head goes to two people in particular. Simple and Faker. I legitimately think both of those gamers have done so much to extend like professional gaming outside of just their zones. I think it'd have to be them, but I also want to go back even further because there's another name that I think really helped revolutionize the perception of professional gaming, and many of you might have forgot him, unfortunately. His name's Walshy. Walshy released a Halo 2 montage long time ago. This is the original upload too, I think, for YouTube, but I think it predated that. Walshy was a professional Halo 2 player who was doing shit no one had ever seen before. And when MLG was still around, Walshy became somewhat of a household name amongst gamers, and I think he really helped elevate professional gaming, at least in the way people look at it. His accomplishments aren't nearly as impressive as like Faker or Simple, but he was like an early adopter, like a pioneer. What about the Ogre Twins? They did a lot for pro gaming, if not more than Walshy. I wouldn't say they did more than Walshy. I'd say they were more successful than Walshy. But I just really think Walshy kickstarted that whole drive to be a professional gamer. Walshy was there so early, posting montages, content, like really elevating the scene. Have you ever really taken a step back and got deep in thought and realized just how incredible it is that we as humans are able to speak to each other, language, and how mind-blowing that concept is? Communication is a blessing, but today I almost feel like it's a curse. I just read legitimately the worst thing ever, and it makes me regret that our ancestors at one point when they were still cavemen started grunting at each other to communicate, and then it eventually led to this existing. Oh my god, I saw this today, and it made me ill. And I thought, if I had to bear this burden knowing that this exists, you're gonna have to share in the load with me, so let's go on a little adventure here. It's from Tinder. Let me introduce you to the boy wonder Chris here. So, these two individuals matched and Chris was making the first move here, shooting his shot. I better be your top priority, with a little winky face emoji. I don't know if that's the strongest opener. I haven't been on dating apps in many moons now, but that seems a bit weak, but hey, his heart's in the game. She responds to that in a pretty playful way, I think is what she was going for. So she says, let me know if you want to go out tomorrow so I can cancel my daughter's parent-teacher conference. To which our Casanova here says, such a good girl you are. I'm free tomorrow. It's already getting so yucky. Such a good girl you are. He's speaking to her like it's a dog or something, like he's about to offer her a treat. And then she says, I'm not, with a laughing crying emoji, to which he wants some clarity. You're not a good girl, or you're not free. And she clears up the confusion. She says, not free. I have to go to a parent-teacher conference. Already, this whole exchange is going cattywampus. The wheels are falling off pretty quickly. And somehow it just continues to go further downhill. A goddamn avalanche of cringe. So he goes, damn, I actually thought you'd be fucking bad AF and cancel. Ha ha. And she says, I'm alarmed that you would want to go out with someone who would do that. And he goes, ha ha, I mean in the back of my head I was hoping it was a joke, that you didn't actually have one. To which she says, unfortunately I do. And then he goes, all good, you're doing well, giving me attention right now. And then she says, I can meet up for a drink if you want since you live close. I have my kids this week, but they're older, so it's not like I can't go out. I have them every other week. Where do you live? His response here is really confusing. What does that mean? All good, you're doing well, giving me attention right now. What's happening? Is she like scratching under his chin? Like, I don't get it. What is he referring to? They're just talking on Tinder, and why is she... So you're going to start to notice that as this exchange continues to unfold here, it feels as though they're having two different conversations. Like, it's super all over the place. Like, the dots don't connect at all. Like, they're in two different dialogue trees, and it's not matching up. Now, our boy Chris, the protagonist, is a lot of things, but a coward he is not. He tries to employ the most delusional strategy you could ever envision. This is not something you'd ever find in John Madden's playbook, I'll say it like that. So, After he asks which part of downtown she's in, she replies, not saying. He then tries to, like, assure her that he's not gonna, like, go out of his way to find her. He's not, like, a stalker. He's not weird or creepy. He says, I'm not gonna go find you, lol. And then he says, I just got done with the gym, now doing post-workout naked stretching. Chris, are you okay? Post-workout naked stretching. You're off your gourd. Brother, you lost your marbles. What is a post-workout naked stretch? Are you telling me this guy's at Planet Fitness right now in the locker room fucking goatseeing himself in order to get, like, reps in at the end? Like, that's how he cools down? What is a post-workout naked stretch? I've never heard of that before. This is him trying to be, like, hot about things, I think. Like, ooh, this is gonna get her wet. I was at the gym, pumping iron, praying at the Iron Temple, way min, babe. And then I finished. Biggest pump of my life. So obviously I took my pants off, put both legs over my head, and hung a 5-pound kettlebell from my erect wiener. Hold for 30 seconds for 3 sets. It's the only way to conclude a good workout. Like, what the fuck is even happening? I don't know why he thought this was a good idea. Like, unless he's like an OnlyFans creator or something, and this is just content that he films, like the, you know, naked yoga that you see on YouTube or something. It's just, it is a wild attempt here at, like, flirting or trying to be, like, sexy on Tinder or something. It is bold. It is brutally cringe. She then responds by saying, if you were driving by, you might peep in the window. Haha. Sounds uncomfortable. Referring to the stretching, I think. To which he just says, I mean, of course. Now here's where things get even more fucking confusing here. The conversation really does feel like some kind of malfunctioning quest line in an MMO where, like, the dialogue is just incorrect. Like, the characters are glitching out. So he says, to the stretch, asking about, like, what sounds uncomfortable. And then she says, no, for work. My stylist feeds me champagne. I don't know, maybe I'm the problem. What is she talking about? Like, how does that fit into anything that's happened here with this absolute disaster that Chris is trying? I don't understand. Maybe she's just trying to change the subject. I'm really not sure. And then he goes, was a bartender, now I'm just a content creator and gonna start day trading. Oh, so you're a little horny. What is happening? So I think my initial theory might be the right one. He might be like an OnlyFans creator, so the naked stretching he puts on the premium subscription tiers or something. But those days are going to be short-lived because he's going right to day trading. He's going to the tippy top of the food chain. He's watched a few TikTok financial gurus and he's got it figured out now. I also don't know why he says, so you're a little horny? Like, where is he even finding that? There's no hint of horniness anywhere in here. And then she goes, oh God, what a nightmare you are. Got some crypto, do you? So the red flags are abundant here. She's starting to notice there's some holes in this ship, and it is sinking. This is fucking going disastrous, catastrophic. And he goes, ew, no, I'm not a corporate bro. I'm a film person. I mean, okay. To which she also just says, okay. And he goes, good girl. What in tarnation is happening? It's like, this is like when you used to try to talk to Cleverbot back in like 2010. It's nonsensical. Chris's mind is an enigma. It is a confusing, perplexing hellscape of ideas, and communication is not. It's frying my brain just trying to process it. His inability to communicate effectively is impressive. It's alarming. Next he says, I just want to get away from bartending before I hit someone, lol, to which he says, yeah, nobody wants to hit content creators and day traders, obviously making a joke about it. He then goes, nah, or tap. But at least I'm tall and handsome, one saving grace. So he's trying to hype himself up, give himself some gas here, which falls extremely flat. The tank is run empty. She just goes, if you say so. And then he tries to save it by saying, a focus group told me, wasn't my say. His attempt at being playful, like, oh, I would never say this about myself. It's what everybody else says. I'm tired of hearing it, actually, about how fucking tall and handsome I am. And then she says, I like short guys. He goes, how short? And she says 5'7" to 5'10". And this is where it got personal for me. A dagger to my heart. She likes short guys, and then lists guys taller than me. So I am freakishly short in her eyes. That's fucked up. 5'6" is fine. 5'6" is a beautiful, perfect height. Damn it. His response to all this is another head scratcher. He goes, well, I'm too tall to ride you then, even though I prefer shorter women. She says, well, I'm sure I'm too non-gym oriented for you. He says, you look like a gym exercise, to be honest. Like, yeah, you look like a good barbell curl. You look like a lat pull-down machine, babe. Yeah, fuck yeah. Nailed that. A wonderful line from him, really. I walk my dog slowly around the block twice a day. He says, I'll be the dog. This guy is so horny. This guy is criminally horny. Like, his arousal should be studied because it is on a whole different level, a whole different dimension. Everything he is reading is making him hornier, and he's saying goofier and creepier things each and every time. She goes, no offense, but you might be the fuckboyest fuckboy I've ever talked to on Tinder. And he goes, damn, you must not get many guys on here then. You could get 1,000,000 guys, and I still think this guy would be up there in like the top 0.001% of outrageously horny weirdos. This is impressive. She says he's her first match in a year and a half, and he says, because this is light news compared to the shit I've heard, talking about like war stories, about to have a PTSD episode about the shit he's read on here. And then he says, doesn't help, I'm naked with a heart on. And then her response is, I don't feel like I'm being very flirtatious. And then he says, the stretching and stroking while talking to you helped. What is happening? Somebody save Chris from himself. What is going on? This could be its own fuel source. Like, his sexual arousal, his non-stop, never-ending horniness on a conversation that has gone nowhere, talked about nothing, and yet he is still beating his meat to it, choking the chicken to what? To what? Like, there's not even, like, an imagination you can make out of this conversation that would be even remotely associated with something sexual. And he just keeps going. He's talking about being naked with a heart on. What happened to your naked stretches? What are your stretches? What are those naked post-workout stretches? Does he put a butt plug in and wiggle it around or something to stretch out his ass, and that's why he's so horny now? Is it in his G-spot? Like, what is going on? All she says to that is, okay. And then he goes, do you mind? I'm doing it whether you mind or not. I don't really care, but do you mind? Is that cool with you, you think? And then she goes, mind what? Me stroking myself while we chat. Oh, it's so yucky. Oh, it's so foul. Not at all. Can I tell you a story about last night when I was alone in my bed? Sure. My cat jumped up next to me and started hacking, and then she threw up in my hair. So this is her attempt to try and gross him out to ruin his mood, but she doesn't realize the raid boss of cringe that she's up against. He even calls her bluff. He goes, not gonna get me soft. Literally wiggling his finger saying, nope, that's not gonna stop me. I'm squeezing my hog no matter what. I've had my cat vomit multiple times. I had to get up anyway because I perioded all over my sheets. And he goes, yum, nice try. And she goes, through the mattress cover. He goes, bleach helps. Were you naked? Oh my god, he's still in it. He's still in the zone. He's in the flow state. He's in the mainframe. And she goes, I was wearing my hoodie footy pajamas that have toasters on them. To which he says, with an ass flop. And he comes back to clarify that he meant flap, because ass flop makes no sense and wouldn't want to be rude, that'd be ridiculous. To which she also says, no, that's ridiculous. And he goes, of course, I'm harder than ever now. She just sends an emoji. He goes, yep, I'll leave you alone, unless I can show off. So he's finally saying, all right, I'm out of here. I've had my fill. I've done what I needed to do. I'm good. And then she closes this all out by saying, why do you even need to get a woman on the other end of the conversation? Just put a wig on a stuffed giraffe and show her your stuff and talk about how hot you are. So this whole conversation is one for the books. This is something special. This is so fucking weird. On every possible level. A part of me thought that it was him just trying to be weird on purpose, just to like, I don't know, gross out a stranger on Tinder or something. But the more I read about it, and read it itself, the sacred text here, the more I'm convinced that this guy is just an actual fucking freak. Like, just an actual lunatic. So yeah, I just had to share this. That's about it. So yeah. No doubt the first thing that pops into your mind when you think of me is fashion. I really am one of the most probably well-dressed people on the internet. I'm kind of a fashion icon, I would say. And it's nice to finally be recognized for my contributions in that industry, because Matt and myself were invited to do a fashion shoot catwalk for charity. And we said, absolutely, you bet your sweet Bippy will be there. I'll see you tomorrow. And by that I mean, I'll see you in 21 hours, because I'm afraid of flying. So it was a nice casual, serene 21-hour road trip, and it felt even better when I got damn near alcohol poisoning on the way home and was uncontrollably sobbing in the backseat, worried about being drunk forever. But the point is, we went to this fashion walk for a company called David Allen. We were supposed to be modeling suits, and we thought, well, we could do more than that. So we came up with one of the most foul, rancid routines we could cook up and decided to let it rip. We didn't really tell them too much about what we were doing. I think they expected us to just walk it, but we wanted to, like, fucking shut that shit down. We wanted to go hog wild with it. So there was quite a few people there that made it clear we had no business being amongst them. Like Wiz Khalifa was one of the people there. And man, did we make incredible fools out of ourselves. I couldn't be more proud. So we did a fucking goofy vlog style video going through this entire journey, as well as the performance, of course. So I'm just gonna let that whole thing play.
Hey.
Oh, you moved away. My jump scare didn't work.
Wow, we're a vlog channel now. Give us a room tour. Yeah, so this is where all the magic happens. This is my coffee machine.
Nice. Huge.
Haven't used it yet. Got a fridge.
Mm-hmm.
2 beds. I sleep on that one. This one's my dresser.
Huge.
That's it. Just see the top of yours through here,
right.
and it's fucking wild.
This would be cool. I don't wear any suits ever.
Oh
wow. That actually does look like the infernal cape from RuneScape.
Wait, can you bring it over here? I can't quite see the color on here because of the blue light. Over here. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Look at that.
That's actually wild.
That is legitimately the exact same texture as the infernal cape.
Yeah. So
I like
they
that.
gave us black shirts with red buttons.
Cool.
And damn, that's crazy.
Now let's see your fit.
Black shirt, red buttons. Ooh, black tux with red accents.
Whoa.
That's kind of nice.
And then there's my pants, baby.
Those pants go fucking hard. Those pants are fucking crazy. If you combine the two of these, you make like a sacred treasure.
We're gonna go. No, really, the fusion hoe dance at the end. The world's not ready for what's gonna happen.
It's gonna be disgusting.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, welcome. Whoa!
Oh my god!
We're vlogging, baby. What's Antifa doing here?
Those blue hairs are infiltrating our hotels now. We do have to go over whatever.
I was gonna say you guys should go to the gym and then like shower or whatever, do your thing, and then before you guys are ready to get dressed and go, you guys should do some rehearsals and we'll film it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. The longer you spend getting in there, the better. You have to let them like marinate on it.
Yeah, and I'll do a few of these like.
Perfect.
I'm working on it.
And then strike some like mean poses. Yep, that's good.
What are you going to be doing?
Oh, we didn't get rose petals.
Well, I'm not
shit, we
planning
got
on
to.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'll do it.
Yeah,
leave me a little air hole so I don't die.
No, you gotta.
That's good too, because I can do a little bye.
20 or
I'm
something?
excited for you to try to wheel them out and the handle just rips straight off.
Yeah, and then I'll just start pushing. I'll call in security. I'll be like, help.
So lifting time?
Lifting time.
Lifting time.
So initially we wanted to cook up like an unreasonably long routine, so that way it just kind of like puts the brakes on the whole thing, so everyone has to sit there and stew on whatever disgusting creation we came up with. One of our initial ideas was to use a body bag, like we ended up doing with a hockey bag. We wheel me out, I pop out, and then I also come out with a chess board, and I set up an entire chess game that Matt and I just play against each other in real time. And then eventually someone wins, we flip the board, then we start hitting poses again. All in all, it would have been like a 10-minute routine. Just some like really stupid shit that we were going to do here, but we decided to have a little mercy and make it a bit more brief, though it was still longer than actually every single other performance. I'll use performance lightly, because they didn't pull out all the stops like we did. We had props, we had posing training, like we went all out for this.
Hey.
Just getting ready for the prom.
Yep.
I
like your pants.
Thank you. Do they look good?
They do look good.
Wow. Like a looser bun. Jesus.
I'm trying to get that hair tie out.
Okay, I'm trying to. Your hair is just so fucking long. You're okay. You're okay.
You're hurting me. What the fuck? What are you doing back there?
I'm trying to put it in a bun, but you just have so much hair.
You're like beating the devil out of it.
This is Charlie's first time in a button-up.
Charlie, where's button-up? I feel like we're getting ready for like a bar mitzvah.
Oh my god, Charlie. Let me find another hair tie.
All of we have black ones.
I have to go to my room and grab the black
Yeah,
ones.
I just put these on for now.
Just so that hopefully it has something to like hold on to. Yeah, don't breathe it in.
Take a big huff.
You can't breathe for the rest of the night, no?
Where'd that brush go?
This is my room. This is where I sleep.
You guys are the most ridiculous human beings in the world.
I can't see that. Oh yeah, that's very. Oh yeah, that's very continental. Okay.
Yeah.
I fuck with that.
Continental.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
That's a John Wick reference. You wouldn't get it.
I know, I'm stupid. I'm sorry.
I'll just do one side. I think. Asymmetry is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like that's Superman.
Like that?
Yeah.
Good?
That's fine.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right. I'm ready. That's fine, right? I don't need two.
You look beautiful.
Thank you. That means a lot to me. All right. I'm not crawling in that right now. That'll be a game time thing, because once I get in, that's the only time I'm
If
in
you're
it.
not getting in it right now, here's what I want.
Well, we have to double check that you can actually get in
I
it.
can promise you, but it'll only be one time, because something's going to give. These seams are already crying out in agony.
Yeah, but if that happens, you will then have to come out of the bag and be on the runway.
Which is fine, yeah.
Okay.
I'd rather have it ripped there than here.
Okay.
Here, imagine this. I'm drugged.
We can do that.
We can do that.
This is good. We can do this. This routine is good.
Amazing.
Yeah! I just ripped my pants!
I think Emma's probably right, though. It's probably a little on the longer side of things, so we'll just have to compete with other...
Yeah. They're going to be like, why do you have a hockey bag?
I did right there. I don't know where it aired, but I promise you, it was probably the most uncomfortable moments of television anyone had ever seen. Because I did a bad job. And I couldn't be happier about it, actually. I think it really played into the entire feel, the vibe we were going for. And I couldn't be happier about it. The entire time, my buttons were unbuttoned and my zipper was down, so I might have been hanging hog. I'm really not sure. I didn't notice until I got inside to use the bathroom where I was like, yep, that was open the whole time. So, very cool interview. If television was blessed with that, you're welcome. If you saw it on like your local news station or wherever it was. But yeah, basically the routine we came up with was a lot smaller than our initial scope. We wanted to do a whole kit and caboodle here. Blue steel, out the wazoo, maybe a magnum or two, and then of course the chessboard and a lot of other wacky props and things, but we decided not to. We were even going to hire like a birthday party magician to come out there with us to do like juggling and pull quarters from behind our ear. But yeah, still very proud of this routine and the way it went through.
I'm good. No, I'm getting you guys walking.
Oh, of course. Oh, the camera.
Yeah. How was that? What did they ask you? I couldn't hear.
They were asking what kind of performance we're doing, and I told them, of course, it's a gothic contemporary piece inspired by some of Kabuki Theater's work.
So they also said there's a lot of strife in the world. Charlie, a lot of people are saying you're the only guy who can fix it.
Yeah. Naturally.
We said we'll save that for tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's about fashion.
I hope you know this umbrella is not actually covering me at all. You don't respect me. Thank you so much.
Alright, so I'm just gonna have these.
Holy shit!
He's still performing. You got a couple minutes. Are you guys having fun? Oh, we're having a blast. Are you having fun? I'm having fun. I want to see the cookie.
Very cool.
Leave your breathing hole by your head.
Make some noise for Matt Phillips and Charles!
Exactly how we drew it up.
Yeah. Did you trip over the bag?
Yeah, the bag was right in the way.
I think you guys enjoyed it.
That was good?
They really like the reveal of Charlie.
Yeah, that was good.
The specifications of the catwalk were different than what they told us. So.
We were working under old diagrams, so
we had to adapt on the fly. I'm sweating my ass off. Oh my god. Hey, come on. Let's go get a
You guys look
drink.
great. Let's go get a drink.
Yeah.
We were supposed to leave, what, 5 hours ago? 4 hours ago?
It has been 12 hours, and I am still fucking wasted. Like, I feel like I am still at a club right now.
We should give a little update on how the drive went yesterday.
Pretty smooth. I think I maintained composure pretty well for the most part. You guys probably didn't even know how bad I was.
No tears were shed.
Yeah.
Not yours, not mine.
Yeah. So, I don't think I stopped being drunk until we got here at like 9 p.m. and I took a shower. But yeah, I remember crying a lot in the car. I'm not someone who often upgrades technology unless I absolutely have to, unless I'm forced to evolve. For example, and this'll get me bullied a little bit, thrown up against the lockers and made fun of, I actually used my iPod Touch all the way up until about 6 months ago as my primary means of listening to music. I used my iPod Touch from about 2009 or 2010 all the way until 2023, with no problems and no plans of changing that. The only reason I switched to just making a music playlist on YouTube to listen to songs from now on is just because that was a little more convenient to add new tracks to it, whereas to add a new track to my iPod Touch, I had to fire up iTunes, which already feels like an archaic fossil for music, and then I also had to convert songs if I wanted to download them from the internet into a specific format to work with iTunes and my iPod Touch. So it was just jumping through hoops, and it was just kind of a headache. So eventually, I reluctantly just took all of the songs from my iPod and made a music playlist on YouTube for it. But if I didn't have to convert songs, I'd still be using my iPod Touch to this day. I just don't feel the need to upgrade unless there's a big reason to. Whether it stops working, malfunctions, or the newer model just has an unbelievably massive amount of changes that are beneficial. And I really do think things were made stronger back in the day, built to last. My original iPod I actually still have, and it works flawlessly. Meanwhile, if you get a modern Apple product, there's a chance it stops working within the first fucking week. Because some of these things they put out, and it's not just Apple, it's not exclusive to them, but some of these things modern companies put out are designed to not last that long, so that way it keeps you buying into their system and on their products. It sucks, but that's just kind of the reality of the world right now. The reason I mention all of this is because right now there's a lot of controversy around the iPhone 15's durability, because it's very fragile from most of the tests that have been put out there, especially when compared to older iPhones that don't break and shatter as easily. I still have an iPhone 11, and no plans of upgrading to the 15 or anything like that, because I don't need to. But there are people that every single time Apple puts out a new phone, they get it. Even when they don't need to, their older one works fine, they still get the newer model just because they're hooked on the latest and greatest. And this time around, they're getting a rude awakening with just how fragile the iPhone 15 appears to be. Have you seen the mass amounts of news regarding the iPhone 15's durability? Yeah.
Integrity of the iPhone 15 Pro Max.
Bang. I saw a lot of actual brain dead takes on that, he tried to break the iPhone 15 and it broke. Shocking. What were you expecting? Well, you shouldn't be able to break a phone with just that minimal amount of pressure. This guy apparently does this for every single new iPhone, and this is the first one to do that. I'm a pretty strong guy. I'm up there with Hercules. I can't break... There's a good chance I can't break my iPhone 11 by doing that. But I'm not going to put it to the test, because sometimes I don't know my own strength. The point is, it's real fragile. Give it the rice. That should fix a busted iPhone. Just put it in rice. It'll repair all of this instantly. Also, all the drop tests have broken the phone and removed the camera in 1 or 2 drops. That, to me, isn't surprising. I haven't seen the drop tests, But I would be very curious. I imagine out of all of the major products, Apple's are the most fragile. And it won't even be close. That's my theory. Just do the third video drop test. But like I said, this isn't going to surprise me.
What's up, guys?
I'm
Everything
confident
Apple Pro
they will
here,
break.
and the iPhone 15
and
Pro
so
Max
would mine.
is here. I had to do a video for this one. Titanium. Finally
Nice.
here, USB.
Again, that doesn't make my jaw go to the floor. I expect that with Apple products, and I have for a long time. What I wouldn't expect, though, is to bend it and have it break so quickly and easily. They marketed the phone as not needing a case, then it's the least durable iPhone, how surprising. Also, lowering of repair costs and quality. I didn't look at any of the marketing material. I don't know if that's a claim they actually made or if you're making it up. Sounds like a claim they'd make. I saw they made the claim that they're fucking saving the planet, basically. So that sounds like a ludicrous claim they'd make. Android for the win. I haven't seen that typed out in many, many years. For the win. Goddamn, what a throwback. Is Android actually pretty durable? Let me see. Let me look at an Android bin test. What's your most recent Android model? Looks like this is your most recent Android.
OnePlus and I have had a fairly rocky
God.
relationship recently. It kind of all started with the OnePlus 10
Fucking
Pro,
crime scene. He murdered it.
and continued with the OnePlus 10T.
That looks less durable than the iPhone. He fucking snapped that like a twig. Unless this is the strongest man in the world. I mean, that did not seem to take much effort.
But don't worry, OnePlus. With our
No, it's the S23.
As far as durability goes, Samsung has never had any issues. Besides the model that exploded, everything else has been pretty great.
Okay,
and this
nice.
S23 Ultra is no exception. Bending from the front
Handling
to
it like
give
a
no
champ?
flex, and flipping over the Ultra to the back, rigid as a rock. For anyone who does buy this model, whether it's this year for full price,
Nice. See, that's what I would expect with a phone. That it wouldn't just immediately crumble to dust. Like a potato chip. 15 Pro survived the bin test, though. Why do we live in Fantasyland? We just watched it. Yeah, I'm sure the phone still works, but it had ridiculous amounts of damage to it. He fucking blasted it. That was the Pro Max, not Pro. Oh, God, I forgot there's 15 different levels to the iPhone scams. Christ. Okay. I'll look at the So which one? So not the Pro Max, but the Pro. Eat a hot pepper for everything you don't like about new iPhones. I have an iPhone. The thing is, I don't care that much. The only thing I don't like when Apple releases a new product is that my older products stop working as well. Like, it's not a conspiracy, it's just fucking observable data, observable truth. My iPhone battery drains much quicker now since the 15 has come out. And it's been that way every time they release something new. But other than that, I don't really give a fuck. All I use it for is calls. I don't use it to do fucking music videos or anything. I just use it for text and calls. I just don't care. I'm probably not going to break it in my pocket. Though I think with the Pro Max, there is a real potential that you could. Because it's so fragile, there is a chance if you put it in your back pocket and sit down, you could probably break it with that. But other than that, it doesn't apply to me. Why don't you use an Android if you only use it for SMS and calls? Mainly just because I've used Apple since 2007? 2008? I think. When did the iPhone come out? Because I got the one after that. I initially had an LG View, and then I switched to Apple, and it's just been convenient. That's it. It's not like I'm against Android or anything. You're trash at 2K24? Fair. I'm not a big 2K gamer. I play it like once a year just to self-insert myself as a 5'7" freshman going to Michigan State for the story mode. And then when it's pay to win to put more points into your stats, I quit. So you're right. I'm definitely trash at 2K. I do not play it. I'm not going to swipe my credit card every year for stats. The reason I'm a 5'7" freshman at Michigan State is because I can't go 5'6". The game can't compute a height lower than 5'7". If I could, I would do 5'6". No, I don't believe that, TW. I really do believe in the planned obsolescence. I really think... And didn't Apple get sued for this? Where when they put out something new, the previous ones they make start working worse, or they plan them to only last so long, so that way you have to get a new one eventually pretty soon. I thought for sure they got sued for that. Apple again accused of planned obsolescence to be investigated by French regulators. That was in March of this year. May of this year. So it's still very much something in top of mind. It's not in the realm of conspiracy, damn it. And they got sued before for it in the past. That's most products. Yeah, I know it's not exclusive to Apple, but that's the one that I have and experience it with. They got sued because they made the phones not work as good so that the battery life lasts longer. They got sued because they didn't tell Apple users they did that. Yeah, bunch of hubbub. No. When a new iPhone comes out, they make yours work less efficiently. Lock it in. I'll start my own class action. Well, this looks interesting. This isn't a bad game, apparently. 15 positive reviews. So we play as a member of the Green Gang from Powerpuff Girls, and I guess we just explore? I just get a sneaking suspicion that this game is not going to be conducive to anyone with epilepsy, so I'll give you a seizure warning just right off the bat, because this feels like the kind of game that would do it. Oh. Ugh, that was such a visceral dream. I was walking around a city that I thought only existed in my imagination. 5 lab coins to open the door. I'm assuming that's like an NFT. Oh, Dean! Oh, goodness gracious. You degenerate pervert, how dare you. What the hell is this? Brother, I don't know. I just started. This is Lavender Town. Can't you tell? You are infatuated with that person over there. Talk to them. They are represented by a green heart on your map. Oh, wow. Freddy Fazbear, huh? Look at all the NPCs I can interact with. Wow. It's just like Starfield. Only I bet these NPCs express more facial emotions. Look at the honkers. Oh, man! Hubba hubba! Wowee! Didn't expect that in Lavender Town. Oh. Oh, wow, he's gorgeous. The true face of Zed Axis. Bad game night just turned into good game night. This isn't bad. At least not yet. Yeah, this is interesting. This is an intriguing little game, and everyone's got massive tits. The plastic surgeon in this town must be making a killing. The psych evaluation mango stand, huh? I'm going to ask you a few questions and then tell you who you are. If you're not too weird, maybe we can hang out again later. I hope it identifies me, Charles, the player, and not Zeke. I can always... Oh, this is all just like some XD random. I'll do become a heroin addict. Anyone is capable of doing that if they want, actually. It doesn't take talent. You can just become a heroin addict today. Not that I'd recommend it. You are a passive-aggressive asshole. No, that doesn't make any sense. You've got this one all wrong, Freddy Fazbear. That ain't me. Take this psychiatrist mask from my head. It currently dispenses Viagra, but you can add more pills later. Test it on the deer around me or some people in the city. Okay, I'll give the deer some Viagra, I guess. Press E on your keyboard, right-click to disperse pharmaceuticals. As you collect more pills, use the mouse wheel or D-pad to flip through the inventory. What even is this game? A psychedelic experiment. I sent that man straight to heaven. I just saw you downstairs. Hey Zed, what are you doing at my work? Pills are only for people with insurance. You don't look like you have any insurance. Please leave. Oh, I can't turn into a plane here. Maybe I jump on this guy and Viagra him. No, that would have been a big brain idea. Let's go! Big Adderall! This is, like, unironically an interesting mechanic. I was looking for shitty games, but accidentally found a good one. The game teaches you to use drugs to solve all your problems. Yeah. This might all be propaganda from Big Pharma.
For millions of years, there was no one in the city.
Voice acting too now?
Sat by the water, empty, just an...
I appreciate wacky little experiments like this. I feel like I'm a victim of MK Ultra right now. All my friends are here. Which one's the local vape expert? Is it you? Welcome to Statutory Vape. Great name. We've been invaded by dope-eating insects. If you can help me get rid of them, I'll give you some mystical dab resin that you can use to chill people out. Man, I'm a natural. Oh shit! No! God damn it! I fell apart, I fell apart. Eh. Okay, now I'm getting there. I'm rallying. Right, I got the speed tech. Nice. Huge movement. Go grab your new ship. It should be double your flying power. Not that you need it. I can't believe you beat me on your first try. That's not a bad game. I know, man. I feel like such a fraud right now. It's bad game night, but I'm accidentally playing a good one. We had no idea. Sorry. God damn. Oh, whoops. How many more are there? My thumb's getting tired from, or my middle finger's getting tired from clicking right mouse so much. Holy Lord, can you just hurry up on this wash cycle? Or go do your laundry somewhere else? Christ. Oh god, gee, good Lord. That was the carpal tunnel section of Lavender Town. Give me my clothes, then take my head, use it to make almost anything disappear and reappear before your eyes. It might be, William. This might be the new Starfield. Press E on your keyboard or X on the controller to make things around you temporarily disappear. Clowntown renovation. Let's fucking go. And look at this nice new gentleman in here. I want your bones. When do the things reappear? When does that happen? It's been a crazy year for Pinocchio. He's had 3 movies, he's got a new game coming out with Liza P, and now even makes an appearance in Lavender Town. Pinocchio stocks are through the roof. Hi Zed, I brought you down here because I wanted to show you my life's work. I sculpted it from my leg. Man, that looks extraordinary. I'm honored to have seen it.
Hip neighborhood. He was abducted by a UFO one night and had a
now it's time for some murder.
Which prompted him
That's
to
big.
join a support group of fellow abductees, where he met his wife Hilda, a graduate student
wait.
studying owl psychology.
I thought it was me. I see.
A few years later,
I just pushed them down.
Hilda's family
I thought it was my ability that pushed her.
from the city. The aliens found them there and took them on a deep space voyage, eventually landing.
Oh, man's hitting the Fortnite default dance. This game really has everything.
And a robot he was building. He was programming the robot to have emotions, and the first one he gave it was depression. When he turned it on, the robot just sulked around his little one-bedroom apartment, sighing.
How many do I have to do?
Between laying on the floor or couch, watching the ceiling fan spin around for hours.
It's my favorite band. Do you guys know Best of You? This sounds straight out of Majora's Mask. It actually sounds good.
Sex, drugs, violence, sex,
This really speaks to our society.
fire,
Drugs, cannibalism, and fire.
fire, fire, violence, drugs, violence, sex, fire, drugs, drugs,
Welcome aboard,
fire,
Unfamous.
cannibalism, sex, fire, death,
Maybe this could be my new Kovacs aim trainer. Just hop in Lavender Town here for whack-a-mole. Alright, I have to do the dance move true combo. Default dance, Orange Justice, Stanky Leg. Finish off with a little razzle dazzle. Hoo-ha. Wait, how do I flip through dances? Oh shit! I see. Now get him with the dozy do. Wait, I don't have a third dance move. What's my third move? Now get him with the Sienna May apology interpretive dance. Nice. And then we finish strong. Take it home. There's a full combo, baby. They weren't ready for that. Smeared accessed the universe ship. How?
cannibalism, death,
Oh, it doesn't need to be like directly when its mouth is open. I just hit the duck with it.
fire, drugs, cannibalism, death.
There we go. My first lav coin. That was a beautiful swish. Again? What? Is this Alien Island? It is! Wow, look at these things. They got nipples and pseudo-labia. So we're not so different after all, huh? Welcome to the alien burial ground. These are our friends who lost their lives in corporate battle with Lavender. Memorial can only be seen by those with alien vision. Okay. I came here too early. One more Lavender coin. Oh, wait, this whale's got something on him. Huh? Oh, I died. Or, no, it's scripted. I just want a nice place for my ducks to graze, Zeke. But these damn citizens are living in this whale rent-free. Go nudge them into that monster at the end of the water. Once he's gone, you can go through the door and I'll tell you a secret. It better be a lav coin related secret, I swear to God, Warden. Oh, hello. My girlfriend is sleeping, so I'm trying to take a shit before she wakes up. She can't know that I poop. Understood, brother. I'll be honest, I think I already killed your girlfriend, but I'm not sure. You're the last one. Lavender corporate secret. God damn it, I need lav coins! NFTs, what don't you understand? I don't care about the lavender secrets. Give me lav coins. I just need one more set. I feel like I'm so close to the end of the game. Oh, how'd you get all these lav coins? I guess you want to go down to the mall now. The warden is the only person down there from what I can see, though. I don't even know why they call it a mall. Seems like some weird investment scam Lavender Corporation is cooking up. Malls are kind of dying already, so this probably is some kind of money laundering scheme. Ah, it has all my favorite stores. We've been trying to figure out what's going on down here. We snuck in, but now we're stuck. Can you go into this cabinet and see what's in there? Warden's always going in and out of there. Sure. Welcome aboard, Bizarro. No drugs, no dance, which leads me to believe I'm supposed to do drugs and dance. To progress. Zed, you keep sneaking up on me. I guess you're figuring out what's going on. I'm inside your imagination, using it to feed these alien embryos. Once they hatch, I'm gonna use their energy to back my lav coin. As far as crypto scams go, that's like one of the more tame ones. As you reveal more and more of your imaginary city, the value of my currency grows and everyone wants a piece of it. Well, I'm about to violate your rules. Drugs! We just gotta give the aliens some THC. Let's go! Be free! My friends, yeah! Oh, there's more! I'm sorry I didn't see your other embryos over here. No, they have hatched too early. Eat him alive. What have you done? Hey, good news. I did it. Damn, what happened in there? You don't look so good. So the more you explore and discover, the more valuable lav coin is. Go see these aliens on the other end of the island. Maybe they have a way to stop the warden. Pick up a new ship right over there so you can get out of here. Whoa, the aliens are fucking partying. Let's go. Man, this game has a little bit of everything. The only thing it doesn't have is a place for me to piss, so give me 2 seconds, I'll be right back. Damn, those aliens are really fucking caked up. What in the world? Them cheeks got gills on them. Wow. That's pretty cool character design. Love to see that. Excellent. That's like something out of one of Kojima's games. Warden, my man. These aliens shit in a stereo on 2 toilets held up by an elaborate plumbing system. That's when you zoom out and into the shape of a double helix. And when you go further out, it's a cell inside the organ of a zebra. I think I was supposed to somehow, like, momentum jump. Well, no, there's no such thing as momentum in this game, I don't think. Ah! Interesting. See, having a little faith. That's me! Oh, Zed, I'm so sad. Or actually, no, that's... Is that me? I don't know. It's hard to know. Wow, this just got real deep. This took quite a turn. After a few hours, they gave him to me in that urn, and in the corner. He wanted his ashes spread, oh wow, spread into the ocean. But instead, she spread them on me, I guess. Will you do it for me? I can't bear to even leave this bed. Come find me after and let's take mushrooms into the park. Okay. Found ya. Leave me alone to drink right now. That is not what you said 2 seconds ago. Oh yeah, that's looking nice. Oh, that means I can also enlarge the titty shooter. Nope, no I can't. Immersion is ruined. A new character. If you eat these drugs, a corporate mech will appear and try to ruin your trip. It runs on alien tech. Defeat it and you can escape this island. This feels like we're at the end of the game. That's the whole point of it, to escape. Fuck you, Zed Axis. Dr. Robotnik, you bastard. Are you dirty rat? How do I fight him? Oh. This is easy. Oh, shit! Oh, God! Wait, how do I dodge that? Oh! It's alien fetuses. Will they help me fight, or what? Oh no, that's bad for me. Oh, God damn it. That's on me. That's on me. There we go. Speedrun. Optimal DPS strats. You got endless butt ship. Oh, so this is how we escape. Oh! Jiminy Christmas. And then I'm assuming I fly just straight up here. Oh no, actually there's a marker over here. Good to see ya! Who are you fighting with over there? The cork is coming off. Let me lift you out of here. Go see what's outside of the bottle. Oh shit! It's all coming out! This is so cool. What an interesting game. Is that the exit over there? Have I left Lavender Town? Ah, everything's back to normal. Outside the firmament, there is no cosmic machinery. Just a fetid, oily swamp where we gather around and contemplate how it reflects what's in our heads. Welcome aboard, Henri. Instead of what we see around us. Okay, if you say so, Warden, I trust you. Here I come. Oh wait, I went right back in the cork. Oh my god, I'm a fucking idiot. I got too excited. Ooh, that was unlucky. Yeah, now it's all gonna repeat itself. Shit. Oh, fuck. I got the bad ending. Oh, I chose the blue pill. Shit. Damn it. Damn you, Warden. Oh, okay. Then I didn't miss anything. That was good. That was fun. You're good, there was nothing else to do. Okay. Yeah, I just got, like, real excited and immediately just Geronimo'd back in. That was a fucking banger. Man, sometimes bad game night delivers what you least expect. A good game. And it's always so pleasant when it does. That was fun. What makes you mad more than anything in the world? What gets under your skin and just ticks you off? I know that this is an iconic question once posed by the great Ned Schneebly in School of Rock, but it applies to what I want to talk about today, because for one unhinged psychopath, the answer to this question was so baffling he ends up throwing his life away for something extremely insignificant. We've all got mad at small things, right? Trivial shit that doesn't matter, whether it's, you know, getting killed in a video game that you think is the result of lag, or maybe someone gives you some goofy eyeballs and you don't like the way they look at you and it makes you feel a little uneasy and it makes you upset perhaps. We've all got mad at something mundane. But one man in Oregon just got so upset that a parade forced him to go on a bit of a detour that he decided to fucking bulldoze through the blockade and then drive through the parade, nearly hitting people, including children, and will now likely spend the rest of his life behind bars, rightfully so. This is an individual with a severe case of stick-it-to-the-man-neosis. He fucking lost his mind and filmed himself doing it the entire time, by the way, all because of a slight detour for a parade. Now, there was one intellectual in chat last night that for some reason his comment was so stupid that it's sticking with me and just marinating in my brain about this story. He said, "Why is he getting punished? No one got hurt." Brother, let me sit you down in the stupid chair real quick. You can't bulldoze through a blockade, and keep in mind, I haven't shown you the video yet, but I will in a second. There is a scene, like straight out of an old 90s action film, where he like ramps his car up on two fucking wheels in order to squeeze through the blockade more efficiently and blast through the parade. You can't do that because you're endangering all the lives around you. I can't believe that even needs explaining in any capacity at all. It blows my mind that I even need to tell you why that's bad. Especially when we've already seen a couple times in the past someone using their vehicle as a weapon during parades where they hit and kill people. Even if his goal wasn't the attempted murder of people at the parade, he almost hit people, and this easily could have ended up in a situation where he did hit, harm, or even kill people from this reckless action. So just because he narrowly avoided a fatal catastrophe doesn't mean that he shouldn't be punished. He is not fit to be in society. And not only that, I'm gonna go ahead and give away a big spoiler, he's also a fucking pedophile. He has a rap sheet that extends for like most of his life, and a lot of the crimes involve sex crimes with minors apparently. I'll just go ahead and play you the news segment here that we went over on stream. You see the video of the guy driving through the Portland parade? Oh, that was so fucking weird, yeah. He didn't hit anyone, but it was so weird. I didn't see the whole video, but I saw like the first bit.
Dashcam footage obtained by NBC affiliate KGW submitted by prosecutors.
Brave showing it? No, he doesn't hit anyone. I don't exactly, they said road rage, but I don't exactly know what it was in particular, but for some reason he just drives to the parade and then just drives fucking through it. It's crazy. It was unhinged.
Frustrated, stuck in traffic due to road closures clearing the way for Portland's Grand Floral Parade. His anger boiling over.
They got it all blocked off. The Lloyd Center exit, the Convention Center exit.
Wait, so this was all over the road being blocked off for a parade? Holy shit. I don't think I've ever been that mad over anything in my life. Jesus, he's got that bitch up on 2 wheels. God damn. Like I said, he doesn't hit anyone, but look at this shit.
Bystanders sent running as the Chevy Avalanche.
That's terrifying. This is his camera POV. Well, yeah, obviously it's his camera POV. They didn't put like a drone on his hood or anything. For some reason, he records his own cabin, even though I can't imagine this is an isolated incident with this kind of blow up. Yeah, this is the guy. He caught himself in 4K.
Charged with 38 counts, including attempted assault and reckless endangerment. He has pleaded not guilty. Residents in
Not guilty, huh? Are we sure? I've been framed.
Court documents show Metcham is from Portland and has been in and out of prison and juvenile detention since he was 15 on sex abuse convictions against minors.
Whoa.
No trial date.
So he's a pedophile too. Good lord. What the fuck?
For these latest charges. Valerie.
All right, Aaron, thank
Well
you.
then.
Thanks for watching.
What a situation. All that because they blocked off the road for a fucking parade. They should just... Well, I mean, I don't think he's leaving jail again. 38 counts? I mean, shocker. You can't do this. You can't just drive through a parade like that. So I don't think he's going to be leaving jail anytime soon. He was probably late to the Chris Hansen meetup. I really wonder what he was in such a rush for. I am curious. Man heard the elementary school was about to get out and he wanted to go get good seats. I have no idea what he'd be so angry about for having like a slight detour. You would think someone would be careful driving when they have a suspended license. Well, not only that, you'd think he'd be even more cautious having a suspended license and also being a fucking pedophile. Like, the last thing you'd want is for people to know about you. This man just put himself out there in the biggest way possible. The Macy's going back to jail parade. Good one. Suspended license, no insurance, and he's self-recording. The self-recording might actually just be a court order, though, to make sure there's no children in his car. Like, I can't imagine this guy would be self-recording on his own volition. This had to be, like, the government stepping in saying, listen, you can have access to a motor vehicle, but we have to know who's inside your cabin at all times. The gall to plead not guilty, though, when he records himself doing it is incredible. I understand that that's probably just, like, the standard legal strategy, but man, that is very silly. Keep in mind, this is all alleged. Of course, yes. He allegedly drove through the parade while recording himself screaming and running through this entire celebration and then parking his car. It could have been anyone. We don't know yet. It was all AI. That's going to be a real legal defense strategy pretty soon. Your Honor, that's not my client. It's a deep fake. My client can't even make this face. I want to show you a bit from his dash cam perspective here because it's diabolical. He goes over the traffic cones and now he starts speeding up. He's treating this like it's a game of Grand Theft Auto 5, so he pops it up here. He's got his action movie stunt going on. He goes through the bigger blockades and the bigger trucks, and then he gets around to the actual parade. And this is where things get really scary. This is that kind of shit that has you hold your breath when you see the footage, because he is going fast. This man is fucking zooming. He is cruising here, nearly loses control because he, like, hops over the grass there, it seems. And then it almost feels like right here he starts contemplating whether or not to hit people. He then continues to drive through the parade for a lot longer, and there's also, like, a police officer that tries to get him to stop. He refuses to, and eventually drives out of the parade and away. All of this over having to just be slightly inconvenienced because of a detour due to a parade. It's fucking crazy. There are absolute lunatics out there. It's frightening. Just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. Yep. This is a video that is long overdue. I am so tardy to this party. I've been sitting on this topic for so long it's got squatters' rights. This is like when they made Zoolander 2 15 years after Zoolander 1 and nobody cared about it. But I still just feel the need to finally mention the Illuminati situation. For most of 2023, Illuminati has been this constant source of agony. There was an unreal amount of information that has come out and continues to come out about Illuminati, all of which is very bad. And as a result, her career as a YouTuber has reached a screeching halt. Now, I'm sure a lot of you have kept up with it, at least to some capacity, because it's been a huge story for so long now, but I'll give you like the most basic rundown. Illuminati was a YouTube channel, well, is a YouTube channel. She continues to post even through this, this apocalyptic career destruction. Her channel is dedicated to making video essays, mainly on like a variety of topics. She was known for how quickly she gets out the video essays, and also them being pretty high quality still. She grew pretty quickly and got very big. I think at her peak she had around 1.7 million subscribers, and things were smooth sailing. She was popping off, constantly recommended in the algorithm to people. And then in April of this year, her ego got the best of her, a victim of her own hubris. She made a call-out tweet against Legal Eagle, a very well-respected YouTuber and a fucking lawyer too, by the way, claiming that Legal Eagle's team had stolen her editing style. So, not Legal Eagle editors broaching my editors to take my video style when they didn't give up the info, they literally copied it, and by the way, I have the messages from my editors and found an email from them too. Just changed the color from purple to blue, huh? Interesting. So this is her trying to accuse Legal Eagle of stealing her editing techniques, which is an outrageous claim to make. And she didn't realize she brought piss to a poop fight. Legal Eagle was easily able to dismiss this shit and dunk on it, which really ruffled her feathers and forced her into a panic. So she tried desperately to backpedal, making an apology statement, claiming she should have reached out to hash it out privately, but it was too late. This set in motion what would be her YouTube career demise, because after this, the holes in the ship started to show, and it began to sink. She was then faced with numerous other allegations, ranging from abusive behavior, mistreating employees, just being an absolute menace to work with. Multiple victims of her came forward to showcase what Illuminati was like behind the scenes and some of the things she was doing in real life to make them miserable. Like, so much, I don't even know where to start. You could fill an entire fucking library section with just textbooks on this Illuminati lore. It has been so much, and it's constantly being added on to. Like, there's constant, like, patch notes here where there's, like, new updates to this story with new victims coming forward with their own accounts of Illuminati and what she's done to them. It's just a never-ending flood of information about how awful of a person Illuminati is. If you just search Illuminati's name on YouTube, you will get hundreds, if not thousands of videos going over and chronicling all of the allegations, all of the evidence to support the claims, and all of the terrible things that have come to light from this, as well as a lot of video essays on her downfall, because it is such a rare phenomenon to see someone as popular as her sink their career in this way. It doesn't happen often. The only other example I can think of is Boogie, and that happened slowly and gradually over the course of many years. Hers happened over the course of a few months, because that's how much came out and how disgusting a lot of it was. It is wild. So I talked about it on stream a little bit, as well as gave my prediction on what I think she's going to do in the future, because as of right now, she is still just trying to bury her head in the sand and keep posting videos to try and squeeze as much as she can out of the channel while it still's around, while there's still some people watching. She's trying to get the most juice from the squeeze here, trying to suckle the last bit of milk from this titty. And I wanted to share that prediction I had, because I do think it's a pretty strong one. It's not backed by any scientific evidence or anything, just my own game theories I've cooked up here in my head. But I think it's a pretty likely course that she'll take once she realizes that she can no longer suck her audience dry like a vampire, once they all stop watching, which she is rapidly getting close to that point. I never caught up like with the full depth of the Illuminati situation. All I know is that I've never seen a channel go from as popular as she is to where she is now. So she must have done some really deplorable stuff. I know it started when she accused Legal Eagle of plagiarizing her editing style, got biblically fucking clowned on for it, and then from there a ton of people came forward revealing how toxic and mean she is behind the scenes, and then she recently had a whole special segment in H-Bomber's video on plagiarism, and then she also got an entire video from H-Bomber specifically on her plagiarism, because all the shit she does is basically lifted from like articles or documentaries. But other than that, I haven't dove into like the 5 or 6 hours worth of cumulative like trash she has done. It's a lot. But what's very interesting is she still continues posting as if nothing happened.
So I wanted to...
All she did was turn off comments and she just puts her head down and grinds, ignoring all of it. What if it's another AI YouTuber? That, I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like if anyone's going to try and replace themselves with AI, it'll be Illuminati at this point because her name is Mud. Like, she is ruined. Like, nobody, like, supports her. So, she would definitely stand to benefit from buying Kwebbelkop's AI Keys to the Kingdom and make herself an AI tuber. It's Sunny V2 with a voice changer. Yeah. Yeah, I'll make you a prediction. Here's what I think. I think Illuminati will continue this trajectory for maybe 6 more months tops. After that, she's going to start another channel using an AI voice model in order to keep doing these same kind of videos, but start fresh and hope people don't connect her to it. That's my guess. Because before all of this came to light, she was getting like 100 to 300k views per video. Then everyone learned that she's an absolute insufferable person that's done horrible things, apparently. And now no one watches her. But if she did the same shtick with an AI voice on a fresh channel, she'd probably get away with it. Like I just said, it is so much to cover. I never even took the full plunge. It's just, she's this reoccurring villain. Every 3 weeks or so, there's new information about something fucked up she's done or is doing. It's this constant snowball that never runs out of snow, gathering steam. Better for her to just call Saul. Nah, she's gonna need to get herself a Hoover. Like, she's gotta relocate and disappear. Like I said, my prediction, I really do stand by it. I think she will probably, in 6 months' time, make a new channel, AI voice, make the exact same content, and just start fresh. So, go ahead and clip it. Make sure you remember my prediction, because I stand by it. I really think she's going to be one of the first YouTubers, other than Kwebbelkop, who is going to try to go entirely AI video-based. That is the direction I think she is going. So, let it be known, if that happens, I called it. I'll hit you with an I told you so. That's really about it. See ya. Twitch just announced a policy update change that was so surprising that I felt I needed to do something shocking just to get into the same spirit. So I threw my hair into a messy man bun. Surprise! Twitch announced that it's going to be loosening its policy on sexual content, trying to give clarity on what is and isn't allowed when it comes to sexual content on Twitch, and they are announcing that you can now have deliberately highlighted breasts, buttocks, or pelvic region as long as this stream has a content classification label, which is a label that just lets users know that there is sexual themes present, and as long as the content is artistic, nudity is permitted. As long as it's artistic in nature, it has Twitch's stamp of approval to exist. New York Times gives it 2 thumbs way up from the Twitch headquarters, as long as there is artistic context around the nudity that is presented. So Christmas really did come early for hog squeezers this year, and it also applies to animated depictions of nudity, drawn, sculpted, modeled, any of that, and even goes beyond that. There's also a guideline update to what dances are allowed when it comes to like sexually suggestive dance moves. They stated that twerking, grinding, and pole dancing are now allowed without a label. I mean, for some reason, when I read this, I just envisioned them doing like a press conference, like the president coming out, he just stands at the podium, twerking, it's okay. and then like some people start clapping. Now, while they may have explained that these dance moves are allowed, there's still no word from the Twitch higher-ups on whether or not my special dance moves will be permitted, or if they're still a little too hot for Twitch to handle and will lead to an instant ban. Yep, the hot dog hoedown. Charles White classic. Oh, what's that? A Habbo Hotel True Combo? And then the last major change they announced is that they're going to be revising how the homepage recommends content, so you won't be seeing mature recommendations on your homepage anymore. These are pretty much all of the major guideline changes that have been presented, but I want to get into the weeds of them because there's quite a lot to unpack. First and foremost, though, the reason why all of this has come out is in response to a controversy that's been going on for like the last week or so on Twitch. I'm sure most of you have seen the headlines. There's been a new Twitch meta that blew up on the platform, where some women would appear to be topless on stream and do certain movements in order to make their titties jiggle. Though you couldn't see the nipple, it was implied below the camera frame, so you just saw the top of their bare necessities, and everything else was assumed nudity, implied. This right here is the pioneer of the meta. Her name is Morgpie. She really blazed the trails here and carved a new path in the Twitch ecosystem for this branch of content. So again, basically, as you saw from the picture, it was appearing as though she was completely topless and would interact with the chat and then sometimes do like certain movements to really get the boobies moving. In the words of a wise man, them thangs be thangin'. And this led to a lot of discussion on, is this allowed on Twitch? What is Twitch's policy when it comes to content like this? Does this have the green light, or is it flying under the radar? What's going on? So this prompted Twitch to make these guideline changes to bring clarity to it. They did ban Morgpie as well as a couple other streamers who did this type of content, this meta, but then they came forward with more clarification on what they permit, and that's what we just went over today. Before diving into my perspective, giving you my opinion from my small little noodle brain, I do want to mention two quick things. The first, our podcast is somehow the number 5 biggest podcast in the world on Spotify. We're starting to catch up to Joe Rogan, bite at his heels here. The Red Thread is a podcast that I run with Windigoon and Jackson. It's all about cryptids, conspiracies, cold cases, and cults. I just had to quickly mention this because this had me smiling all morning to see the Red Thread pop off like this. I'll put a link to the Spotify in the description as well as the YouTube channel that we post all of it on, in case any of you are curious in checking it out. And then the other thing I want to quickly mention is that our Dungeons & Dragons campaign, our Dungeons & Dragons show Skill Check, we decided to stop streaming the episodes because it created so much confusion on where people can find skill checks since I don't save VODs, like I don't save any of the VODs. Instead, we just post the videos to the Skill Check YouTube channel. So going forward, no more streaming it. We're just going to drop the videos on the Skill Check YouTube channel every Wednesday at 8 p.m. EST. So there's going to be a link to that channel in the description as well. Alright, that's all for the updates. Let's get back to the Twitch policy. I will say one change that I think is a massive W no matter how you spin it is that they'll no longer be recommending mature content on Twitch's homepage. I made a whole video about this. If you go on Twitch when you're not logged in, a few of the top recommendations, no matter what, even on an incognito browser, a fucking brand new computer, anything, some of the top recommendations are always sexually suggestive content. The number one being Taylor Javot. I made a whole video about that, where she's usually body painting or like doing squats for subs. Mainly her big thing was stalling to get to that, but it always recommends sexually suggestive content when you go to Twitch's homepage. So the fact that that's going to no longer be the case, I think is a good thing, because Twitch is a website that is used by a lot of underage people. It's not exclusively used by kids, but there is absolutely a lot of kids on there, make no mistake. It's a 13 plus website. Like, you have to be 13 to sign up. So it is clearly a place that's accessible to kids. So it's good to no longer have the mature content being pushed right in their face on the homepage the second you go there. But now let's get into the messiness of it. The policy change around artistic nudity is a certainly interesting direction for Twitch to go. Because if you go on Twitch right now, and I don't even think I can pull up the current browser here, like a picture of it, because there is so much furry porn as well as naked anime girls on the thumbnails, because that's what people are drawing on there right now. It'd take me like 20 minutes to censor all of it to show it, so I'm not going to bother. If you go on there at any point in time, though, going forward, I imagine you're going to see a ton of porn, like hentai, being drawn. I'll show you Jake Lucky's tweet because he already did the censoring for me and it's just one stream. But this is already seemingly blowing up. On the art category right now, every single stream in the top 15 except for 2 are naked anime characters being drawn or naked furries being drawn, which is totally permitted by Twitch's new policy. They're not breaking any rules, they're playing it by the book, it's all above board. Don't hate the player, hate the game. And I'm hating the game a little bit, I'm gonna be honest. It feels very weird to have that content live under the same umbrella, the same platform as all of the other non-sexually explicit content. Like, it just feels kind of out of place. I hate having to default to stating this kind of argument, but Twitch is a 13 plus platform. It feels weird to have an 18 plus category be immediately accessible by just going to the number 6 most popular category as of right now, me making this video, and immediately having access to porn. That's just kind of weird to me. Yes, it is labeled, so when you try and watch it, it gives you some kind of sexually suggestive warning, but you can still immediately see it in the thumbnails. It's still right there, and it's right there at your fingertips on the same website as the non, 18 plus stuff. I don't have an issue with them allowing artistic nudity streams to exist, but it should have been spun off into its own separate place as opposed to being under the same umbrella as the rest of the streams, because I really feel like it's totally different. Like, I just don't think the two should coexist in the same space. It should be separated. So yeah, I'm definitely not a huge fan of that direction there. I've always said that Twitch probably wants to make an 18 plus category because there's a lot of money in that, which is fine if that's the direction they'd want to go, like having the adult Twitch category or something. They still haven't fully done that, but it looks like they're tiptoeing ever closer to it. But it really needs to be a totally separate category that isn't just easily accessible from just the regular Twitch experience that you can get to with a single category that is number 6 right now. Like, it needs to be far more separated. Now, that's the main one I wanted to talk about. I'm very curious to see how all of the other policy changes are going to, like, what they're going to lead to, I guess, because to me, it seems like a lot of it's easily exploitable by some bad actors that are probably going to just try and drive Twitch audience to their porn. Like, it feels like a lot of this is just going to make it a little messier on the platform when it comes to that kind of practice, but it remains to be seen. Maybe giving this clarity is helpful in avoiding that somehow. I'm just not entirely sure. The only one I'm sure on is that I don't really like that now you can just immediately get hentai just from going to the fucking top categories. That to me is just weird to be on Twitch. But yeah, anyway, that's the whole Twitch policy hoopla in a nutshell. That's about it. So yeah. I've got good news and bad news, and I don't care which one you want first because I've already made the decision for you. I know the optimal order is always good before the bad. So big group hug in the shower tonight. Let's hold hands and enter the smile zone together. One of the most annoying and degenerate pranksters the internet has spawned in recent memory has just been sentenced to 18 weeks in jail. His name is Mizzy, and for about a month he rose to internet infamy by doing some outrageously awful pranks. Basically, he'd just commit crimes and laugh about them while filming it, or he'd just make everyone's lives around him miserable. Just this plague of agony that swept through his local community to make everything a bit worse. I won't go through his entire resume of cringe, I'll just go ahead and give you some of his most embarrassing garbage, although in his eyes, this is his magnum opus, these are his greatest hits. So the big one that made him pop off online is when him and his friends would walk into random people's houses to just frighten them, literally just kind of breaking and entering. Then there was this one where he stole a woman's dog at the park and ran away with the dog. And then of course, who could forget the timeless classics, his iconic series here, where he would go up to strangers and ask them if they want to die. Him and his equally pathetic friends would occasionally put on ski masks and run up on strangers, ambushing them, trying to block their way, asking them if they want to die over and over again. So overall, pretty high quality, harmless, gut-busting comedy here from one of the most brain-rotted, clout-poisoned, delusional, attention-starved worms TikTok has ever seen. Mizzy was able to get his name out there for about a month with a lot of people dunking on him, clowning on him, roasting him. He didn't really have fans except for like maybe 7 or 8 year olds that just liked the idea of being disruptive. But outside of that, it was everyone collectively just spitting on him. And then he landed an interview on a major television network where he made an absolute fucking fool of himself, and pretty much overnight, like a fart into the wind, his online presence vanished. Well, kind of. Everyone figured out the garlic to this vampire. The one weakness every clout-obsessed turbo loser has. Being ignored. Not getting attention. Collectively, most people just stopped paying attention to Mizzy altogether. He was just this little nuisance that would buzz around occasionally, pester people, and they just kind of disregard it. No one was talking about him anymore. It took away all of his power, like Voldemort's name. Like, no one cared anymore about how many times Mizzy would do something that would get himself arrested. They'd just be like, oh, okay, moving on. It's like pee into a public pool. You expect it, and it's gross, sure, but at the end of the day, out of sight, out of mind, you move on pretty quickly. So Mizzy stopped getting attention, and after this month of infamy, everyone forgot about him. But you know who didn't? The law. You see, Mizzy this entire time has still been striving to reclaim that former glory, which is so pathetic that he considers it success when really it's anything but. What he believes is his career would be anyone else's unimaginable shame. He lives in such a distorted reality that he believes everyone shitting on him is a good thing. For him, people just knowing his name is a W. That's a big fucking victory royale right there. Whereas the only reason people know his name is because everyone dislikes him. Like, his whole presence, his whole existence is to be disliked by people, and he is proud of it. That is a nightmarish way of living in this fucking world. I can't believe it, but that's whatever. It's his life, I suppose. If he wants to ruin it, by all means. So anyway, that brings us to today, where he has now been sentenced to 18 weeks in jail. He went to trial last month where he was found guilty on 2 charges of breaching a court order. And this court order is actually the most lenient shit imaginable. Basically, it asked him to stop filming people without their consent and posting it online. But this guy is an addict. Like, he can't stop scratching at his fucking neck to violate people's privacy, harass them, and then post it online for his content. He just has this inability to stop himself from being an insufferable asshole. This was the easiest court order ever issued. It was basically a don't be a douchebag order, and he failed. So now he's got 18 weeks detention in a young offender institution, and the judge told him, put bluntly, your pranks are not funny. Which I think is a beautiful thing to say from the judge. Just scathing right to his face, cutting right to the core. Just like, hey, listen, just to be honest, you suck. Like, I need you to understand me here. You're trash. Like, you are actual ass. Your pranks are horrible. I don't know how you sleep at night. You're bad. Like, I think that is just so beautiful in how frank he is with that. So then he said that the 19-year-old's pranks were motivated by a desire to be famous and to receive money and designer clothes from sponsors, which is something Mizzy himself said, which is pathetic, truly just sad. And then the judge continues, your actions caused innocent members of the public significant harm and distress. You claimed on national television the law was weak, and now 18 weeks in the slammer for it all. I will say, I wish they had went a little bit harder here. This is someone who has shown no remorse over any of this, and after he gets out, I have no doubt he's going right back to this behavior. I have no doubt in my mind whatsoever. I even made a video 5 months ago going over just how little he gives a fuck about any punishment that might come his way. He's not going to let it stop him from just being a complete douchebag loser. So even though he'll spend 18 weeks in this detention facility, he's not going to stop this. This is all he seems to want to do with his life, is make everyone else's life more miserable and film it. So I don't think anything's going to change in the time that he'll spend away from society. I think he will come back and be just as annoying and degenerate as ever. That's my bold prediction on it, but no matter what, it is still good news, though, that he is finally receiving some kind of actual consequences for these actions. I think that is good news. That's something to make you smile. Now I'd like to give you some bad news. Colleen Ballinger is back. Colleen Ballinger made another apology video. This time, there's no music to it.
Hello everybody. Sorry I've been gone for so long. I've really missed this. I've missed talking to everyone every single day. Obviously, the last video that I posted on here is really embarrassing, to say the least. I was being accused of some pretty awful things, and I just was mad, and I should have handled that situation with maturity and empathy, but instead I just let my ego take over, and I'm really disappointed in myself.
Now, it's been quite a few months since this whole thing happened. Colleen Ballinger, Miranda Sings, was accused of communicating very inappropriately with underage fans, talking about some really weird stuff with them, a lot of very not good things going on in some group chats with them. I'm not just going to go over the entire situation. I covered it back then. Tons of people did. But what ended up happening is, after all of these accusations came to light, she responded with a ukulele musical number that I think she was striving for a Grammy, which unfortunately she wasn't nominated for. She made a song, a real song to make you wiggle your finger to, called The Toxic Gossip Train, where she didn't address anything really, or like disprove any of the claims or defend herself. She just made a song. So this is now quite a few months later. She's now coming out and saying that that whole thing was embarrassing and that, you know, she regrets the way she handled it, should have handled it with maturity. But I'm going to say, you should never regret writing The Toxic Gossip Train. That song took the Billboard charts by storm. You made a bop. Like, what you should be apologizing for is what you've actually been accused of, and then actually maybe try and talk about that instead, as opposed to your ukulele song. Like, that's not the big problem here. That's not the huge stain that needs to be addressed. Yeah, the ukulele song was a bafflingly cringe decision to do that, but the real thing here, the actual meat, is about all the accusations with the way that you've communicated with minors over the years, and the group chats, and like the sexual conversations you had with them about really awful and very weird things. That's what you need to actually talk about.
Over the last 15 years of my career, there have been moments where I was immature and inappropriate with some of my comedy, and there were times when I did not put enough thought into some of my fan interactions, and because of that behavior, people got hurt, and I am so sorry. I never wanted to hurt anybody, but it's clear that I did, and I feel so terrible about that. I also feel like there's probably people who are disappointed or feel abandoned by me because of my silence over the last few months. And I'm so sorry about that as well.
And this is just missing the mark, in my opinion. You're just giving a very vague response to a very specific set of awful allegations. By just delivering this blanketed, I went too far with my comedy, made some mistakes, hurt people, I'm sorry, you're not really doing anything besides just trying to move on from this as quickly as possible and hope that the bare minimum here is enough for an audience to stick with you. After she posted this fall vlog, she's now posted an additional, I think, 3 or 4 videos since now. She's doing daily posting again. So to me, this all just seems like, fine, I'll just reluctantly say I'm sorry. Hopefully an audience will stick around for a little bit, and I'm just going to start bombarding them with a ton of content to flood the rest of this out so that way people can just forget about it. That to me is what this comes across as. The accusations that have been made against her, as well as a lot of the things that have been brought to the public eye, are pretty awful. Like, it's not something that you can just, like, you know, wipe away with a statement like, it was just comedy that went too far and it was a mistake. Because, like, it doesn't seem like there was anything comedic about it, or even, like, supposed to be comedic about some of the things that have come out. It's just, like, pretty deplorable. Like, I feel like it warrants more of a direct tackling of what has been discussed and talked about. You know, like, just a more thorough explanation, I think, is warranted for the victims that have been affected by what you've done. This just seems very, like, I don't know the right word, but it seems very disingenuous and sincere, perhaps, where it's just trying to do as little as possible so you can continue to try and have your Colleen Vlogs channel do daily content and have an audience.
So I'm going to do everything that I can to make sure that I create a positive, kind, inclusive, safe space online with my content. And if you want to be a part of my journey online, I would love to have you, and if not, I completely understand. I do not expect anyone to welcome me back with open arms. I don't expect to change anyone's mind with this video. I just wanted to come on here and say that I'm sorry, and I wanted to try to show people that it's possible for someone to grow and learn and be better after making mistakes many years ago. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to vlog again, and today I'm just gonna...
I cut out a little section in the middle there where she was talking about how, first and foremost, she's a mother, and she was explaining why she hasn't spoken on this sooner, and also that she's been trying to listen and learn from everything with what everyone's been saying. And then eventually it leads to this, where she talks about how she doesn't expect to change anyone's mind, but she hopes that she can try and prove that you can make up for past mistakes, and her path forward is vlogging. So then she transitions this apology into a vlog, which I think is a really weird decision to make. I don't know why you wouldn't make this 2 videos. I mean, maybe because the apologies is only like 3 minutes long and it's not specific, and it still doesn't even directly talk about any of the accusations. It just tiptoes around all of it. It really feels like the apology is more of like an avoidance thing, where she can just loosely talk around the subject and say that she's sorry for it without ever needing to explain herself or what happened or her actions or intentions or anything behind all of it. So it really seems like the intention was get the I'm sorries out and hope the audience is receptive to it and will stick around to watch the vlogs. And her gamble paid off. She was right. She knew her audience. If you read the comments, it's nothing but overwhelming support for her, and the views on her vlogs are great. So yeah, I'm still a bit stunned by the comments here. A lot of them are saying, this is what you should have said to begin with. We forgive you now. Now we understand. It's all good. What the fuck? She still didn't say anything. Like, did you even watch the video? She still said nothing. It's like, the second she said, I'm sorry, everything else went out the window as if it never even existed. She has still not even said anything about any of the actual accusations or anything about it. She just loosely said, ooh, those jokes didn't land. Bit of a mistake, and I know people got hurt. Sorry. But yeah, I mean, I guess she doesn't need to. She will, I suppose, continue to do just fine here without ever actually talking about all of these things. I really don't think you can just write off a lot of what's come out about the way she behaved around minors as just her being a quirky, zany jokester. Like, there's really no way of looking at it in any way that isn't weird. But whatever, I guess. Her audience has moved past it and forgiven her, so she's back to daily vlogging and will probably continue to do just fine. So yeah, I just wanted to give a little update here on some good and some bad news. That's really about it. So yeah. Yeah, this is most likely going to be worse than Gollum, which is an incredible achievement to make a game worse than Gollum in the same year that that game came out. Apparently the game's only 3 hours long. It's also $32. It's on sale, so it's usually $40. So you're paying a little over $10 an hour for the experience. That sounds about right. What a bargain. I mean, this is going to be an unforgettable journey, I have no doubt. Also, not to go full hipster here, but, well, I happen to have been following this game for the last 6 months. Everyone's just recently found it and got drawn into the hype. I knew this game was going to be a masterpiece 6 months ago. So I'm happy that it's finally here and getting the recognition that it deserves. Oh, I'm in! Let's go! Looks good. One thing that Matt pointed out earlier, is that you have to actively try to make something look as bad as this game, because you can absolutely find free assets that are just genuinely better. Like, for instance, Kong has like a camel toe. You could have absolutely found a free asset pack that had a better looking one. It's more impressive to make a game that looks this bad than it would be to make something that looks mediocre. Oh, that's fucking huge. Just clapping on the little birds. Oh, no, no! I had a sneeze. I had a sneeze cooked up and it threw me off. That's gonna cost me on the speedrun. Jesus Christ. Is this like Nintendo 64? No, this just came out today. For PC. You're gonna need a fucking 5090 to run this bad boy at max settings, I'll tell you that much. I'll start theory crafting the speedrun route. I wonder if they can climb. No. Oh, these poor things are so confused right now. I appreciate that they do make this trash, though. I just wish it was a little cheaper. No! Get out of there! It's like I'm watching a previs for, like, Madagascar or something. No! I'll teach you, Gaw. Ah! How do I get health back besides eating the plants? Whoa! What a maniac. I have a plan, hold on. Ah, I thought of everything. Invisible wall. Oh wait, my plan still kind of worked. He's stuck. Can I hit him from here with this? I need to get just close enough for the splash damage to connect, but not too close where he can hit me. I'm already innovating on strategies here. Is there any splash damage? Okay, there we go. No! Damn you, Gaw! Oh, is that scripted? Did I just waste all of that time for nothing? And no, it doesn't really feel like a Souls game or anything. The soundtrack right now sounds like Courage the Cowardly Dog when he gets an idea. What do you mean you're confused on the story? Two things happened. His parents died the Gaw, and he grew up. That's it. There's not a whole lot of moving parts to this right now. If you're already lost on this narrative, Lord help you with anything that has real writing. Man, these crabs are so tanky. Which I guess sounds about right, actually. This game is nothing if not realistic. Holy shit. This thing's stronger than Gaw. No way there's a skill tree in this game. Have some shame. Lord have mercy. Alright, where's the skill tree? So I can't go that way yet. And now I can't move. What happened? He just decided this is where the journey ends? Okay. Kong, please. Do I even get skill points for killing random mobs? Doesn't seem like I do. Or XP, rather. What's down here? I'm stuck again. Not like this. Not like this! Why?! Kong! Damn you! Am I stupid? Is there a "you are here"? Is this me? No. This is marking the playground. Where am I on this map right now? This map is fucking worthless. I don't know where I am in here, and everything looks exactly the same. And I don't know how to do the roar skill because it's not letting me activate it. I've already tried like 5 fucking times, even though it gave me the notice for it. Unless it's a different key than what it was with old mom and pop. There's not many keys left on this keyboard, sports fans. Okay. Maybe it's in the keybind somewhere. Primal Rage, already tried that. Roar, E, tried that a million fucking times. Let me try something. Maybe when I got locked in that state, it like turned off my shit. Let's try here now that I'm not locked down. Let's see. Perfect. This is the worst goddamn way of finding where you're supposed to go. There's nothing here. And the map, like, if the map would just show me where I was, this would be so much better. They couldn't even bother to just put your position on a fucking map. God damn it. There we go. Alright. Oh, they thought of everything! There's invisible walls even out of bounds! Damn you! What's the goal of this game? To keep the player occupied for 2 hours so they can't refund it, and Game Mill gets your money. I actually think that probably is the reason why they don't just put you on the map, so that way you just have to aimlessly wander around reused assets over and over and over again, not knowing exactly where you are, so it just wastes all your fucking time. Because it's already been over an hour. There's nothing here. Oh, shit! The bad boys! The dirty gentlemen. I can't go this way, because I need the ground pound ability, which I don't have. Okay, looks like I didn't need it. They forgot to program that. Speedrun strat. We'll take it. We will take that. That's for damn sure. Now I'm doing a lot of damage. So I just need him to slam his head on the rock. There we go. Nice. Yeah, just keep beating the devil out of it. That was an incredible cutscene. Beautiful, empty, open area, full of nothing to do. Love that. Maybe at the Deku tree here. Pride Ascension. Thanks for the membership, Michael. Can't even swing. Swing! Brother, they couldn't even put your location on a map. Swing. This is Game Mill we're talking about. You're lucky you can even jump. That's gotta be the last one. Nice. Now I get to explore an equally large, equally empty open area again and just fucking feel my way around here like I'm looking for a urinal in the dark. This is amazing. Maybe this way? This looks right. They couldn't at least just have the decency to not fill it with the same fucking things over and over again, so that way there's at least defining features to each area I enter. So I don't feel like I'm going insane. I would love to meet one person who actually worked on this. Just to ask them why. Like a higher up, that is. Not just like a normal programmer who's just getting paid to do the work. Someone who actually wanted to make this. Now we're really cooking him. The strat's working. Nice. And that's what mastery of Rise of Kong looks like. They made big rigs in the newest Avatar game. I know they made big rigs. I did not remember them making the newest Avatar game, though. That sounds about right. That game is also absolutely awful. Quest for Balance. I just wonder why this studio exists. Like, there's no way they're under any delusions that what they make is good. Like, they have to know. So what's the point? And there's no way their games actually make money. Even though they're extremely cheap to produce, there's no way they're selling real units. Like, I bet Avatar Quest for Balance fucking flopped. They probably lost money on it. Because the license probably cost so much. Thanks, Hat. I'm glad to hear it. Oh my god, not like this. I'm stuck. I'm fucking stuck. My first death. Because I'm stuck in the wall. And now I can't move at all. Hold on, I'm not letting this happen. I do not feel like having to run all the way back here. I'm fucking stuck in the wall again. There we go. Huh. You know, that just gave me an idea. I wonder if I could skip ascension zones by just doing the save load thing there. Wait a minute, I might have actually just discovered something huge. Let's try it. So let's go to the edge of the ascension zone. Save load, and it should despawn that. Let's see. Oh, they thought of that. Smart. Yeah, because if I save load right there, that would have absolutely worked. God, that would have been such a massive time save. Fuck. Did the JPEG cutscene happen yet? Not yet. I saw that on Twitter though. I'm hoping it's coming up pretty soon, but I think that was GAW. So, we'll see. Why play it then? I like shitty bad games. Someone's gotta play them. Might as well be me. Whoa! Oh, wait, this is the JPEG cutscene. This is the one that was popping off all over Twitter. Now I get to experience it in all its glory. This guy really does not feel like fighting back, I respect it. He's a pacifist on the Death Runners Council Alpha. Another one? Jesus. No! No! Not a photograph! Ugh. I'm gonna look up how much longer this game is. I don't know how much more I can take. I really don't. This shit is so fucking bad. It's incredible. It's like... Ugh. It's so much more impressive at how bad this game is. I still have like 30 minutes left. I can't do it. I can't fucking do it. It's too boring. It's just too boring. I have 2 bosses left.
Look how much ice is in that, though.
What's happening here, boys? Scam! So what does it all mean?
Is Starbucks a scam?
Hey, so we've already exposed Big Beef Jerky for the frauds they are and the scam that they run. And Years ago, yeah. They're still operating in plain daylight, unfortunately, but I'm sure change is coming. Next, we're targeting Starbucks. I don't go to Starbucks, so this is kind of Matt's expose.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's important to start with what questions we're answering, because it's not so much, hey, is Does Starbucks suck? They might. We don't know yet. But also, like, if you're going to get a medium or a large, which one should you get? And we're going to help you figure that out.
Well, it was less that and more, if you get a medium and large, is it still the same amount of liquid? Because you said what they do is they just put more ice in to make it seem larger.
Well, I don't know. That's what we're figuring out. I have no idea.
Gotcha. All right. You walk me through how we're doing this.
All right. So we've got a little bit of everything. We've got no ice with light ice, tall with normal ice, grande normal ice, venti normal ice, and the Trenta on its way. So how do you want to start?
Probably just start with the small ones first.
All right.
So I guess measure how much coffee is in this.
Yeah. Also, I feel like we weren't hard-hitting enough at the beginning. Is Starbucks a scam?
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah. Now they're hooked.
Yeah, now they know what
this
they're
is more
getting
than
into.
science.
Right, we've got an abacus. I'll count the ice cubes. And then I guess put it, which one?
Use the, well, actually here we can use this. This is the tiny boy, right?
Yeah, there's no way that's going to fit in there, right?
But what if it does?
What if it does? You know what? This is what science is all about, figuring things out.
That fit far more than I expected it to, I'll tell you that much.
Now we should move it to another. This is like in science class when they're like, would you use the graduated cylinder or the other ones?
How much does it advertise that it gives you?
That's a good question.
So it is
just shy of, on the other side, just shy of 400 milliliters.
Yeah. Is tall the smallest size they have?
Tall, small, except for their pup cups, which we don't do dog science.
True.
So.
That'd be ridiculous. We do real science.
Yeah. So just shy of 400.
Yep.
Which in that is just shy of 8 inches of coffee.
Oh, well, no.
Oh, no,
way
just
up.
over 7
Yeah,
inches.
just
of
over
coffee.
7 inches worth of coffee.
This is why it's important to always have two
But you have to keep in
scientists.
mind, it makes a difference what receptacle
what's
it's
in,
in.
yeah.
You know what an inch is? What?
Oh, those are centimeters.
Jesus Christ.
You're wrong. These are, centimeters.
It's supposed to be 12 ounces.
12 ounces.
Where's the electronic scale?
Where's the guy?
Oh, it's in a
counter?
box. Probably check over there somewhere.
Okay, so 350
You get more
milliliters.
bang for your buck because it's over 350.
Yeah, no ice gives you over 350.
Okay,
The
now-
question though is if we had to pay extra for it, because I want to do a breakdown of ounces or milliliters per dollar spent, basically.
All right, what I want to know is if you get the same size with ice, do you get less?
Yes.
So let's do that.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
You want light ice or normal ice?
Do light ice.
All right, we're moving up to light ice. I answered that one right off the rip. Here we go.
Because this would be purely a scam. Now we have the, oh, Matt, jeepers creepers.
This is not the proper strainer for this. There we go.
Oh boy.
What are we at?
Just under 300 milliliters.
Under 300.
You lose 50 milliliters worth of your coffee when
Wait,
it comes
that's,
to the ice.
That's light ice.
That's light ice. Heavy ice, you're going to get 5 milliliters in total of coffee.
You can probably put it in the little one.
So this is my last editing note. Now that we've said that, I want a big word that says scam to slam into the screen.
With like a red alert.
Well, and then I
alarm
want a
kind of
little
thing.
one under that says allegedly. And then maybe like a just kidding in parentheses. So we don't get sued.
Allegedly is crucial to it.
Allegedly is.
It does not seem to charge you for no ice.
Oh.
Just go no ice all the time. That was how many milliliters?
Just under 300.
Just under 300. Oh
That's
my
gonna
God.
be alarming.
Now we're going. Do you want to strain this one?
Yeah, let me strain this puppy.
This is good to finally show people we know what we're doing.
This is a question people have had for years, I'm sure.
Oh, wow. Go more in the middle. More in the middle. All right.
I think our data collection has been marred.
He gave me a whole lot of shit for how I did it.
You wouldn't believe how much you lose when it comes to normal ice. It's shocking.
Honestly, it's like 50 lower than I was even expecting.
Just under 250 milliliters normal ice.
Here, I know how we can fix this.
Oh, and then, yes.
The best part is these are cracks that go into the middle of the table, so there's just stuff sitting in our table for the rest of our lives.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
It's just extra foot. There you go. Now we put it back.
Disgusting.
Nobody drink that one.
Yeah, so just under 250 milliliters on an advertised 350, I believe.
Yeah, that's how big the cup is.
Interesting.
The cup is 350, so they don't tell you you're getting 350.
Well, I don't think they say this is.
I don't think does anyone ever advertise like their exact ounces of their sizes? I don't
that would
think
be a
so.
big way to open yourself up to false
Yeah, no, I don't think they do
advertising.
that.
Yeah, smart.
So once again, there's not really a way to say whether it's a scam or not. We're going to answer what's the best bang for your buck.
It's definitely no ice.
No ice.
Or
But-
even light ice is probably fine.
Yep, especially since apparently they don't charge. And we're moving up to the grande.
It wasn't a scientifically significant amount of liquid on the table.
It was
though.
not, no.
Yeah. This is the grande, and what we're looking for is what?
This amount of milliliters compared to the tall.
Yeah.
Which was how many?
250. Can somebody just note down 250?
We should
for the
should bring a
tall?
notebook next time. You guys should take notes.
Just to help because I see this.
No,
you want me to let
Oh,
go?
I see
I was
what you're
making sure the ice didn't force its way out.
Yeah, no, it's known to
But
do
this
that.
is smart. We don't even need
the strainer.
They gave us red herrings. We didn't need the strainer.
Yeah, so this is normal ice grande.
Yep.
So what does it all mean? An actual what does it mean?
What does it mean? Well, we got to get through all of them, and we need the pricing. We're gonna break it down milliliter per dollar.
How much is a grande with ice versus?
Yes,
20 cents more.
20 cents more.
Yeah.
But I need
for the same
actual,
milliliters.
I need the actual prices. All right, now we got to move on to the venti.
Okay.
Look, nobody said science is fast.
No, it's not. It's a slow process. If you want to get accurate results like us.
Go with this one.
Yes, of course.
You want to just do it the same way?
Yeah, just do it the same. It's more dramatic that way too.
Is there leftovers in there? You need to dry that out.
Whoa, that lid's faster. I can tell you that much.
Damn, they got that one pinpoint accurate. How much is the?
Yeah, what's our
that,
venti?
That one's $1.20 more, so it would be $5.75.
Wait.
Well, it's supposed to be a venti is 20 ounces, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what it's venti. So I'm looking at the ounces on this side. It's not even close. That's just above 16.
Oh boy.
Oh
Scam.
my
Right
God.
into the screen. Scam.
They played us for
Huge
fools.
scam. Is it supposed to be 20?
I'm not sure.
Isn't that what venti means? Is 20?
They pick like 4 different languages.
Oh.
Yeah, they.
Tall, grande,
Which is just big.
Venti is supposed to be 20 fluid ounces is supposed to be 591 milliliters.
Oh, this isn't even close.
That's.
I'm outraged. If I drank coffee, I'd be flipping a table right now.
Yep. We need the scam button.
Yep.
We did not think this show out
Yep,
well.
where's the scam button?
Just
Red alert.
do it in post. Yeah, no.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's
so
good.
you can
That's
put it
good.
over this.
All right, so doing some math though.
Mm-hmm. So you get 500 milliliters with this, not as advertised. I'll tell you that much. Misleading.
But I mean, you can even just see looking at it.
Oh,
it's gonna
wow.
be
Yeah, the numbers are right here.
It's gonna be your best deal most likely.
Hold on, I need to check your math.
475. Wait, grande was supposed to be 475?
That one was supposed to be 16 ounces.
It was 350.
What the fuck?
What's happening here, boys?
It's the aliens.
This is nuts. Yeah, we find aliens in Mexico, and all of a sudden there's not enough coffee.
They're
in
stealing
any
our coffee.
This is crazy. All right, so doing a little math.
Yep.
Which is probably not the right math.
No, I disagree. This doesn't lie.
Yeah, well,
Can you turn it around? Can I see his work?
I just wrote it down. There was no work.
You can't argue with this.
We've got, I think if my little noodle brain can do math, and then we take 250 divided by 4.55, and you get 54.95.
What are these numbers representative of?
The numbers, Mason.
I don't know if my math is correct, because that's how my brain wants to do it. That should be milliliters per dollar.
Oh!
Yep.
So you get you get roughly 55 milliliters per dollar with the tall.
Yep.
73 milliliters per dollar with the grande, and then 87 milliliters per dollar with the venti.
So the tall, is that with or without ice?
That was with ice.
So do it without ice
Without
too.
ice.
To see if it's like a nuts
You don't
deal.
understand this deal you're about to get.
This is
$3.50
this could be
decided.
the one.
I want give me one of those big old school calculators that accountants use. They're like, and then so, it's still
with the
not a
receipts
better
that
deal.
come out the top.
That gives us 76.92 milliliters. I can't wait for the top comment to be like, "That's actually not how you'd find this out."
But it makes
the way
sense.
you've done it
makes a lot of
makes
sense. It's also important to note that the venti is just it's $1.20 more. So does that make it more or less worth it?
Well, it depends. Per milliliter, it's your best deal here. But yeah, basically, let's get back. We lost the plot.
No, we're right on. We're
Wait,
right
did
on
you do the
tail.
math on the no ice tall?
I did 76.92. That's your
Yeah.
second best. You're almost getting as much milliliter per dollar in
As
the
a
tall
venti.
no ice as you are in the venti with ice, and you're getting the same amount as the grande with ice gives you.
So if my calculations are correct, the actual best thing you could do would be a venti no ice.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Venti
Yeah.
no ice. You're fucking swimming.
Well,
in
you couldn't even imagine the amount of coffee you'd get.
Yeah, you'd be like the squirrel from Over the Hedge when he drinks it and everything starts moving in slow motion. Yeah, like that. Or when Ratatouille
We don't even need
takes the-
post-production. I can just do in-camera
He's
effects the
got it
whole
all in
time.
his hand. We told him like 8 times we wouldn't call anything a scam before the show, but it's starting to feel like a scam.
Yeah, it feels like we're in the middle of corporate espionage.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah.
So once again, they're not the amounts they're marketing aren't the amounts we're getting unless we leave out the ice. We're getting more than they advertised. So that sits them right in the middle as not a scam, not better than a scam. They're just a restaurant.
Well, we haven't tried the Trinta yet.
That's true.
The
That one
supersized
could.
meat.
It's on the way. It's
That
about
one
5 minutes
could
out.
break the whole
That
thing
could
wide open.
This could throw the whole case into disarray.
Yeah, but before that gets here, yeah, let's give once again. If you're really going for bang for your buck, you get the venti.
Yeah.
It's the
No
best
ice.
milliliter. Yeah,
Or
no
ice.
ice is always the option.
Or ice, actually.
Just get a fucking venti. That's what we found out.
Yeah, but it's more expensive, so if you can't afford it, don't get it.
Get the tall with no
And don't-
ice, and you get more coffee.
Or just don't go to Starbucks.
Right, so now we got the Trinta.
The Trinta has arrived.
Nice.
So if you get a Trinta with ice, you're getting approximately 24 ounces of coffee. It's supposed to be how much?
31.
Oh, that's well
And
under.
once again, what's the language? Are they saying you'll get 31 ounces, or are they saying the cup is 31 ounces?
They're not ever going to tell you how many ounces of drink you're going to get. But
Okay.
look how much ice is in that, though.
That is a lot
That
of
is
ice.
a
We
lot.
should have measured the ice in each size.
Well, we can
You
still
still
measure
can.
the ice amount. And then you get just over 650 milliliters.
What was the price? $5.95?
So you get 650 here. That's alarmingly low. I think your venti is going to be a better bet.
Mm-mm.
Wait, that's actually just like 2/3 of what you're supposed to
Yeah.
get. That's crazy.
But once again, it's the cup. So we can only say, by our strict rules, they're allegedly a scam.
But you see, when I order something,
Uh-huh.
I'm expecting to get what my brain's thinking I'm going to get.
Right.
So if I get a cup that says I'm getting 30 fluid ounces
And
worth
they're
of coffee,
saying Trinta. Everybody knows that's 30.
I'm expecting 30 fluid ounces worth of coffee itself, not ice, not government propaganda, just the coffee itself.
I hate when they give me 30 ounces of government propaganda.
Government cheese.
Okay, so let's break this down again. If we're going tall, no ice, you get 76.9 milliliters per
Right,
dollar.
right.
Tall with ice,
Yep.
54.95. Terrible deal. Don't get a tall with ice.
Yeah, it's the worst deal.
Grande with ice, 73.68. We're on the up and up.
Mm-hmm.
Venti, 86.95 milliliters per dollar.
Mm-hmm.
Trenta, 109.24 milliliters per dollar spent.
But you're still being misled at the end of the day.
You are.
It may be the best value, but can you stomach the deception?
Yeah, we're almost answering two questions here. We're answering what's the best bang for your buck, and is it a scam? So
all of them appear to be alleged scams.
Alleged scams by our measurement system that we created and
which
has
is
nothing to do with the world.
It's the freedom measurements
right,
we're doing.
Freedom measurements. I still like Starbucks, okay?
I never have.
And if I were going to go buy into a scam, allegedly, we're walking a fine line here, okay? Get the Trenta. It's the best deal you can get.
Unless you don't want 650 milliliters
So
of
that's a
coffee.
lot of coffee.
It's a
Maybe.
Well, think about this. You get the Trenta, you put it in your fridge overnight,
Oh,
you
ruin
drink it for the next 3 days, you'd ruin it?
Yeah, it denatures the flavor particles.
Oh, yeah, the alcohol's all... Also, just now that we're wrapping up, for all intents and purposes, Starbucks, we're joking. You're not a scam.
But I still don't like you.
Yeah. So
yeah.
All right, we did it. Hey,
Yeah.
good
Hey,
work.
Good science today.
Yeah, debunked.
Yeah, well, it seems like everything panned out exactly how anyone with any semblance of a brain would think it would work.
I don't know.
The more
that I would
coffee
say-
you get, the more value you get for your dollar.
I would
That's
have
not
expected
necessarily
them-
how it would work
All right,
in theory.
this
Well,
this is
fair.
the first. This is the test run. So now we're learning. We need to have a hypothesis in
Ooh,
the beginning.
yeah.
It's
Smart,
fine.
smart.
But I would have hypothesized they would have been much more around equal. Like, if it just would have made more sense if you're getting the same amount of coffee per dollar spent, basically, but getting more because you wanted more. Just blew my mind.
That was like string theory. That was impressive.
I can see no recognition in Charlie's eyes
just
at all.
blinked out there. All right, moving on. Great work
Hey,
today.
thanks, Starbucks.
Yeah,
Good
thanks,
work.
Starbucks.
This is one of those very rare, serious videos I make about a situation that I feel is just very important to cover. Last night in Ybor, which is a place that's close to where we live here in Tampa, there was a shooting that left 2 dead and 16 to 18, the reports are varying, injured. It started as an altercation between people that escalated into guns being drawn and fired, and 16 to 18 people were caught in the crossfire. It wasn't a planned mass shooting, it was a fight that turned into a mass shooting, basically. There's tons of footage from this, including the start of the shooting. I'm clearly not going to show you any of that. And unfortunately, myself and my friends were actually there last night when it happened. Like most people in Tampa, we went down to Ybor to party for Halloween. The shooting happened around 3 a.m., and most of us were still out at that time. Half of us were still in a club, like myself. Some of us had just started going home, and then one of our friends, Peyton, was actually walking on 7th Avenue, which is where the shooting took place. She said she was only a couple blocks away and actually saw the shooting happen. She then called Caleb, who was with me at the club, and he could hear the gunshots in the background as she was trying to warn us to stay inside and not go out under any circumstances. It's a horrifying nightmare. She mentioned she also saw some of the bodies, and I can't even imagine what she must be feeling about the situation that unfolded in front of her. Most of you know I have quite a few irrational fears, like flying. But one fear I have that I don't think is irrational or weird, and probably plenty of you who are also American have a fear of, is mass shootings. It doesn't seem like they're that uncommon anymore. So to have one actually happen where we were is indescribably terrible. And my heart absolutely breaks for anyone that was involved in the situation. It's unimaginable. The club we were at is a couple minutes walk away from where the shooting took place, so we were far enough away that we weren't in danger, but we were close enough that when we left, we could see where the cops and the whole thing had taken place, because it's just one street and you can just see down there. It's an extremely sad situation. The 2 deceased victims were a 14-year-old and a 22-year-old. It's so fucking infuriating to not feel safe anymore out in public because you never know when it might just turn into a mass shooting because 2 people got upset. Just senseless gun violence over fucking nothing. It is horrifying. It's beyond scary. And at the time, all we knew is what Peyton told us. But when we got into our Uber and were heading home and we all got back safely, that's when we started to see clips of what exactly happened. And one of the clips that we saw, probably the biggest clip that we saw, came from a live streamer who was there.
Oh, they wallin'! They wallin'! They wallin'! No, listen.
streamer caught a lot of shit for this because he is heard audibly belly laughing about the situation, and you can see him smiling ear to ear here, looking like he just got told the best joke in the world while also being tickled during a shooting. He has made a statement about this. He was replying to someone who gave him the benefit of the doubt, saying, "I don't think enough people know that in traumatic situations, people often react in ways that people who are uninvolved would see as inappropriate. This is how the brain works to protect us in moments of distress." To which he said, "Also, I was very intoxicated. As I said before, I hope everyone made it out safe, and I would never intentionally laugh at a situation like this." I don't think there's enough alcohol in the world to make you drunk enough to laugh during a mass shooting, but what they're describing here about laughing during traumatic situations is a real phenomenon. I am familiar with that. I've seen that before when studying in college. It's something we went over, and I don't necessarily know if I believe him that that's what happened, because he seemed extremely excited, almost celebrating that he was capturing these moments on his stream. Maybe he viewed it as content, or perhaps a big break, knowing his stream would be shared around in the news about this. I don't really know. But there is something still very off-putting about the way he responds to it, but I'm just going to go ahead and also give him the benefit of the doubt that perhaps this really is just how he responds to traumatic situations like this. But he did, a couple hours after this happened, make this tweet where he was replying to a news organization that posted his footage talking about the shooting in Ybor, and he said, "Yo, no props is crazy, not gonna lie, but hope everyone in the situation made it out safe." And then someone in the comments called him out saying, so someone said, "Props, this ain't no game, what the fuck?" And then he said, "Not the gun, props like it's my video, and I ain't get credit." This is a very weird response, in my opinion here, because it seems like the first thing on his mind is getting credit for them using that footage, which to me screams that he wants the attention from being the one to capture these moments. I feel like if his primary concern was the safety of all those around them and wishing them well that they got out safely, that would have been his main statement, instead of leading with, "It's crazy that I didn't get props, not gonna lie." Like, that to me really rubs me the wrong way. But again, I'm not a psychologist. I'm not going to pretend that I can read his mind. I'm also not trying to direct any harassment his way. This isn't like the focus of the video or anything, but these were the clips that we started to see right after the fact, and all of us were understandably like disturbed by what happened, and then also seeing someone laughing during it was extremely concerning. So I did want to talk about just that for a moment. I have made quite a few videos talking about how I believe there's a lot of influencers out there that just literally don't value human life and they just view the people around them as props. I've made the joke in the past that some of these content creators live by the motto, "Life is temporary, clout is forever," so they'll do anything in pursuit of clout, including perhaps using a shooting as a marketing tool to promote their stream. I hope that's not the case here. I'm not familiar with the streamer, so I can't really speak to their character or anything. I hope this is just one of those like defense mechanisms in a traumatic situation where unfortunately he laughs during it, and it's not him viewing it as some kind of like, you know, piece of content for his stream. But anyway, I'd like to state the obvious real quick, that it genuinely feels unsafe leaving the house. Every time you walk out the front door, it feels like you're taking an extreme risk in a dangerous environment. Even just going somewhere to have fun with your friends can instantly turn into the worst night of your life that changes everything forever, because two strangers just randomly start shooting each other over nothing and catching innocent people in the crossfire. One thing that I think is also important if you're not familiar with Ybor is every single night in Ybor, well, at least on the weekends when I've been, they have like at least 50 officers roaming the streets with their patrol cars. Some of them are even on horseback as well. And still, this happened. Even with all of that, this shooting happened in front of like 50 officers being there. Even with a strong police presence, they couldn't prevent 16 to 18 people getting injured in a shooting and 2 people dying from it. So there is a super strong police presence in that area where this shooting took place, and there was still nothing they could do to prevent it or stop the loss of life in a random shooting like this. It just happens too quick, and it is so fucking scary. But anyway, I don't want to focus on this for too long. My heart goes out to everyone that was affected by this, and my best wishes with the families of the deceased. That's about it. So yeah. Anyone remember the rise of Sigma males? While many of you may have forgotten about them, they haven't gone quietly into the night. There's still a very active community of Sigma males that continue to post content reaffirming that they are the best, the top of the food chain. And sometimes I'll occasionally peek my curious little head in there and see what's going on in this Sigma male community. And there's a channel that does a lot of it, and they recently posted a video called why Sigma males are seriously dangerous. And it's the same standard shit where it just spouts a bunch of nonsense that's supposed to sound hard. Like, the Sigma male community treats each other like they're all secretly James Bond. Number 5. Why a Sigma male is seriously dangerous? Well, he'll pour a bowl of cereal without ever adding the milk, because the milk is a hindrance to his cold, calculating mind. His slight lactose intolerance isn't a weakness, it's a strength that he uses to get the best of his enemies, and they never see it coming. That kind of stuff. And there's nothing overly interesting about the video itself. I'll just go ahead and play like a couple clips real fast. What I want to focus on is actually the comments.
Many people mistake the Sigma male as the shy guy, thinking he knows nothing. Little do they know that this is how he wants it to be perceived. He is not shy, he just doesn't want to be seen. He knows exactly what he's doing and is not one to be underestimated. He is the quiet one who absorbs everything.
It's just 13 minutes of this with footage from a bunch of popular movies, and it sounds like they're either describing a stalker or Batman. And what's really weird to me is it's not really motivational. If I was someone who self-identified as a Sigma, hearing this stuff would make me feel really bad about it, actually.
While the Sigma man may seem like a harmless introvert, he is actually a dangerous opponent you don't want to mess with. He may not have big muscles or a loud voice, but his sharp mind and strategy are his most valuable weapons.
I just don't really get what kind of fantasy world this is trying to appeal to, where everyone is trying to pick on and kill the Sigma male or something. So this is like talking about, well, you don't want to do that. You don't want to poke the sleeping bear that is the Sigma male. They act like Sigma males are being hunted, rounded up in the streets, piles of corpses of Sigma males. Like, I don't know why all of this Sigma male stuff is always about, like, opponents. Like, you don't want to mess with a Sigma male. Very difficult to deal with opponent. And it's all spoken as if it's some kind of nature documentary from the BBC with David Attenborough commentating it.
Some people's unpredictability can really put you on edge, especially when you push them too far. It's like walking on a tightrope with no safety net. It's not just the fact that Sigma men are unpredictable. It's the way they make you feel when you can't anticipate their reactions. This can be seriously risky, especially if you're in a confrontational situation with a Sigma.
I won't bother showing you any more clips from the video itself. I think you get it. It's 13 minutes of this. Here's why the Sigma male's so dangerous and so badass. Sigma male's unpredictability makes him the most fearsome foe imaginable. It's like playing a game of chess against a Sigma, but he can see your moves, and you can't see his. But then it turns out the Sigma is actually playing a game of checkers the entire time, and you fell right for his trap. King me. But don't, because the Sigma male doesn't want to be king. He'd rather pull the strings from the shadows like the puppet master he is. It's 13 minutes of that. And for some reason I don't fully understand, this kind of stuff is exactly what the Sigma male community loves to hear and endlessly consume like some junk food. So in the comments section, it's a bunch of people telling each other their Sigma stories as well as giving a TED talk on the beauty of being a Sigma male. It is amazing. So right now, this is one of the top comments. You don't need to fear Sigma males, which immediately to me seems like it should be a red flag if people are afraid of you in general. Like, maybe there's some self-reflection that should be done to not make people feel on edge around you. That would be my perception of it. But again, I think it's kind of just diving into like playing this Sigma character. I don't know if people fully believe in it. I think it's just kind of a for fun thing. It's just that if you harass him, be it on the workplace, the neighborhood, verbally or physically, he is likely to knock you down in one way or another and when you least expect it. Normal people will usually interpret him as being a little shy, while aggressive, dominant people will take him for being an easy prey, and they won't even know what hit them. It may take them a considerable amount of time to put the pieces together and figure out what actually happened. Sigma males are not some kind of dangerous James Bond people. They are first and foremost characterized by going their own way, and, as a consequence, dominant, aggressive people will seriously underestimate them. This is what I'm talking about, though, where a lot of them seem to be living in this world where they feel as though everyone's out to get them. So then they retreat into these corners where they, like, prop each other up like, they're underestimating us. And that's their biggest mistake. Sigmas will rise and grind to the very top, and then they'll all rue the day they underestimated us, and they won't even see it coming. Now, if I was to cosplay a psychologist, I have noticed a common thread throughout all of the Sigma content and comments over the years, which is always being misunderstood, being underestimated or neglected by society, and then a lot of what they talk about is getting revenge for that and just kind of taking that power back for themselves. And I'm not just trying to shit on Sigma males, I actually find it somewhat sad because I feel like a lot of it stems from things not going the way they wanted it to while growing up, and now at this point, they've kind of pushed themselves into a bubble where they're surrounded by people that also haven't had the best time. So they've now made it into this Sigma bubble for which that gives them a level of comfort knowing other people there, and they push everyone else away. So it's just, I don't know, the whole situation with this Sigma shit, like alphas versus Sigmas versus Omega males, like that whole, grand cosmic war has just been so weird to watch unfold on the internet as more and more people lock themselves away inside. But anyway, let's just read some more Sigma comments, I suppose. I can recall many times in my life that people were very surprised at me. One person said, "I didn't know you hated in you." I think it meant had it in you. At another time, someone said, "How did you do that? He was much bigger than you." I wrote some poems one time and recited them in front of a large group of people that knew me well. No one expected that of me. Not the most specific description of Sigma male activities here, but it makes me curious for more knowledge on that. What is the "how did you do that, he's much bigger than you"? Is it referring to a fight? How did you do that? You crushed him with your telekinetic mind abilities. That's incredible. He's so much bigger than you. How'd you do it? And then I remember another time when Uncle Ben pulled me aside in a car ride and said, "Sigma, with great power comes great responsibility." And I've lived my life that whole way. So then I read poems to people. Like, it's very clear in a lot of these comments, the people behind the keyboard are very young. And I feel like if you get lost in this like Sigma versus Alpha versus Omega kind of shit, you are immediately setting yourself up to go down a path that's not going to lead to the best outcomes that you'd probably want. Sigmas are like snipers lying in wait, sometimes waiting for years, patiently waiting for the right moment to gently squeeze the trigger. The target never knew what hit them, and even better, never knew who fired the shot. And then someone replied to that comment with this, and it seems like they're fighting amongst themselves in this. So this is a Sigma versus Sigma, so stand the fuck back. This is up there with like Godzilla versus King Ghidorah, like the kaijus are throwing down. And I am not moved at all. You sound as though no one can read and get the jump before you get the jump on them. Being unreadable is readable in this game. Like the image of the guy in the still shot before the video, that's readable to me. Unless you have a divine nature, you will give an indication somewhere. And then someone else replied to that, you would have to basically be a mind reader, and even then, you are likely still 2 steps behind. I feel like they just watched a really cheesy 80s action movie, heard a line similar to this, and decided to drop it in response to the sniper line. Like, what? I don't even understand what that's supposed to mean. Being unreadable is readable in this game. What game? What game is being played right now? What is going on? It's just this really desperate desire to be like a secret badass or be like super special. And I think an important lesson that extends well beyond just Sigmas exclusively is to accept that there's nothing wrong with just being normal. Like, you don't need to have some kind of quirky, special personality trait that defines you. You can just be normal and enjoy life that way. It just seems like the internet's corrupted everyone's brain into believing that being average is boring and a bad way of living, when I just totally disagree. I don't know how many times that I've been accused of being unassuming. It almost gets boring. I immediately have to interject. Who's accusing you of being unassuming? I've never met anyone in the world that would come up to a stranger and be like, "Hey, geez, you're like really unassuming, you know that, bud?" Like, I just can't imagine that being common. But anyway, however, a lot is true. Sigmas hit you like a cobra and are very strategic in their thinking. We are considered to be weak when we avoid confrontation, but when we can, we do not let go and hit back when the moment is right. The effects are devastating. The opponents do not know what has hit them. At work, I have colleagues who think they have the upper hand, but no, it is me manipulating them. They still think they are winning. Once again, just another example of how all of this is putting you against everyone else, making everything a you versus them mentality, which I think is the most unhealthy way of living life. Constantly being in this imaginary, invisible competition with all of the strangers around you is a recipe for just making yourself miserable. Sigma males know what will happen sometimes years in advance, when no one else has any clue, not because they're psychic, but because their different perspective allows them to see things that are obvious, but which are usually hidden in everyone else's blind spot. Alphas march uninformed into battle. They declare a war and fight until the conflict is resolved by military means. Sigmas hide in plain sight. They observe everything that is going on and plan 10 steps ahead with extreme precision. They are a one-man army. But they rarely have to fire a single shot, because they know exactly when to strike and how to avoid getting caught. Sigmas are the saboteurs. They break the enemy by silently creating circumstances that make his life hell, and makes his victory impossible to attain. What in tarnation? Listen, many do not even see their part in the cause of why the Sigma is what they are, but others just become a crybaby and about nothing, which is so disturbing and so shallow, and then they project their inner mess on the Sigma, and I have had so many cases that mechanism was projected and falsely assumed, and wrong conclusions are being made that it is healthy and perfectly normal that they will get hit because they ask for it. If someone keeps kicking your legs, for instance, it is normal that at some point you will get a huge shitload of a predictable kickback, and they even dare to feel surprised that kicking someone continuously leads to retribution, especially when you set boundaries in clear and decent manner. Is anyone understanding this huge blind spot of some that are deliberately attacking Sigmas? Because I would like to learn why many people would behave like that. I think that says all that needs to be said. I don't know what was said there, but it was words for sure. I don't know who's attacking Sigmas. Maybe like making jokes occasionally, but like a lot of what they describe feels like they're about to commit an act of violence or something in the comment section. Like some of it feels genuinely a bit unhinged. Anyway, though, again, there is nothing wrong with being quiet or anything like that. You don't need to be like lashing out for that or trying to find reasons for why you might be quiet. Well, it's actually because I'm a secret badass who's always cold and calculating, planning my next move to overthrow the alphas. It doesn't need to get into fanfic. There's nothing wrong with just being average and normal. There's nothing wrong with it. There really isn't. Just calm down. There's not this big war with alphas against omegas versus betas versus sigmas and all of this. It's just not that deep. But, you know, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I've been back on that Sigma rabbit hole, and it's getting weirder than it was like a year or two ago. So that's really about it. See ya. We've all been duped, bamboozled, smeckledorfed. Not even a word, yet it accurately describes this situation. We have been lied to. Another example that, no matter how convincing some things may appear on the internet, there's a very good chance it's somehow fake. This whole hoopla with Ruby Rose and the obsessed super fan who spent $60,000 on her OnlyFans in a month, and then had all of his text messages leak with Ruby Rose that were just completely unhinged, just lunacy. Turns out all of it was a coordinated marketing effort from an agency that worked in collaboration with Ruby Rose as well as the man portraying Brandon. It's not real. It was all a ruse. And many of us, myself in a big way, fell for it hook, line, and sinker because, man, did they do a great job with it.
Nah, I didn't purchase none of her OnlyFans content.
Ruby Rose.
Yeah.
Okay, so this was all a hoax?
I got in the situation where I just went and took a picture with Ruby Rose, right? Like,
okay.
I got paid for it. I didn't know exactly what it was for. You know, I think it was like a promo thing or something or whatever the fuck it was, you know?
I did, in my last video covering this, say that there is a chance that it was all staged because it was so over the top that it may have been used to drive traffic to Ruby Rose's OnlyFans. I at least had an inkling of a suspicion that that was possible, but I really didn't think anyone would ever agree to play the role that this guy did, the obsessed stalker porn addict. And after watching the interview where he blows the lid off of this, it seems he just didn't know the magnitude of it. They kind of kept him in the dark. And he even did get a real fucking tattoo of Ruby Rose's face that is now permanently on the back of his leg. Which, I mean, That's wild dedication. That's method acting that you won't find many classically trained thespians willing to partake in. So they really found a unicorn here with this guy. What a fucking champion to go through with something like that for the sake of driving money to someone that's not him. Now, before fully diving into this complex situation, I want to give a thanks to today's video sponsor. Big thanks to ROG Ally for sponsoring this video. As a fan of ROG, it was a match made in heaven when they asked if I'd be willing to partner with them for their ROG Holiday Advent Calendar, which includes 24 days of giveaways to share the ROG Ally with all of you. The gift of giving. And the ROG Ally can play pretty much every game since it runs Windows 11. It's fully compatible with Steam, Epic, Game Pass, GOG, and more. And it also has a 1080p 120Hz touchscreen panel, so you can tear up Fortnite OG, like absolutely run wild on it, like Matt most likely is behind me. It's lightweight, it's comfortable to hold, great battery life, which means it's easy to game anywhere, so it'll be great for the holidays. Now, ROG gave me a second ally to share with one of you, so all you have to do is comment hashtag 24 days of ROG, and the giveaway will be open for 7 days, and ROG will be announcing their winners on the Instagram page. For more details on the giveaway and to keep up with the 24 days of holiday giveaways, check out the ROG Advent Calendar in the link below. Happy holidays and good luck, and thanks again to ROG Ally for sponsoring. The interview dives into his lore and how he got this role here and how everything kind of played out behind the scenes. So I'm just going to show you a couple of clips from that, as well as explain what made this so much more believable than other attempts at similar things in the past.
And I met up with her. I take this picture. Next day, I'm like the fucking OnlyFans top spender. I knew there was like some kind of thing where there was like, had to do with the OnlyFans top spender shit, but I didn't know what the fuck was going on. So they made it look like I was her top spender, you know?
So he's saying that he was under the impression that he was just going to take this picture with Ruby Rose and they were going to use it for some kind of promo thing, and then he eventually found out that now all of a sudden he's the OnlyFans top spender, and now he's famous for being a porn-addicted weirdo creep, and he just didn't know exactly what he was getting into here. Now, something that's super interesting is that even though this guy is coming forward and saying that this was all a bunch of mumbo-jumbo, all a calculated marketing effort, there are still people that refuse to believe it. They're going so deep, and I think it's such a testament to the current landscape of the internet, where even when the truth is being revealed, like fully, people just want to live in a fantasy. So what people have concocted here is that all of this is actually the marketing stunt. This guy really did spend 60 grand and more on Ruby Rose, and he's embarrassed and ashamed of it, so he's lying. He's going on this press tour about it in order to try and clear his name. He really did spend all that money. He's lying. He's just trying to cover up his shame with this fairy tale, and I'm smart enough to not to fall for it with my galaxy brain. And I find that just so fascinating.
So they didn't fill you in on this beforehand? They didn't say, hey, we have this big idea. This is what we're going to do. We're going to fake this thing.
So the idea was like, they were like, we're going to use your, I mean, they kind of let me know that I was going to be like this, like one of her like subscribers, I guess, on OnlyFans or something like that, right? I was like, okay, that sounds cool. You know, I didn't know it was going to blow up to this big, huge story. You know, they said it was going to be big. And then, you know, I was like, okay, cool. This is kind of cool, whatever the fuck. I was like, when's money going to start coming in? You know, like I was like, I want some money out of this.
So they gave him just like the very basic rundown without filling him in on exactly how everything was going to play out. And he was expecting to be paid for it, I guess, over time through this deal. And that clearly was never in the cards. He was literally used as like a whoopee cushion for the internet to fart with. Like just someone to dunk on and get Ruby Rose's name out there even more. Now, in my last video where I covered this, I said, like, yes, it's possible, it could be fake, but what would be the gain? Why would you fake this? Not only from his perspective, like, why would you take this role, but from Ruby Rose's perspective, because I just can't imagine who sees this story and is like, oh, wow, this is inspiring. I need to donate money to Ruby Rose. Like, I don't see how that works. I don't know how you take this marketing campaign and turn it into new OnlyFans subscribers for Ruby Rose. I guess it must work to some extent, otherwise they wouldn't do it, and I'm sure she's made a lot of money from it, but I just don't really get that thought process. Who watches this porn addict, obsessed stalker fan who doesn't stop sending the creepiest text messages ChatGPT can cook up, and then they're like, maybe I need to try. So then they start sending money to Ruby Rose's OnlyFans because of it. Like, I don't really get it, which is why I didn't think that it was super likely that this was fake. But it was, clearly.
But how are you going to get paid for it? And you're saying that they didn't tell you beforehand that this was going to be the storyline?
Well, I knew there was this OnlyFans and like the person's the top spender, but I didn't know the story was going to come out to be bigger than what the story is now, you know, like where I'm like the obsessive guy who's in love with her. And all
so the
this shit.
$60,000 number was fake.
It's a real account, but it's not me.
So he's claiming that the account is real, it just isn't him that did that. Now that's a little interesting because I feel like it's probably just a fake account. Like, I don't think there's anybody out there that actually did genuinely send $60,000 to Ruby Rose. If the account is real and that money did get sent to her, I have no doubt it's her own money that was sent to her from her team. Someone on her team made an account and just sent 60 grand of her own money to her. And OnlyFans, of course, is going to take a cut, but I guess they were just going to chalk that up to a marketing expense. Like, if the account is real and it's not just a fake Photoshop screenshot or anything, or a faked video, then that's probably what happened. There isn't actually someone there that sent the 60 grand since it's not him.
What's the next thing that's going to happen? And then I did say we should like get some kind of tattoo going, you know, like I'll get her name or something tattooed on me. I didn't think I was going to get a portrait.
Where's the portrait?
On the back of my leg.
Okay.
So now so first I'm the top spender, and then it comes out to me being, I didn't know I was a Bitcoin billionaire, you know? I mean, I have some money, you know, but I'm not like, what do I think's a good price for the tattoo? Now, I was like saying 15 to 20K, you know?
Now, he really did get an authentic tattoo of Ruby Rose's face firmly planted on his body. Now, he said he asked the team for at least like 15 to 20 grand for it, and then he went on to say like he has some weird tattoos, so it wasn't that big of a deal to him. He even said, like, you know, down the line, if someone asks, he'll just say it was his ex-girlfriend or something. So he, I'm assuming, got paid for that tattoo. He then goes on to say that they never told him about the whole, like, crypto billionaire angle or anything like that. So he went to a weed shop and someone brought it up, and then it started to hit him like, okay, this is kind of a big deal now. So this is where the most important part comes up. To me, where it really sold me on this being a genuine case of a porn addict obsessed stalker that is sending unreal amounts of money to his fixation, Ruby Rose in this case. This is the most important piece of the puzzle. That true life episode with Brandon in it. The porn addiction episode.
But then also you were on True Life fucking porn addiction, and I was like,
yeah,
I was? And then I looked into that afterwards, but so
were you on True Life porn addiction? Or because
No.
I saw that too. I saw that there was like
like me, does it?
Oh, that wasn't you at all. I saw the picture and I just assumed that it was. Wow, is nothing real? Holy shit.
No, so I mean so
this is the part that is just actually impressive to me because I would have never expected it. So what happened is after the Ruby Rose initial post with her top OnlyFans spender, there were some super sleuths online that were doing digging to try and find out more about this individual, because at the time he was like a fucking cryptid. This billionaire, you know, wealthy porn addict that's sending all this money to Ruby Rose. This guy was up there with like fucking Slender Man, and people were trying to find out more about him. And then a post came and blew up that claimed that this person in the Ruby Rose photo, the #1 OnlyFans spender, is the same person from this True Life episode about porn addiction, and then showed a screenshot. And the guy in the screenshot from that episode, which is what aired in 2009, does look pretty similar to this guy here, if he was aged 14 years in the future. And I went and I watched that goddamn episode, and I really did think that this was the same individual. But it turns out it is apparently not. So, what this means is, this team, Ruby Rose's team, planted that information there in order to sell the authenticity even further. This was one of the core components that convinced me that this was genuine, because you have this episode of a TV show from 2009. This isn't like a fake TV show or a fake screenshot or anything. This was a real episode of a show from 2009 with someone with a porn addiction that does resemble this guy, who is now apparently donating so much money to this OnlyFans creator. It was so thorough. Like, how would they even find someone that looked like him from a show in 2009 about porn addiction? It is the perfect fucking fit.
It was gonna be, you know, I didn't even know what was going on. And then I get the tattoo, and then it turns out to be I'm like some obsessive like stalker guy named Brandon, which was the guy on True Life, where he was addicted to porn, and that's why, like in the messages, it says Brandon OnlyFan creep or some shit. I wake up, I see this post, and it's like the tattoo one, right? And then I'm like seeing all the text messages, and I'm like, I didn't even like read it. Like I seen some of it, and it seemed like it was really bad, so I like just turned my phone off.
I really can't express enough how much heavy lifting drawing that connection between this guy and that True Life episode from 2009 did for this narrative. It really did make it so much more convincing. Because as I mentioned in the last video, those text messages are so over the top that it almost does feel satirical. But because I was working under the impression that this was the same individual from the True Life episode, it really does track for someone with a mental illness like that, an obsession, a porn addiction. Like, it does check out. So it's... I'm still kind of stunned at the lengths they went to for this. Not because it's super hard to just, like, fake, you know, a story about, hey, my #1 OnlyFans subscriber, and then, like, a fake screenshot of how much money they sent. And then even just, like, a flurry of text messages, you could easily whip that up super quickly. But what is very hard to do is find something that is old and real, the True Life episode, and connect it to something that's happening now. That is what makes it much more difficult. If that component with the True Life episode wasn't there, I probably wouldn't have fallen for this. That was the biggest thing by far. So yeah, wanted to give you the update here because, boy, we've been had with this one. This was a very well put together fucking OnlyFans promotional stunt, I guess. The guy does go on to say that he felt that the whole thing was just getting really weird now. Like, it doesn't seem like he's super happy about how everything played out. He doesn't like being known as this obsessive porn addict weirdo that's, you know, enamored with Ruby Rose to an unhealthy degree or anything. So he doesn't seem really happy about any of it either. But I know who is happy. Ruby Rose and her whole team for this one. They're shaking each other's hands, popping champagne, and going fucking crazy together, I bet. So that's about it. So yeah.
And I am sure you're asking yourselves, can I afford it?
The answer is yes, it's free.
But the true question
it's
you
minted
must
on the
ask
blockchain.
is, can I afford to be without it?
Oh, this guy's quite the salesman.
You lie, Shang Tsung. Your cures
Shang
are
Tsung's out here like the Billy Mays of Outworld.
You are uniquely resilient. Who else could eke out a living traveling Outworld's hinterlands?
Wait, what?
And fake
That's not like a good quality. He's just a scammer.
It is barely
that gets his ass
survival.
beat.
And you were meant for more. To live
I'm really
among
impressed by how
kings,
you
not
always get caught
peasants.
for your scams
But
and beat
since
up.
before you were born.
Huge thanks to WB Games for sponsoring this video. I'm sure all of you know I'm a huge fighting game enthusiast and my favorite fighting game franchise is Mortal Kombat. So I'm happy to say NetherRealm Studios has absolutely cooked on their latest entry, Mortal Kombat 1. It's available right now if you get the premium edition, but if you'd rather wait for the standard edition, it comes out on the 19th of September, so only a couple days after this video goes live. If you do get the premium edition, you also get access to Combat Pack 1, which gives you Quan Chi, Takeda, and Ermac, as well as guest characters Peacemaker, Omni-Man, and Homelander, when they're released, of course. Mortal Kombat 1 is a reborn universe created by Fire God Liu Kang, and I absolutely love it. I think this story is super good, so I'm really enjoying it. So yeah, thanks again to WB Games for sponsoring. It's available now if you get Premium Edition or on September 19th for Standard for PS5, Xbox, PC, Nintendo Switch, the whole kit and caboodle. So make sure you click the link in the description of the video for more information.
At your feet.
That's an interesting smile. That looks like me in my live stream thumbnails. Ed must have tuned in. He's like, we need that.
That's not what I remember. So that's how it is, eh? What do you say
Are we gonna have a bar fight?
To man? Hmm?
Oh, let's go.
Wait.
Instead of fighting each other, how about we just fight people at the bar?
Right here.
Whoever causes the most catastrophic
Madame
injury
Vogue
wins.
Can watch. Critique our form.
You dirty bastard. That dollar belongs to Madame Beau. Oh, hey now, Oh. No! Madame Beau! Christ, she's like 105 years old, have mercy. Oh, can you stop running into my foot real quick? What is this? I hit it once. I don't think it's like a B&B or anything. It might have been back. Gang's all here.
How does he do that? I have no idea. You interfere with Lin.
But the last guy was teleporting. Was that not impressive to us? Throwing ice is more impressive than teleportation? Oh no, it's forward. Okay, so that's what this was. And then it launches. Easy, perfect. Combo breaker was. Clean. Easy 6-hit combo. Working the cameos in there now. Looking like an absolute prodigy.
And protector of Earthrealm.
Hey, Liu Kang.
God? Earthrealm? Madame Beau has been preparing you.
Make
for
him
this
prove that
moment
he's
since you were
God.
boys.
Make him grant a
Okay.
wish.
You have.
Indiana Jones cameo would go so fucking hard. They have some great DLC, like RoboCop's in one of them. Like, Indiana Jones is not that far-fetched. But not like young Indiana Jones. I'm talking like current day octogenarian Indiana Jones. Man, she kind of fucking me up. Wow.
You will be skinned alive.
No! Oh, got him with that big cross up. Oh, you dirty rat. Huge. I'm just kind of mashing on him right now. Until, like, there's combo guides for dumb idiots like me, all I can really do is mash. I'll never actually find real combos on my own. Just whatever ones are listed.
Private party.
Johnny, we need to talk.
Oh no, I'm getting broken up with. You cheated on me, didn't you? We're done.
I didn't marry Johnny Cage. I married John Carlton.
Yeah, you!
I'd give
Don't you ever
anything
say that
to
name in this
have
household
you
again.
back.
Actually, get out. Harpy.
Chris. Come on, Chris, where are you going?
That name is forbidden under this roof.
And I won't give it up without a fight.
Take this! Oh. Yeah, that's what you get for coming into my house with this kind of attitude. Oh my god. God, I feel like such an absolute fucking scrub here. I can't get any real combos going.
Was that necessary, brother? To put him in his place.
That was a Hichuli. One of a kind. Alright, I don't care if this is a damn prank. You crossed the line.
Finally, something worth fighting for. I don't know what a Hacholi is, but I respect it. Okay, so I think this can combo into... God damn it. Stand still. I think this into this. And then I can do some corner pressure, maybe. Come on, cross up. Stay there. Damn it. Yeah. I don't know what to follow it up with.
You guys need a better fight choreo.
My neurons are activating, though. That's for damn sure. I only have... Wait, what? Oh, I don't have any of my lightning abilities yet. I see. So Raiden's gonna get chosen. He's gonna get fucking blasted by lightning. And then I can get all of his abilities. I played a lot of Raiden in Mortal Kombat 9. I'm really hoping they still have his full screen command grab.
That won't change today.
No. If the monks have taught us one thing, it's that the only constant in the universe is change.
Ooh, profound wisdom. Get philosophized, nerd. Bang.
No tournament participant has ever been grievously injured or killed.
What?
I would never send my champions unwittingly into mortal combat.
Wait, is Liu Kang a bad guy?
For Outworld's capital, Sundo.
What kind of fucking tournament is it? We just go there and group hug in the shower? Outworld's champion is James Corden. Can you imagine? It's not Shao Kahn, it's just James Corden.
We gather once again to honor my late husband's legacy. To continue the tournament that he founded with Lord Liu Kang, in hopes that it would foster peace among realms.
Kind of a dumb idea when you really break it down.
Soul watch over us with pride from its resting
Let's host a
place
tournament where we
in
beat
the
each other's
living
asses.
forest.
Surely that'll make us like each other. Won't make us
Lord
more
Liu
competitive. Stay here. I'm trying to test something. You're real stubborn, you know that? I see why everyone bullies you here in Outworld. I'm just trying to experiment. Okay, now stay.
Molded him into the perfect soldier. Few others are as well versed in the ways of war.
You're right, he's unbeatable. Jesus Christ. Oh, you bastard. Oh my god, that's so embarrassing.
Risk more than your pride, be a warrior.
Okay. Oh, nice. There we go. There's a little combo. Now we're starting to cook a little bit. Hit him with the razzle dazzle. Alright. Schmixed him up. So it looks like that cartwheel is now just a normal move.
Simple farmer.
There are already whispers she should replace me as your heir. This will make them screams.
Your illness is your fault.
Oh.
Why you left the palace that night unattended is still beyond
Wow.
me.
I just needed time alone.
That was
away
aggressive.
From all this.
I will win this fight. For her, my empress, and all of Outworld.
Not on my watch, you won't. Take this! Wow. I'm so embarrassed. What is my cartwheel? Now that it's... Yeah, okay. I see. Forward, back, yep. Oh, I just missed that. That actually would have been a nasty combo. There we go. I'm finding my own bread and butters here. So it's... Nope. Stop it! Can't you see I'm labbing? Oh my god, I'm fucking cooking now. Yep. That looks pretty nice to me. I think there's a lot more I can do with it, but for now... Oh! Almost. Let me see. What if I... This will just kill. Unlucky. Nope, I missed the X. Man, this is embarrassing, General. You are getting your ass beat in a big way. Oh, the overhead was unexpected. Yeah, that's nice. I bet this is probably a pretty solid starter from Raiden. Like for actual combos. Stop it. Can you stop now? Still experiment. I'm trying to experiment! Outplayed.
It's over.
Sorry, General.
I have done it.
Congratulations, Raiden. Earthrealm wins.
That was so easy. Hey, thanks. You guys are trash out here in Outworld. My god, you guys suck. Wow, that was easy.
It is a small price to pay for progress.
Fuck yeah. Man, he has a lot of launchers. I've seen a lot of the higher level Kenshi play, and he seems so fucking good. Especially as a cameo. I'm excited to actually learn some of his combos.
Now please.
No, Kenshi!
Kenshi!
I see. Well, he can't see, but I see how he goes blind now. Though we're not sure if that fully blinded him. He might be okay. This is a reset universe, after all. Quan Chi! Wait, what? He's one of the DLC characters. He's in the story?
If you could see, you'd know why.
That's not happening, is it?
No, the...
Keep talking, will ya?
The eyes could still heal.
Keep my mind off this.
Maybe Shang
Tell me
Tsung's
about
got
life
some
before you
eye
got sick.
regrowth formula.
I was doing well.
Oh my god. Why is he going to just attack the random guy over there? What did he do wrong? In the middle of our fight, he just goes over there and starts eating the guy's stomach. Well, that was pretty hype. Clean. Brock has always been such a... There's really no uncool characters in Mortal Kombat. Even the goofiest ones like Stryker are still fucking cool.
If I die, maybe you'll spare my family.
Can you stop whining for 5 seconds, Reptile? Please. Jesus Christ.
Darth, I'm reuniting you with your family. They're dead? You killed them? Many moons ago.
You're a bad guy. You jerk.
Quan Chi sends more demons?
Wait, we're not.
Which game is she from? I know people were really hyped to see her. Which one is she from?
Solution grows nearer. Shedding your blood brings me closer.
Is it Armageddon? Is she from Armageddon?
Fight.
About to send that ass back to Armageddon here in a second. My Baraka's looking real clean. Nice. Looking good. Easy.
Whoever you are, we are not demons.
Would have been really cool if the line just stopped there. Whoever you are, we are not. That's like some Pete Weber shit. Who do you think you are? I am.
Or I was before my Tarkat affliction.
Damn, that worked really well. Wait, is this? Oh no, it's not up. It's just since Reptile's still my cameo, it's the same startup, I guess. Nice. Easy. Ashra seems really fucking cool. Even just mashing here, I'm getting some nice results. Oh, Ermac. My boy. I love Ermac. Welcome.
Souls bound by Quan Chi's magic. We live to obey.
So he's not in the game yet, he's DLC, right?
Kill them.
I really need to find the follow-up to that. Or maybe I just need to use meter on it in order to combo it. Yep, that's it. Okay, I see now. Now I'm having real neuron activation here. Clean.
You are not compliant like your sisters.
And now they're dead by my hand because you sent them against me. I'll never forgive you for that, Quan Chi.
You could have also just not killed him. I'm sure there was a way to talk that out. Like, yeah, it's definitely his fault to a certain extent, but there was probably, like, another method. Oh, man. Unlucky. Oh! That was such a good combo starter in Mortal Kombat 9. That lift and slam, and then he had the choke across screen as well, which was really good. You could do like a whole combo out of basically just those two moves. They went into each other really well. No, let's just go kill him now. Like, ensure it.
Didn't kill you, I will.
Okay, I'm glad we're on the same page. Oh my god,
He's
why?
too dangerous to let live.
Can't you
Liu Kang
please?
needs to question him. He knows Shang Tsung's plans.
Can't you please? No.
Very well.
Foolish. You've just ensured millions of Earthlings die.
Clearly I underpaid for that.
Did not expect that to just be ripped raw. That's alright. My turn. Trading fatal blows. Nice. Yeah. Oh, he can go old mode. That's cute. I don't see how that really helped him. Yeah. That's alright, I wanted to see his fatal blow anyway.
Greatness.
Wow. Powerful curb stomp. Light that chain on fire again. Really fuck him. Man, this army's really weak if I can just melt them that easily. I should have no problem soloing this entire force. Oh fuck. Huge. That was a big one. He is certainly not happy about that. Oh, it could have been much worse. Oh, that's too far. Oh, shit. Oh, that worked out.
A Lin Kuei's flame is not easily...
Fight!
Hey, now. Hey, Buster. Oh, okay. Unlucky. He's kind of popping off on me.
Then you won't live to see the new regime.
But man, I guess fuck that guy. Alright.
They have us surrounded.
Idiot.
Talk about talent. Meet Hollywood's newest star.
Not bad. That was pretty cool. A silly one. How do I do a cameo fatality though? Here, let's see Megan Fox fatality. That's that old school Scooby-Doo intro right there.
Fatality. Netaro wins. Flawless.
No.
Fatality. Netaro wins.
Megan Fox got some sauce to these fatalities. There we go. Oh, huge fatality. I don't know about Gearus winning. I think everyone lost there, but that's a beautiful fatality. Alright. That's pretty cool. I like that one a lot. That one's really that one is really cute. Once again, another huge thanks to WB Games for sponsoring this video. I'm super excited for Mortal Kombat 1. I do think I'm going to be climbing the ladder pretty hard. Not to toot my own horn, but I've always been pretty good at Mortal Kombat, so I'm excited to really dive deep into it. And yeah, game's available now with Premium Edition or on September 19th for Standard. Thanks again. And make sure to click the link in the description of the video for more information. Hello and welcome back to the People I Don't Like corner. Today we have a special repeat guest joining us for the launch of the new season here, Phidias. You might remember Phidias from this iconic YouTube classic where he went to the world's poorest country and tried to turn it into some kind of spectacle. This is actually the original thumbnail from Pyrocynical's video. After the backlash though, he changed it to his current one, which is this. The video is, I spent 100 hours in the world's poorest country, and basically it boils down to him going, whoa, look at all these poor people. Glad I'm not poor. That's kind of the entire vibe of the video. He tries to put some kind of wholesome, almost altruistic spin on it, but it falls entirely flat when the actual content is him going, oh, you're poor? This is how you live? Oh, ew. Oh! There's even a fucking scene in there where he goes to one of the classrooms and he pulls out his phone and basically just flexes on him saying like, I have the entire world's knowledge at my fingertips.
They are not only from school, they are online from the phone. They can access all the clever minds. I said this because only 10% of the population has access to the internet. I left the class and felt inspired.
This scene is a particular flavor of Goofy that you don't see that often. It's Goofy mixed with delusion, a very powerful alchemy. If you pay attention to the clip, you can see the teacher give him a really confused look as he pulls out his own smartphone, and Phidias like kind of blocks him with Elon Musk's head as the teacher approaches, and then he cuts to a different clip. And so I'm pretty sure the teacher felt a little insulted here because Phidias is treating everyone there like they're stupid, and it seems like the teacher approaches him with smartphone in hand to just let him know like, hey, we do have technology here, you don't need to act this way towards us. At least that's the impression I get. Anyway, I'm focusing too much on this video in particular. I'm just using this to showcase why I haven't liked Phidias even before what we're about to talk about today. So this video was labeled as poverty tourism, where Phidias went to this country in order to use everyone there as props for his content to make money off the back of all of it. Half the video is spent saying how cheap everything is to the people's faces. There's also scenes where he goes to where people live and he's noticeably disgusted. It's a bad video, but there were arguments made that it came from good intentions. I don't agree with that. I think Phidias is a narcissist, and his entire intention here was just maximizing views, and spending 100 hours in the poorest country as some kind of YouTube challenge I think is completely tasteless. But the reason I mention that is because what he's done today has no arguments in support of Phidias. What he did today is going across Japan for free. That was his challenge video. And fundamentally, it's him just filming a series of crimes that he commits in order to go across Japan for free.
I'm going to travel across Japan for free against these 3 YouTubers, and the winner gets $10,000. So I ask a stranger to give me some money. Oh my god, I love you,
I'm not going to go through the whole thing because you're going to get the idea pretty quickly here. It's not just him doing it, he roped in 3 other YouTubers to be accomplices in the crime, which apparently in Japan is a pretty serious crime from everything I've read. The refusal to pay for the services of public transportation is treated as a pretty serious offense, more serious than this face I'm about to make. So you know that it's not something they take lightly. I've also read from a couple of sources that they're considering like an actual investigation into this situation, though I don't think anything's 100% confirmed there. But regardless, what he has done is still illegal. Now, in the beginning here, he asks a stranger for money so he can pay for the bus. I guess that counts because he's not using his own money, thus he is still traveling for free.
To go down, so hopefully he doesn't ask me to pay.
Get off?
Yes.
680, yeah.
6. Only this.
80.
No, no.
80.
No.
Police.
No.
Come on, police station. 80 yen.
Because I was 80 yen short. In the police station, they started interrogating me and they took my phone away, so I couldn't film anything.
Good lord, even the brain worms inside of his noodle must be in agony. When his neurons are firing, it just produces nothing but trash. The clout-poisoned mind that this guy has is so impressive, I think it actually deserves to be studied at some point. Just taking a peek at his frontal lobe and his thought process would be insightful. He gets detained for 5 hours in Japan, and the number one thing he was concerned about is he wasn't able to film it. I don't know how you even end up that fucked up. That is so degenerate and so embarrassing. He said the police eventually let him go and covered the 80 yen that he was short, so I imagine they just got unbelievably annoyed with this goober and said, enough is enough, we can't take the headache any longer, get the fuck out of here, we'll cover it, just leave us alone. So they send him on his way and he immediately goes and commits a series of crimes.
So the police already knows me, so I'm going to disguise myself. Now, being disguised, I'm ready to sneak in the train. This is my train, so let's hope that nobody gets me. And now it's time to teach you how to get the train for free. So I'm entering the train, and I will find the toilet and go straight to the toilet. Here is the bathroom. I will just lock myself the whole time in the bathroom.
Man played Assassin's Creed one time and thought a hoodie up would solve all of his problems. It'd just be the perfect disguise. All the NPCs around him would forget that he exists as long as the hood's up. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. He beelined straight to the bathroom in order to ride for free all the way to his destination. But it's the bathroom. People are going to need to use that at some point, so he gets some knocks on the door, and it starts to cause a little bit of an alarm from the authorities there that something is awry. You know, either this man's taking the biggest shit of all time, or the shit just took him. Or, the most likely explanation, this is a guy who's riding for free. He's breaking the law right now. So the authorities wait for him to get out of the bathroom.
So I came to my destination now. I think he's waiting for me outside. And I was right. He was just waiting to catch me. So the only thing I could do is to pretend that I'm sick. When I sat down, he released me, and immediately I started running. But he called the police, and they are searching for me now.
We're definitely getting in trouble here.
So the officers got him in like a WWE lockup here. He's got him, caught with his pants down, and eventually Phidias wiggles his way free and says that the cops were called on him, so he's trying to beat them to the next train so he can continue his crime spree. Now, I'm going to break the magician's code here and just speculate on something. I think this part is probably faked. I think it was real that he didn't pay and wasn't planning to, but when he did get briefly apprehended by the authorities there, I think what most likely happened is he paid for the ride he had just experienced and then is only pretending that he ran away from them. I don't think even he is stupid enough to try and evade arrest like this. You would actually have to be one of the biggest fucking idiots on the planet to do this and also film it. I just can't believe that there's enough whippets in the world that you could hit that would damage your brain enough to think that any of this is a good idea. But he is a YouTuber at the end of the day, which means he probably is just fucking dumb enough to really do this and think that it's smart, all while filming his entire crime spree.
There are ticket inspectors on this train, so I'm hiding in the toilet. This is stressful, I'm not gonna lie. It's getting to my nerves.
Luckily, the train has arrived before the police could find me. Again, we're going to do the same method, toilet. Can't believe that this is real and not a movie.
It'd be the most boring movie ever. I just think the whole concept of the video is dog shit. Traveling across Japan for free isn't an interesting concept. You can do anything for free. I'll just go ahead and spoil it for you. If you want to be a criminal. Right now, you could go to the store and get a 100% discount off any item if you just take it and run. It's not like they've come up with like a clever plan or anything remotely interesting or entertaining. They just go to the shitter on the trains and sit there until they reach their destination. That's it. It's so fucking lame. It's just committing crimes. All you are doing is committing crimes and recording all of the evidence of what you've done. Assuming, of course, it's real, which you never really know for sure. I think there's a good chance that all of this was real, but I also think there is a chance that it's fake, where they did just pay for their trip and pretend that they didn't, though in the beginning I am confident he did actually just try and exploit the kindness of that Japanese person who gave him money for the bus, and then refusing to cover what was missing and then spent 5 hours in the police station. All of that I think was legitimate, but I think there is a chance that all of the free train rides were faked. Because I really just can't imagine a world where this fucking goofball ran away from the authorities after he was caught in the bathroom after not paying. So that's just my working game theory there, but regardless, it sucks. This guy sucks. And speaking of exploiting kindness, I really just can't stand the way this guy interacts with the people around him. He treats all of them like they're NPCs. He really does. So a lot of the video is spent hitchhiking towards the end, where they're all getting like different rides from different strangers to where they need to go. And all of the people giving them the rides are absolute sweethearts. And Phidias in particular films all of it, of course, and just the way he talks to them makes it sound so condescending. Like he speaks to them like he thinks they're stupid. Like that's the impression he gives off, that everyone that he interacts with is beneath him because they are props to him. And I can't fucking stand it. He pinned a response to this whole thing by saying, "Hello, beautiful people. I apologize to the Japanese people if we made them feel bad. That was not our goal. From now on, I am going to make more research to the cultures we go to and try to prevent this from happening again. I love you all." Actual 0 out of 10 response here. If this was a YouTuber apology tier list, this would be the biggest, fattest fucking F I could ever give. What are you talking about? You need to do more research on the cultures you go to prevent this from happening? Every culture in the world, this isn't legal. Even here in the States too, you can't just do things and not pay for it. I mean, you can, but you are breaking a law. You are a criminal. It's not like this is a Japanese specific thing here that was just a, "Oh, I'm so sorry guys, I didn't do enough research on the culture. This mistake could have happened to anyone."
There is a checkpoint! All of my competitors in this challenge, they are amazing YouTubers, and I put all their channels in the description. Go and check them out and subscribe to them. I'm getting closer!
This actually just made me giggle. Actually gave me a hearty belly laugh like Santa Claus here. Because he says, "Oh, all my competitors, amazing YouTubers, check them out, they're in the description." No, they're not. They're not in the description. Imagine being some of these 3 YouTubers that just broke bad here, went down a life of crime for the sake of this video, and still just don't even get your channel in the video itself. So you have really no way of easily finding them. They actually got nothing out of it except a potential criminal rap sheet, perhaps. That is the worst end of the deal. Phidias, I guess, gets some views out of it, which equal money. They get less than nothing. I also went back to the intro of the video just in case maybe I missed it somewhere. But no, he just says, I'm doing this against these 3 YouTubers and puts arrows to them without any mention of who they are. And then they all split off and run away. So there is no telling who they even are. They actually just got erased from this. That is how much of a narcissist Phidias is. He couldn't even bother to squeeze their channels in somewhere after they committed crimes for his video with him. That is the cherry on top of this shit cake. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. Last night I had an urge that I was fighting off a demon for which I was battling internally. And I swore to myself I wouldn't make a video covering this topic. I looked at myself in the mirror, I said, Charles, look at you. Strikingly handsome, 5'6". You could suck a titty standing up. You don't need to talk about this. It's beneath you. Don't do it, Charlie. Unfortunately, I'm failing myself. I can't stop myself. It's like SpongeBob when he has the water and he's drying out. He's like, I don't need it. I don't need it. I need it. That's me right now with this topic. It's too goofy to not talk about. But the reason I was going to avoid it is because I do actually feel bad for the victims in this case because it's not their fault per se. And I've already made so many videos making fun of NFTs and NFT bros, the entire community. There's no reason to just come in and fucking slam and jam fucking windmill dunking on NFT bros again. But goodness gracious, heavens to Betsy, I can't help it when you do stuff like this. Yesterday, there was a Bored Ape Yacht Club convention, Ape Fest, where it's just supposed to celebrate your bad investments because NFTs are down like 99% value, it's collapsing, they're going extinct faster than silly bands and fidget spinners. NFTs are eating more shit than pinworms right now, and yet they still had the gall, the chutzpah, to throw an event to try and convince people that it wasn't all worthless, that there's still value here. And not only were the attendees experiencing financial ruin from buying Bored Apes because they got fucking brainwashed into it, they then experienced eyesight ruin because the event coordinators didn't take any precautions with their lighting and ended up causing photokeratitis, which is basically UV burns to the patrons' eyes. So a lot of people that went there to party at the Ape Fest experienced temporary blindness, eye damage out the wazoo. Tons and tons of people were reportedly going to, like, you know, the ER or experiencing all kinds of discomfort in their eyes because the lighting they used were UV lights, unprotected UV lights that they were just blasting into the eyeballs of everyone who went to the fucking event. There were so many tweets like this from concerned attendees wondering if what they were experiencing was an isolated incident or if there were a lot of other people that had this problem. So there were tweets like this popping up everywhere. I woke up at 4 and I couldn't see anymore, had so much pain and my whole skin is burned, needed to go to the hospital. The doctor told me the UV of the lightning of the stage, I believe they meant lighting, though I can't hold this against them since I can't fucking see their phone anymore because Ape Fest damaged their eyes. It has the same effect as sunlight, still cannot see normally. So a lot of people were reportedly going to see doctors about this because they were experiencing blindness. Naturally, of course, this led to a lot of people on Twitter making the same joke about NFT holders being blind anyway, so this is nothing new, but this is a very alarming situation for anyone that went because they went there and then it was hosted by a goddamn supervillain, I guess, that was just attacking everybody's eyesight, perhaps permanently damaging it in some cases, all because they went with UV lighting that they were burning everyone's eyeballs with. This became such a huge deal that Bored Ape Yacht Club themselves had to make a statement. Apes, we are aware of the eye-related issues that affected some of the attendees of Ape Fest and have been proactively reaching out to individuals since yesterday to try and find the potential root causes. Hey, look, I'll tell you what the root cause is. You did terrible job with your lighting engineers, if you even had any on staff in the first place. Knowing NFT projects, I guarantee they didn't even bother having a real lighting professional there. They just found someone nearby that was local that said he's got some lights that he can go string up there or some shit, and they're like, ah, run it, fuck yeah, it'll save us some money. Based on our estimates, we believe that much less than 1% of those attending and working the event had these symptoms. I'm going to go ahead and call dirty barnacles on that. That's a load of fish paste. I'm going to show you some pictures from the event. There are not many people there in the first place. I feel like 100% of the attendees were the ones posting on Twitter about their eye-related issues that were caused from this. There are not many people there to begin with, and there are a lot of reports of individuals that had eye problems from it. While nearly everyone has indicated their symptoms have improved, we encourage anybody who feels them to seek medical attention just in case. And then there's a community note. During Ape Fest, attendees suffered from unprotected exposure to UV lights, leading to skin and eye injuries such as sunburn, eye pain, and temporary blindness. So here's one shot showcasing the dance floor area of the event, and it looks more empty than the dance floor at my fucking high school homecoming. And I went to a high school that only had 150 students in it. That shit looks more empty than a local dive bar hosting a Screamo-only karaoke night. So, it's not exactly the most packed event, but for the sake of fairness, that first clip was at the beginning of the evening, I believe, and towards the end of the evening is when more people started to filter in. And it gets a little more populated, sure, but it's still not exactly like this fucking sea of meat here with like thousands upon thousands of people, but it is a moderately filled event for the most part, but still nothing crazy. This is the clip that most people were clowning on. One of the most pathetic mosh pits you'll ever see. This is some Weenie Hut Jr. moshing here. I personally don't find it to be that embarrassing or cringe. They're clearly having a good time. You can see that one gentleman in the red shirt just came in wearing his sunglasses at night, which usually a lot of people would make fun of, like, you know, that's not exactly a cool thing to do. But that guy ended up being the smartest one at the event because those sunglasses no doubt saved his eyes from the UV light warfare that Bored Ape Yacht Club waged on their community. So, big W for that gentleman, but overall, big L per usual for NFTs. A very common L, though this one is a very special one. I would have never predicted something like this happening. This has only ever happened once before, from what I can tell. It's not exactly a common occurrence where someone just puts up UV lighting and starts fucking blinding the audience. Like, that's not exactly a mistake a lot of people make. But man, that is just so par for the course for NFTs, because NFTs and the NFT community always finds the most creative ways of hurting themselves and then convincing themselves that it's not their fault, or that it's actually not that big of a deal, or even a good thing. I may have lost $100,000 minting the Glorbus Sphincter token, but actually, the experience I gained along the way has enabled me to be a better crypto trader, which is why I just put another 100,000 into Butt token. And it's like, oh, okay, whatever, brother. Like, okay. Like, they can't even throw an event without some kind of catastrophic disaster unfolding. This whole thing was meant to try and convince people that Bored Apes aren't dead, I imagine, to prevent buyer's remorse. Like, look, there's still dozens of us holding on. It's only up right now. Buy the dip. And then all of a sudden you're leaving with permanent eye damage. And you know what's wild? I bet the people that have been harmed from this, the people that are experiencing temporary blindness or eye damage from it, have already forgiven Bored Ape Yacht Club for it. Like, they're probably already over it. They're like, you know what? It happens. Oh, whatever. I'm not mad about it. I've still got my Bored Ape, and that's all I need. I may have sold the house for it, and you know what? I'm still convinced it was a good investment. And yes, my eyesight may be fucked now, and I'm spending a lot of money on medical bills to try and fix it, but all of that is small potatoes once the NFT market bounces back and my ape is worth 10x what I put into it. To the moon! Here it comes! I've never seen a community so delusional when it comes to things like this, so I really am convinced that the people that were harmed here aren't going to be holding the Bored Ape Yacht Club organizers accountable, even though they absolutely should. This is absolutely grounds for a lawsuit. This is entirely their fault. They ran a dangerous event that harmed a lot of people. They should be held responsible. They should face real severe punishment for this. But I'm not convinced they will, because I don't think the community will go after them for it, which they absolutely should, and have every right to. But hopefully I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. I hope everyone that was affected here, all the victims of this terribly ran event, do pursue legal action against the Bored Ape Yacht Club for this. It is, again, a big deal. You got injured attending this event from no fault of your own. The organizers used unsafe lighting that literally fucking burned your eyes. Like, the long-term effects of that could be huge. We don't know. You suffered a UV burn to your eyes. You should be going after the Bored Ape Yacht Club for what they've done here. I understand how much you love your NFTs, but you need to understand that your health is more important than that. Plus, this is a good opportunity for a potential payday from the Bored Ape Yacht Club team. Like, what the fuck? So hopefully they do face repercussions for running the event the way they did here with this lighting. Hopefully all the victims make a full recovery and there's no long-lasting permanent effects, because again, it's not their fault. They did nothing wrong. They went there to try and have a good time and party and forget about a bad investment they made. And then they ended up walking away with actual injuries and damage from it. So I do wish them the best. And you know what? I also hope for some reason they're able to sell their apes and make some money back on it, because man, they need a W. So overall, a crazy situation. That's about it. See ya. I know revolvers aren't in the game anymore, but it's It's just my legacy in this game. Kids go to sleep afraid that the Revolver God might hop back in the Crucible. It's not necessarily about the Revolver, it's about sending a message. Where's your Ariana Grande skin? After she gave me that private lap dance for her event, I forgot my login info and I never bothered to recover the account, so I just made a new one. So, it's out there somewhere. Really struggling here. My aim's not what it used to be. That's for damn sure. Hold on. I'm carving his outline behind him. Is this hit scan or a projectile? I don't remember. Feels like it's hit scan. Oh. I don't know why you kept jumping around. Just go inside, brother. Just go inside. I can't hit you inside. I can't hit you at all, really. You gave me 1,000 chances. Go home. Their parents won't discipline them, so it's up to me. I'm breaking up the pizza party in class. Where are you kids at? Okay. You really blew it, kid. Playing against Chat GPT? No, worse. Children. It's Bronze 3, man. Another one. I'm stacking up chug jugs. You see? It all worked out. It's like little Amazon Prime delivery drones here with these kids. The Revolver God is truly back and more nightmarish than ever. These... God, it just feels so silly. They have school tomorrow? Yeah, they should focus on their academics because gaming's not going to work out for them. I'm teaching them a hard lesson early. Their parents will thank me. Ugh. Oh, God! All part of my master strategy. How did you get this far? How did you get this far? What a fluke. Why are you here? I almost killed myself. I gave you the biggest possible benefit ever. I went in there with 0 HP. Why were you here? Do something else. Uninstall, please. Good lord. Silver! That was ranked, so all of them were real people. That's what they say. I don't know if I necessarily believe them, but that is what they say. Hey, we'll take a 12-kill Dubsky, I guess. Put some tears in the eyes of some of those kids. Feels good to be back. Okay. That's not how I remembered it. I thought it went through walls when it blasted you. Clearly not. There we go. Who dares? Oh, wow. That'll teach you. Actually, you know what? Fuck you, I'm coming. Ah! Count your lucky stars. Oh, I got him with that? Why? Oh my god, stop playing Fortnite. You should not be here. Oh, go to detention. Please. Yikes. How are you gonna let me kill you with a grenade like that? God, I am a bad man. Where'd he go? Oh my god. That was close. Close. Man, I need this badly. Hold on, let me take this though, just in case. What a close shave that was. He's gonna be thinking about that one for the rest of the evening. Oh, let's go! This is huge! 13 shots. 13 kills. Now it's time for a return to form. Now we can really start punishing these kids. I'll make them regret turning this game on tonight. God damn it. I don't know how I wasn't hitting his shoulder. What? What? Okay, 1 shot, 1 kill. Huge! It feels so good to be back. Yeah. I really thought I'd be hitting his shoulder there, though, in my defense. Like, I could see his whole fucking clavicle poking out from behind the tree. And I thought I was fucking slapping it with those deagle shots, but I guess not. The first 11 shots were warning shots. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. Obviously. I was letting him know I could get him at any time I wanted. You think that'll keep you safe from the Revolver God, kid? Can I make this? The John Wick skin! Shouldn't have even tried me. Ah! There's another one. The Revolver God is here! He rides again, born anew, like a phoenix from the ashes! Ah! This fucking tree branch. You don't know how lucky you are, Junior. Come here, Sprout. Yep. Ah. I know you took damage from that. You can't hide behind a tough masculine exterior on me. I'm coming. Oh no, my god, I'm so embarrassed. Oh my god, I'm so ashamed. Don't fucking look at me! Don't look at me! Yeah! I should have just used the assault rifle to finish him. I know you're over there, but I can't help myself. Oh, the headshot. One more. Like, how is that not a hit? Okay, there we go. I'm really trying to finish this with just the revolver, or just the hand cannon. Closest thing to a revolver we've got. Oh. Oh, the headshot. He panicked! Get the fuck out of here! Ah! Last one! Hand cannon dub! Show me your ass. Bush? Bush is moving? What? Where? Where? Huh? Behind you. That is the saddest moment of my life! I didn't know you could do that. Fuck! No! My hand cannon dub! Shit. I'm chasing a little hard for this. I feel like I'm going to regret it. Kidding. No regrets. Ever. Ah! What the fuck? Up! Jesus! The kids ganged up at me at the lunch table. Said I saw your TikTok follower account. You're cringe. Is this man just running in circles? What is happening? Is he having a psychotic episode? Oh god! Wow, that melted me. Whoa! That guy really started panicking and just shooting that door. Oh, the boogie bomb! Oh, mama! What a throwback. I haven't seen that puppy in a while, I remember that. Actually, check this out, I got a big brain play. Fuck this guy. Okay. This was highly unnecessary. Well, and now everything turned on its ass. He took that, right? Gotcha. Pussy. You little bitch. Trying to use my strategy against me, eh? Where are you, Junior? Ooh, that was a close shave. What was this? Suppressed assault rifle. That shit was eating me alive. Okay. I'm really piling up the bodies in this room in particular. Wait. Oh my god, wait. Is that a hand cannon? I think it is, right? Isn't it? Oh, it's a fucking bush. Well, okay. If there was a YouTube rewind this year, I imagine the bulk of the content would be apology videos. There have been more apology videos in 2023 than there have been apologies throughout the last 100 years of our species combined. And just like my age, that number only keeps going up. It's crazy just how common of an occurrence this is. And today we're going to look at a pretty rare one. This is the shiny Pokemon of apology videos. This one's not from a YouTuber or an internet content creator. It comes from two celebrities that I know all of you have seen before. Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis.
We are aware of the pain that has been caused by the character letters that we wrote on behalf of Danny Masterson.
So what are they saying I'm sorry for? What whoops-a-daisy blunder did they make? And I'm sorry to say this, sports fans, because it's not some kind of silly mistake. It's not like they gave like a hot take on anime and got dogpiled on Twitter for it or anything. What they did is actually pretty deplorable. They, as well as many others, were requested to write letters to a judge in regards to the Danny Masterson rape case. I actually didn't even know this was going on. I only just learned about this. Danny Masterson of That 70s Show fame, a show that Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis were a part of for a very long time, has just been sentenced to 30 years to life in prison for 2 out of the 3 counts of rape that he was facing. Danny Masterson was arrested in 2020, and this trial's actually had a lot of developments to it that I was just completely unaware of, but it's concluded now for the most part, and he was found guilty for 2 out of the 3 counts of rape that he was facing. And then it came out that Ashton Kutcher, Mila Kunis, and about 50 other people wrote letters to the judge of the sexual assault trial to just say nice things about Danny Masterson. I guess the idea was to try and hype him up as like, look at all these positive experiences we had with Danny Masterson. Inside Danny, there are 2 demons, a rapist and an incredible actor with a bright smile that could light up a room. And it's important that we don't overlook that second one. Let's focus on all these great experiences we had with Danny Masterson that we knew. You know, Mr. Hyde was a bad guy, but Dr. Jekyll, he was great. So, like, I guess the idea here was to try and get the judge to be a little bit more lenient or something, like to try and help Danny's case by just saying nice things about the Danny they knew. So an excerpt from Ashton Kutcher's letter says, "Danny takes his job seriously. He is kind, courteous, and hardworking. He treated everyone from the grips to the teamsters to the actors to the caterers as equals. As a role model, Danny has consistently been an excellent one." A great role model to rapists, maybe. What the fuck is this? This is just an absolutely evil thing to say about somebody like this. What? How delusional can you be? He took his job seriously. He even said good work to one of the caterers. I'd never seen such a saint on the That 70s Show set. To look at a caterer and actually engage in small talk blew my mind. I'd never seen anyone so sweet. He was truly a benevolent angel. A great role model if you just ignore all of the rape stuff. Like, holy shit. What in the world? What in tarnation? And Mila Kunis called him an amazing friend, confidant, and above all, an outstanding older brother figure. His genuine concern for those around him and his commitment to leading by example make him an outstanding role model and friend. Yucky. Yucky. An older brother figure, and still, she's echoing the same thing, a great role model. He just got convicted of rape, and it's not like this is a case with like a lot of holes in it and it was like some kind of fishy investigation or something. Like this is a pretty cut and dry case. The only reason it took 3 years is because there is a lot of interesting stuff that may or may not have been going on with Scientology being involved. I don't like to even mention that word because that's a very scary thing to even bring up. Mentioning Scientology is like mentioning Voldemort in the real world. But perhaps there were, you know, a few Tom Riddle diary exchanges that led to some shady shit going on throughout this case, at least from what I've read so far. This isn't something where you would see all of the evidence, see the verdict, and start wiggling your finger like, no justice wasn't served here. Unless, of course, you're part of Danny Masterson's team, who's saying that they got it wrong and they plan to do everything they can to overturn it and all that shit. But, like, as someone who was a friend of him, you should see this and be like, oh, this is fucking revolting. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. I was friends with an absolute monster. And then you would not go up to bat for them. Like, you wouldn't start speaking to the great character of Danny Masterson. It's just incomprehensible to me. I couldn't imagine doing that. If my best friend in the world, someone I grew up with, someone I consider a brother, was just arrested and convicted of rape, I would not be singing his praises. I wouldn't be spreading the gospel about what an amazing guy he is, right? I wouldn't write a letter to the judge, even if I was requested to do so by his family, and say something like, listen, you know, I dislike sexual assault as much as the next guy. That's some bad stuff. Rape, boo, don't like it. But he never raped me. So he's not all bad. And also, we used to butt chug brewskis in the bathtub together at the frat house. Like, this is a good guy, and it's just something to consider maybe when you're looking over this and deciding on sentencing. Like, I would not be trying to say anything positive about the person. So obviously this made a lot of people upset to see them do that. It's craziness. So I'll finally get to the apology video now, but I feel like we needed all of this in order to understand why they're apologizing, what exactly they're apologizing for.
We are aware of the pain that has been caused by the character letters that we wrote on behalf of Danny Masterson.
We support victims. We have done this historically through our work and will continue to do so in the future.
But you also support your friend, even after all of the rape evidence was being put on trial. Like this, I'm very curious now how much they knew about him. Like, did they know all of this? Because they don't seem necessarily surprised, and they seemed more than willing to write these glowing letters that seem like fucking 5-star Yelp reviews of this guy. Like, even with all of this evidence of the sexual abuse, they're still calling him an outstanding role model, an older brother figure. Like, holy shit. I understand they've been friends for 2 decades, so I guess when Danny Masterson's family reached out to request that they write a letter, you know, gushing grannies over how cool Danny Masterson is, they should have said no. They should have just hard rejected that on the spot. Of course, I'm not a lawyer, I haven't passed the bar, but I don't think this is some kind of obligation they had to fulfill here, because there were other people that didn't write letters about Danny Masterson. But let's assume they were forced to. You can still say, I was one of Danny Masterson's best friends. I didn't know this side of him. I didn't know he was an evil person, so I don't feel comfortable saying anything nice about my experience with him. Full stop. Like, that could just be the end of it.
A couple months ago, Danny's family reached out to us, and they asked us to write character letters to represent the person that we knew for 25 years, so that the judge could take that into full consideration relative to the sentencing.
How rotted and corrupt is the brain of a Hollywood drone? Like a Hollywood fucking clout zombie. I can't even begin to try and process how their noodles work. How can you just say that so nonchalant, like it's not a big deal and not just fucking diabolical? They knowingly wrote these character letters to give the judge a full understanding of the situation to consider when giving his sentencing to Danny Masterson. So they knew that this was going to be used to try and get lighter sentencing for a man who committed heinous crimes. How do you sleep at night like that? Like after doing that? I don't get it. Like, a lot of people wrote letters, of course, it's not just these two, but these two are the most public figures about it. But I imagine they called anyone that ever even crossed Danny Masterson's path, like, hey, it's me, Tim Clifford. I was Danny Masterson's 3rd grade math buddy. We played together on the kickball squad, and he was a superstar. One of the finest kickball players the East Coast had ever seen. Thanks for reading. And the judge would be there, scratching his chin. I didn't consider that he might have been very good at kickball. Maybe we shouldn't be so harsh on him. Like, I understand it's not just these two. Like, everyone wrote these letters, and I guess they all understood that it was supposed to help Danny Masterson maybe get a lighter sentence. I just don't know how you can do that. Like, in good conscience, it makes no sense to me. You shouldn't want a convicted rapist to get a lighter sentence for the crimes.
The letters were not written to question the legitimacy of the judicial system or the validity of the jury's ruling.
They were intended for the judge to read. and not to undermine the testimony of the victims or re-traumatize them in any way. We would never want to do that.
Hey guys, we were just being super evil behind closed doors, and it's a real shame you guys had to see this side of us. We were hoping you weren't going to notice. This was really meant for the judge's eyes only. We don't want to re-traumatize victims. We just want to make sure the person that victimized them gets the lightest sentence possible for the crimes. And I like how they immediately go into an argument no one's making, like, our letters weren't meant to undermine the legitimacy of the claims. I don't think anyone's claiming they were. Your letters are there to serve as a way of trying to help your friend get a less long, less severe sentence for some absolutely evil shit they did. Which is very bad. It's still horrible.
And we're sorry if that has taken place.
Our heart goes out to every single person who's ever been a victim of sexual assault, sexual abuse, or rape.
Man, unfortunately they didn't even do the apology video classic cliche of saying thank you before signing off. You didn't even thank us for watching the apology video? Are you serious? Do you have no manners at all? But yeah, you care so much about the victims of these horrible things, and yet for some reason, a person who was actively engaging in these crimes, you decided to write really nice things about to try and help them. That's really weird. It's hard to believe you now, after all of this. It's just a fucked up situation. Danny Masterson is getting justice, which is the most important thing. But how the fuck could so many people around him willingly just write nice letters about him to try and actively help him in this case? It just doesn't make any sense to me. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. You can tell just by taking a quick peek at me that I am a highly trained, lethal combat machine. Millions of years of fine-tuned evolution has led to the apotheosis of fighting. Me. If we walked by each other on the street, you'd look over your shoulder out of fear, praying that I don't decide to beat your ass. And if you're lucky, I won't. And it's all thanks to my extensive knowledge of martial arts, more specifically, the most intense discipline, Bullshido. This is probably my biggest guilty pleasure content online. I love fake martial arts. Online, it's referred to as Bullshido. There's an entire subreddit dedicated to it, a Twitter account. I think it's also blowing up on TikTok as well. It's a scam that's been around for at least 50 years where some goober will open up a dojo and, call it a self-defense course, and it's just absolute outrageous fucking nonsense, and they pass it off as martial arts. The most notable example of this is actually Steven Seagal. I'm sure all of you are familiar with him. He is an iconic, timeless specimen of Bullshido. If you watch any of his demonstrations of his expertise in martial arts, you'll have someone grab his arm and then Steven Seagal will do this and the guy fucking flips around like he just got hit by a car going 60 miles per hour. Like he just ragdolls people by looking at them. Force blasts. He'll take their finger and he'll tickle it a little bit, and the person has a heart attack, right? And it's all for show. Obviously, none of it's real. The people that are having the maneuvers performed on them just sell it, and it's supposed to get some students to sign up to the course under this ridiculous belief that it's real. But the video footage that exists from these courses is unbelievably entertaining. Some of the best footage online, period. This old-timer's looking extremely powerful. He could probably beat up a tech support scammer through the telephone. He gets a phone call from the scammer's like, hey, you got a virus on your computer, pay us and we'll fix it. And he just says, you're already dead. Hangs up and then the guy fucking explodes. Because it turns out this guy did 15 karate blasts at the phone and it killed the guy. He is not to be messed with. Every part of his body is a weapon. He can fatality your ass from any position. So, in one of those, the guy just comes up behind him and, taps him on the shoulder, and then he fucking flies off the screen. God forbid one of his grandchildren come up to try and get his attention, poke him on the back. That just straight up snapped their neck, it seems. If he doesn't want to be moved, there's not a force in this universe that can make him move. Not even God. It's like pulling the sword from the stone here. The guy trying to lift him even tries biting on his ear a little bit to no avail. He won't budge. And then eventually, he sends him flying thanks to his overwhelming spiritual pressure. This old timer's got such powerful aura, he could probably kill people just by entering the same room as them.
And he grabs, goes to punch. He puts his fingertips here. They're straight, so it doesn't give me anything. And then
just when you thought it was safe to ask Grandpa to pull your finger, he's got a move for that too. And he's lucky he didn't perform the full fatality. This one's one of my favorites. This is an older video. I've seen it at least 20 times. Every time this gets posted somewhere, I can't help but watch the entire thing. So obviously I've been doing a bit of a deep dive through Bullshido subreddit because it's got not only the classic bangers, but also some new ones. So it's just a nice array of things that I'd like to showcase today from the subreddit. I legitimately love this technique, the fucking forbidden turbo slap jutsu here. I've tried it myself every time I watch this, and it's like legitimately painful on the entirety of my arm. Like, it's kind of impressive how quickly they're able to throw the slaps out, and if you watch them do it, they're hitting themselves more often than they're even throwing something out. So they keep like slapping themselves in the face and on the chest, but they make such a good sound. And it's really cool to just like watch the fucking phalanges fly around like this. I don't know, it's very satisfying, especially when he's running around doing it. Obviously, you're not winning any fights against a human being with this technique, but it is extraordinarily deadly if you're being chased around by a couple of pages out of a textbook. So if you've got to slap some paper that's bugging you, you might want to try some of these maneuvers that they're teaching you here.
You'll see me cutting the arms, Ukanagashi here, Tenkan there, Tigatana here, Tigatana here, Tigatana, Ukanagashi here. Always moving, always cutting them out of the way. Keep going. Here.
This class, I believe, is just being taught in his living room. They just push the couch back and then bring the students in. So he's teaching this very elegant, majestic maneuver about how to fight multiple opponents, and you clearly can't argue with the results here. Highly effective against a group of opponents that also happen to lack object permanence, so when you brush them off, they lose all their steam and they have to like relocate you and try and remember where they are. It may not work very well against people grounded in reality and are actually trying to hurt you in a fight, but who knows, maybe it's worth giving a try. Just give them one of these, tap them on the back, and I don't know, maybe run away. Like, maybe that could be more effective than trying to just keep, like, doing some of this. Though I do really like the clothesline at the end. I don't know why he decided to clothesline them. That seems like it wasn't even part of the lesson. He was just improvising there and thought it'd be a nice cherry on top of the cake. But I appreciate it. This one had DMCA music, so I'll just talk you through it. This is the Finger Master. He's an expert of all things related to finger-based combat. I mean, and just look at him. He's built like a killer. He looks like Executioner Smog from Dark Souls. So you can't even get near him, really. He's super slippery, super powerful. Just an all-around elite warrior. You can see his guard is never down, and no matter what you do, you're not penetrating his defenses here. Like, and look at it, again, look at the power he's able to exert through just a single finger. And then he gives him the old, the washing machine twist, and there's just nothing you can do about it. Now, I know what you're thinking. Charlie, I'll just wait to strike him when he's sitting down. That way I have the advantage and he has no way of fighting back. You absolute imbecile. You think an elite warrior like that wouldn't also be able to beat your ass 1,000 ways to Sunday while also in the seated position? You absolute fool. Some say he's even more powerful while sitting down. You can see that his opponent's really out for blood, trying to hurt him, but just can't. Every time he makes contact with a human body, he sends excruciating pain into his victim, causing the entire body to shut down. I believe he calls it the cheese touch technique. He just is able to do anything he wants. Look at this, wrapping him up like a fucking pretzel. Hurting people is as easy as breathing for him. Just look at how much fun he's having. Even while sitting down, there is just no one that can match his expertise in martial arts. I really do love Bullshido. Fake martial arts is really goofy to watch, but it is sad to think that there are people that pay for these classes thinking that it works, and God forbid they ever get into a real fight and try and use these techniques. They're going to get themselves hurt significantly worse than if they had just tried to like run away or something. You'd probably get further if you just did this with your arms and just start flailing around wildly than trying to use any of these techniques like trying to push a pressure point that causes your opponent to shit their pants or something. So it is sad to think about the people that get scammed into believing this and paying for it, but man is it fun to watch. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya.